Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Pick number 10 will be the Houston Rockets.
Houston receives this pick from Phoenix due to multiple previous trades.
Hoping for a big swing here from Yiner. In the air, center field, playable. Kyle Isbell puts it away, and the Royals have won the first game of this series by the score of 7-5.
All right, so there you go. Not a great night last night for Houston sports, but here we are to break it all down for you on a Tuesday morning. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Good to be with you. We were with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Seth, we heard the Rockets finishing 10th in the lottery last night, and the Astros fell behind 7-0, scraped together their usual softball game-style runs with groundouts and sac flies and balls getting skipped past first base and things like that. 7-5, the final score.
This is how they would do us, though, isn't it? The offense. Look, they scored 5 runs last night. We've spent the first part of the season just hoping and wishing that they would. Well, could you just score more than 3 runs in a game, or 3, and then you'll win a lot of these games because the pitching is so good. And now you sit here, and Spencer Arrighetti's arm is still in a cast. Wisniewski, who the hell knows what's going to happen with him?
Well, it's his hand, just to be clear. It's his hand. Remember, he got hit.
Yeah.
He broke a thumb. So
Lance McCullers, right? But so the cast goes all the way up the arm.
Just make sure people
Lance
know.
Lance McCullers is currently dodging psychos on the internet as well as struggling with his own control. And whether it's going to be Colton Gordon tonight for the Astros.
Yeah.
In his first Major League appearance.
Is it tonight? I thought Framber was tonight.
Is it definitely Framber tonight?
I thought it was Framber tonight because Framber hasn't pitched since before the off day last week. It's been
right.
It was Wednesday last week when Framber pitched. I thought they said on the broad. I may be wrong.
No, well, Matt Kawahara this morning said that they haven't announced the starter for you.
Okay, it says Framber on the Yahoo app right now.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Wait, is today the 13th?
Today's the 13th, yeah.
Yeah, so Kawahara in his article says that it's not certain who's going to start tonight.
Okay, well, that would be weird if they were jerking around with a Framber start like that, but that's but whatever. We will get.
They're in this 17-game stretch, and they got to try to manage and figure out exactly.
I know.
There's moving parts here.
It sucks. It does, and they're in the very beginning of it still. So we'll get our Colton Gordon at some point, whether it's tonight or tomorrow or whatever the case.
Well, because it's if they go to a 6-man rotation, that's why Framber is one day later. So.
Yeah.
It's not good. It's not good.
No.
They're getting people on the base paths, Sean. You wanted watchable baseball.
Okay, this is watchable baseball for you because people
it's
are on
watchable.
the base
action.
paths. On the base paths is watchable for you.
Yes.
Okay.
And the Astros get players on base, and then they do nothing with them. They're one of the worst teams in the league with runners on base.
I'm looking at I'm looking at the email that we get from Chris Santiago, who produces Area 45, and Chris is a godsend on stuff like this because we come in the morning, and there's all the Joe Espada clips. There's all the highlights from the game. It's all right there. Chris, if you're up and you're listening, thank you very much for that. But I look at the highlight last night, and the highlights for the Royals are all like Bobby Witt laces a triple into the gap, home run by Massey. Like they hit for the cycle as a team in the second inning against Ryan Gusto last night. They had a home run, a triple, a double, and a single in the second inning against Gusto last night. And then I'm looking at the Astros highlights. Cam Smith, RBI grounder. Jeremy Pena, sacrifice fly and a sac fly, and it was a pop-up off the end of the bat that, granted, it was exciting. There's a play at the plate, I guess. It's just, dude, they're yes, they scored 5 runs. Even when they score 5 runs, I feel like I'm watching a beer league softball game. It's all errors and ground balls.
Sean, you know what? This is back in the day when guys like Harry Houdini were all the rage. The audiences had a bigger they had a larger attention span, mostly because they had no other options, and they'd gone to this theater. So Harry Houdini would be on stage, and he would go into a tank, and then a curtain would be pulled. And how's he going to get out of this water tank? And they would sit there for 10 minutes in breathless anticipation. Yeah. Surely he's drowned by now.
Right.
That's how I am when the Astros have the bases loaded. The Astros, it's like, okay, how many games and how many times can I see the Astros load the bases without hitting a grand slam? It turns out,
or a base hit.
They are better at base. Right. Yeah, forget the grand slam. The Astros have the worst batting average in Major League Baseball with the bases loaded. They're 5 for 4. Sean. Yeah. It's the breathless anticipation of just waiting for it to happen. It's showmanship, is what it is.
What is do you have just their numbers for hitting with the bases loaded, or
yes?
No, just theirs, or do you have the rankings there by any chance?
It's just theirs,
okay.
Because I'm reading Brian McTaggart's tweet from 9 hours ago.
Okay, got you. Because that has to be by far the worst.
By far, just not just the worst, but by far the worst. By far,
because if you ever look like individual hitters with the bases loaded, like their numbers are always better than what their career numbers are, or season numbers, because it's easier. Yeah. It's easier to hit with the bases loaded. The pitcher has a lot more on his plate with the bases loaded than he does with the bases empty. And I'm just like 125 it's got to be like that. That's got to be like not even close. I say that we live in a universe that the Colorado Rockies and Chicago White Sox exist.
I know. As far as I'm not going to pay for this on StatMuse, I'd have to pay to see all the way to the bottom, but The Mariners are 25th at 242.
Yeah, see,
so they're half as good as the 25th ranked team,
right,
in batting average with the bases
That's
loaded.
What I'm saying. Like that's got to be 125 has got to be by far the worst.
As you know, I have grown more distrustful of Google than ever when I try to Google this stuff, because now they give you the little AI overview. Yeah. I was running a search this morning on Laken Tomlinson, the Texans' free agency acquisition at left guard.
Oh yeah.
And AI was kind enough to sum it all up for me. He's already had a productive season as an offensive lineman for the Houston Texans. So apparently Laken Tomlinson started 17 games and allowed only 1 sack last year, according to AI for the Texans. And which, by the way, isn't true for where he actually played. He allowed 6 sacks last year. Yeah. But also, this is where you should feel really good about it. According to AI, Laken Tomlinson was part of the 4th best passing team in the league, where they threw for 103.1 yards per game.
Okay. Where is it getting this?
I don't know. It's so bad.
Oh my God. I took my first 15-minute AI lesson last night.
Oh, did you? You signed up for a course?
Yeah, well, I signed up for the 15 minutes a day for the next 28 days. The 28-day AI challenge. I signed up for it.
Oh, that's good.
Paid $19.99 for the app, but
you're paying just a little bit more than $1 a lesson. Not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. Well,
for how many days?
It's 28 days. Yesterday.
Oh no! So less than $1 a lesson.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So I started in last night, and they did a little primer on ChatGPT and the importance of prompting. The importance of kind of making sure that you're framing the questions in a way where you're going to get the best information back. Did it 10, 15 minutes while laying in bed last night. That's going to be my routine, man.
Good job. Did it give any warnings about how bad it is at sports?
No, I already got that warning from you.
It's just awful at sports. Yeah. It's almost like you know how Trivial Pursuit used to sneak in sensors. It was their way of trying to catch people who were stealing the game or intellectual property or whatever. So they would sneak in some intentionally incorrect questions and answers. I feel like that's what ChatGPT is doing to sports talk radio hosts.
They are.
They're like, we'll get one of these fools to say that Laken Tomlinson already played a full season for the Texans.
Oh, and then the audience will know that they're just relying on AI for all their stuff.
Only the sharpest sports radio hosts can catch glitches like this.
Yeah. Like a guy being on the wrong team.
Or that 100 yards per game passing would not make you the 4th best passing team in the league.
It's just a space-age offense with 104 yards passing per game.
J.J. McCarthy offense.
That's yeah. Hey, by the way, you and I were talking about this before the show, but I'll bring it on the show here. Tomorrow is the schedule release, tomorrow night, and I can't wait for that. It's one of my favorite days of the year. They laid out, the NFL started leaking games yesterday intentionally. Like, this isn't like this isn't some rogue employee putting the games out there. The entire international schedule is now in place. And no Texans games, so the Texans will not be traveling internationally this year, but it's just a matter of time. There's seven international games. If you're a Minnesota Vikings fan, would you make this trip? They play the Steelers in Dublin in Week 4, and then I'm guessing staying over there and playing the Browns in London in Week 5. As a player, as a fan, that would be amazing. You go to Ireland for a game, you stay over there, do whatever. Go to Scotland, play some golf, go to a game in London the next week, whatever the case may be. Are players, as a player, would you have liked doing a trip where you play in Dublin on one Sunday and then you stay over there? I mean, you're probably the belle of the ball all week over there. You're doing all kinds of stuff, with the local.
Yeah, I know. Coaches, though, they're going to want to try to limit that as much as possible. You don't want to be over there taking a grand tour of Ireland and all its pubs before you.
Kevin O'Connell seems like a fun guy.
Yeah.
He might.
He's O'Connell.
Yeah.
He's gonna be one of the annoying Irish Americans that goes over there and expects a hero's welcome. Like, hey,
yeah,
my ancestors abandoned you long ago when things were really tough.
Yeah.
But I'm back. All hail.
KOC.
All hail the conquering American.
All hail the O'Connell. Yeah.
Yes.
You seem like you would not like that as a player being over there for a week.
I don't think I'd like it just because you're so far whacked out of your routine, and I don't know, man. I don't. That's a long time to be overseas. Sean, I don't know if you've noticed this before. I'm sure when you go to a foreign country, even if it's pretty Americanized, that there's just after a while there's a little bit of fatigue of everything being different every step along the way. I get like this when I go to Canada. I could be in Canada for 3 or 4 days, and by the third or fourth day, I'm kind of like, it's just everything's a little. It's like the Twilight Zone. It's almost more stressful when it's similar. You keep getting confronted with these moments, like, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I got to do this differently. Yeah. So I don't think I'd like it. Because I'm trying to work.
Yeah.
The problem is when you do it when you're on a work vacation. You forget about the fact that, oh, wait, yeah, my actual job takes quite a bit of energy.
Right.
And you've got all these grand plans of, oh, yeah, we're going to go tour this. Oh, and then we're going to go see Big Ben. Oh, and then we got to go see the Palace Guards. All that. But you forget, oh, wait, no, but I've got my actual job, which is kind of draining even when I'm in a comfortable environment.
No kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding. All right, we're off and running on a Tuesday. Yeah, schedule release is tomorrow night. We'll have you covered for that. I would imagine all over our social media tomorrow. All right, the lottery was last night. The lottery played out about as bad as it possibly could if you're a Houston Rockets fan last night. There was only one saving grace in the entire thing. We will tell you what that was coming up next. But first, I got to get you guys into a brand new vehicle.
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Pick number 10 will be made by the Houston Rockets. Houston receives this pick from Phoenix due to multiple previous trades.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. When you don't win the lottery, then the whole thing is just a big popcorn fart. You don't move
just
up in the lottery.
Just a stupid event.
It's a stupid event, and it was funny. Yesterday, Amy texted me, and she's like, hey, you want to get some wings tonight and just sit and watch the lottery? I'm not even joking. She texted me that, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds great. Wings sound delicious, and the lottery could be a lot of fun if the Rockets move up like they did last year. We had the wings out. We had our TV trays. We're ready to go, and then 18 seconds into it, the Rockets have the 10th pick in the draft. I'm like, well, that wasn't fun. These wings better be good.
Yeah.
Salvage the evening. That went last night. If you missed it, the Rockets were in the lottery last night because they have Phoenix's pick. If the lottery went just according to the odds, the Rockets would have been picking 9th. Unfortunately, one of the teams behind them in the lottery was able to move up into the top 3. In fact, this particular team moved all the way up into the top 1, and that is the Dallas Mavericks. So the Rockets...
They had a 1.8% chance.
Now the conspiracy theories are flying, and we'll get into those here in just a second. But in case you missed how it all laid out, the Rockets, very early on, we found out they would be picking 10th. We'll see if they hang on to that pick or they mix it into a trade. And then you get to the Final Four, and the Final Four teams were Charlotte, Philly, who was in tank mode last year after Joel Embiid got hurt. Daryl Morey looked completely stressed. He has head on the table, like he couldn't bear to watch.
Yeah.
Daryl Morey is now the GM in Philadelphia, former Rockets GM. And then the other two Texas teams, the Spurs and the Mavericks, those were the teams that had moved up into the last 4 teams. When they started unveiling those and it got down to Dallas and San Antonio in the last 2, I'm like, all right, this sucks because the other 2 Texas teams are now picking 1st and 2nd. This is a draft where there's a big difference between 1st and 2nd. Cooper Flagg is viewed as maybe not Victor Wembanyama level generational, but a clear number 1 overall pick in this draft. For me, Seth, the only saving grace in this thing is that the Spurs didn't get that pick. I don't need to be here for yet another Spurs lottery win in a year where they were planning on actually improving and being good. The only reason they're in that mix to get up in the lottery is because Victor Wembanyama got hurt last year, and they're like, all right, well, screw it. We don't need to make – I don't even know if they're going to make the playoffs anyways, even with Wembanyama, but we know David Robinson, lottery win back in the day. They got Tim Duncan in the lottery the 1 year David Robinson gets hurt, and they win that lottery for definitely a generational top 10 player of all time. Win the Wemby. I didn't need to see Cooper Flagg and Victor Wembanyama on the same team for the next 15 years.
Spacing issues, and would it be? Not to mention, it would be all too convenient that Popovich retires and now you're moving forward with a new number 1 overall pick and what have you. I don't know. I guess I'm going to be unpopular, but there's just no way around this. I cannot buy into conspiracy theories about the NBA draft lottery without actually having evidence of there being some kind of weird conspiracy that the Mavericks would be the most favored nation status, and that all the league owners around the league, all these hyper-competitive billionaires decide every year, well, hey, who should we just go ahead and give the number 1 overall pick to this year?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. Sometimes things are random and they happen, and circumstances are just that this is the way it works. I think the NBA could actually, maybe by being a little bit more transparent and get rid of the ping pong balls and just go old school with
envelopes,
or not even envelopes, slips of paper or whatever it might be. The key is how do you. And you got to do it right out in front of everybody, write the name down on the paper, put it in. But even that wouldn't work. There's no way in hell that people won't be accusing the NBA of vast conspiracy theories every year after the lottery.
There's no solution. It's just there is no solution. Now the conspiracy theory, the point you brought up at the end there is the best point, which is all the other owners would have to agree.
Yeah.
That's
I plunked down $2 billion of my own money to buy this team, but yeah, sure, let's just go ahead and give it to the Mavs this year.
The conspiracy theory is more about the Lakers than it is the Mavericks that I've seen, Seth.
Yeah.
That at the behest of Adam Silver, the commissioner of the league, the Mavs agreed to send Luka to the Lakers to put him in a big market with LeBron, one of their top stars, put him there in exchange for the NBA fixing the lottery in the Mavericks' favor.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Nico Harrison, the GM, was just all part. He was playing 5-dimensional chess the whole time.
And making himself look like a moron in the process.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he said, in this conspiracy theory, he would have to sacrifice his reputation as a moderately intelligent human being. And say things like, I didn't realize how popular Luka was in Dallas. Oopsie.
And in the 30 years they've been doing it this way, we have yet, as far as I know, please somebody forward it to us if you have, like any actual evidence of anybody doing anything like that. There's just people, people don't like the results, and they point out a potential motivation. And in this day and age especially, as long as there's motivation, then it definitely happens.
Oh, yeah.
Sean, I am terrified of the day that I am wrongfully accused of murder, because especially if it's an unpopular person. Because if that person gets up and they point out my motive for why I would have killed him, the jury would be like, he totally would have wanted to kill him.
Totally plausible, man. Totally plausible. In the hour after the night, rigged was trending. The word rigged was trending on Twitter. Will Kunkel of Fox 26 put up a poll.
Yeah, I haven't
last
looked at the results. I'll guess. But I know I saw your reaction to the poll.
I just said yowza. That was all. So yeah, you can.
What's the question?
The question is very simple. Do you believe the NBA draft lottery was rigged? Okay.
I'm guessing. You said yowza. I'm guessing it's 87% said yes.
Okay, I'm going to give you a ding for that. 90 as of right now. There's still 11 hours left to vote.
Yeah.
91% said yes. 9% no.
I know. Oh, Seth, you're a schmuck. You're a sucker. Oh, you're so naive. You don't know the way things work. Yeah, I get it. I'm just a patsy. Yeah.
You seem as disgusted about this as anything I've seen you disgusted about in a long time.
It's honestly the conspiracy. It's become the new form of logic. It's that just as long as there's a plausible motivation for somebody to do something, then they totally did it, and I 100% agree. That's why I don't take in anything political on social media, because it's 98% that.
Yeah.
Like, they did this, so obviously that's why they did it, and they're all guilty.
So your frustration with this is beyond. It sounds like well beyond just a few ping pong balls in the lottery. Yeah, that's okay. So that's what I'm saying.
And I'll be unpopular for it. Our ratings will plummet for this. I'll probably get death threats. Yeah,
You start giving up.
Who's been Seth Payne? Obviously Adam Silver.
Right.
Obviously Adam Silver has already sent the check to Seth Payne.
They got to him. I
need to see his Venmo account.
The reactions on this the reactions on this are interesting. Someone says, when will the Rockets catch a break? And I don't know if that's sarcastic or if it's real. They have not other than Reed Shepherd last year and them moving up with Brooklyn's pick. The Rockets have probably, for where their record was all those recent years they've been in the lottery, they probably wound up on the wrong side of where they should have been. They were the worst team in the league a couple of times, and they never wound up with the number one overall pick. I will remind people, and maybe you're a young listener and you need a history lesson here. The Rockets are one of the major reasons that the NBA lottery even exists. The Rockets went into total tank mode back in 1984. They had drafted Ralph Sampson in 83. They went into tank mode in 84, back when the version of the lottery then was the two worst teams. There was a coin flip between the two worst teams, and the winner got the number one pick, and the loser got the number two pick. And the Rockets are like, well, if we just finish in the bottom two, we're going to have a 50-50 shot at Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah.
And so that was the very next year was the first ever NBA lottery with the non-playoff teams. That immediately the conspiracy theory started because Patrick Ewing wound up in New York.
Well, plus the Rockets have overperformed versus probability in the last 4 years. They've had.
Have they?
Yeah, they've had. No, you don't get the time. They've been winning the lottery. They've been doing very well in the lottery. Well,
they were the worst team in basketball, and they've never been picking first. That's
right, but they haven't been picking first, but it's still right. But they're still overperformed by probability of them getting the number 3 pick or number 4 pick or number 3 pick or number 2 pick.
Yeah,
I mean, they've been in the top 4 the last 4 years.
That's true. They're not Utah, who was the worst team and is picking 5th right now.
Right. No, they've the Rockets have had very good luck in the lottery. They've had a top 4 pick for 4 years.
Yeah.
So I guess the league is helping out the Rockets. If you're a conspiracy theorist that 100% believe that it's rigged, then you have to concede that the league, for whatever reason, is giving it to their darling, the Houston Rockets.
Yeah. Let's see here. Someone says, Seth, I will protect you. Don't worry. Seth, after hours, hearing you out, it was rigged. Oh, after hearing you out, someone says, ... it was rigged.
It was. I know. I'm not going to fight it anymore.
Yeah.
I'm going to go live in my hole in the woods. I started digging it a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, yeah? How deep?
Yeah. I haven't told Brandy about it yet. Hopefully she's not listening
now.
She's got a hole. What's that?
How deep do you need to go for a proper hole in the hole in the ground?
I don't know. Somebody with military experience or one of our oil and gas people tell me. How deep does my bunker need to be for ground troops not to be able to discover it?
Yeah.
With, from above with some kind of a scanner.
Yeah.
15 feet deep, 20 feet deep. I'm not sure.
Text in.
But then you got a whole thing. Sean, I've done the research. I got to have my air holes put up in strategic locations far away from the bunker, but then have a self-exploding mechanism that can't follow
kidding.
It back to the.
This wasn't a joke. Yeah. Seth has a long list of things that are going into this bunker.
Brandy wanted me to make a list of improvements I wanted to make to the landscape this year, and I sent her back a series of explosive perimeters and charges around our house.
That's cute.
And we got to clear all the landscape. For at least 300 yards.
Okay.
so I can have my sniper rifle on top of our roof.
Someone is
full
ready.
360 degrees.
Someone is ready for end of days. Yeah.
I'm a prepper.
The other story with this, I mean, obviously we're focused on the Rockets side of it, and honestly, to me, the worst part for the Rockets isn't that they got the 10th pick in the draft. I wasn't expecting them to win the lottery or even get into the top 4. It's that the 2 Texas teams got the top 2 picks. It's that Cooper Flagg is now in your division. With the Mavericks get a get out of jail free card with this lottery. I'm putting the conspiracy theories aside and assuming that this was random luck that they got this. Okay, for the conspiracy theories.
Cooper Flagg's a choke artist. I was not impressed with him. Yeah, he doesn't have it in the clutch. All kinds of flubs in the fourth quarter during the playoffs, and screw Cooper Flagg.
But this is where I'm going with this, and I think he's going to be good. And I know you're like half joking, but you're right. Like he wasn't great in the tournament. But the fact that I think the Mavericks kind of get a reprieve with their fan base. So like that was a fan base that was totally out on that franchise. Like they were. Protests. They were not showing up. They either didn't show up to games or would show up to games to yell at people who made these decisions. Fire Nico, they were chanting. And if I were the Mavericks, I would still fire Nico Harrison. I don't think you can have him anywhere near any of these decisions. And it's easy to make the decision to draft Cooper Flagg. He'll be the number 1 pick. It's all the decisions that subsequently need to get made over the next few years to build a team around him, because he traded for aging, injured superstars. So that's the part for me. I'm like, Dallas was feeling bad as a city about their basketball team, and now this gives them something to feel good about. And I don't want those people to have things to feel good about. That's the thing for me, is that Cooper Flagg does re-inject some hope in their franchise. Mm-hmm. I want a hopeless Dallas. It's more fun when we have hope down here and they don't have any hope up there. That's how I feel about that.
Yes. I think 87% of Mavericks fans are convinced that Nico Harrison will trade away this number 1 overall pick.
Or draft a baseball player. That's what I said on Twitter last night. He's going to accidentally draft the wrong sport.
It's kind of like with the Browns when they do anything well in the draft. I'm just expecting them to completely blow it up anyway.
Yeah,
great.
Right.
If they had taken Travis Hunter, sure. Good. Let's see what the Browns would have done with Travis Hunter.
They'll screw it up. No, they'll screw it up. Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I hope they keep Nico Harrison from now until the end of time up there. But so that part kind of sucked. And now San Antonio has a nice asset. presumably. It seems like San Antonio and Houston are the two. I don't know if they're the most likely landing spots for Giannis, but they're the ones. Those are the two teams that if they want Giannis, have the wherewithal and the assets to go do it. And San Antonio, the number 2 pick in the draft, is a really, even in a one-player draft, is a really, really nice dangling chip there to get a Giannis trade done. So there's that too. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get back to the Rockets a little later in the show and their offseason. Kelly Iko of The Athletic had a really good piece kind of laying out some of where the Rockets are on some of these potential superstars that could be available. And Giannis may be available. Giannis has been given permission, but he's looking around. For the first time, he's open to maybe leaving Milwaukee. The Rockets are absolutely going to factor into that as well. We'll get into that a little later in the show. We've got NBA headlines. We've got Major League Baseball headlines. We've got NFL headlines, and we'll get into all those coming up next.
Churrasco Steaks and Seafoods. It's Latin.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, thank you to the Men's Tea Clinic for sponsoring headlines. Let's start with the NBA. We dug into it in the previous segment. If you're just getting in your car, the Rockets finished 10th in the draft lottery last night, so they have the 10th overall pick in the draft. Remains to be seen if they'll use it or if they'll trade it. It is even at 10, it's still a nice trade chip if they choose to move on from that. They've got a lot of young guys on the team already. The winner of the lottery, this is what has everybody talking, is the Dallas Mavericks, to which I would tell people, even amidst the conspiracy theories, that the league had a wink-wink with them that if they traded Luka to the Lakers in the draft, that's the prevailing conspiracy theory, is that at least the Spurs didn't win the lottery. That would have been that would have been a psychological gut punch, I think, not just for Rocket fans, but I think for the rest of the league. If the Spurs were to win the lottery twice in 3 years, in those 3 years, Seth, the one they would win it would be Victor Wembanyama, and the other would have been Cooper Flagg, and in between, one of the worst drafts in NBA history. Last year's draft was a terrible draft. It was awful. That would have been a psychological gut punch. So we take solace, at least, that the Spurs got the second pick, not the first pick. At least I do. So that's
do I have to just embrace the conspiracy theory? Do I just have to go against the grain of everything that I believe?
No, I just think you don't need to embrace it. I just don't want to see it frustrate you the way that it did in the previous segment. It's
a long running thing. It's honestly, Sean, it's because. I don't need to elaborate on it.
Yeah.
Like when it comes to the Rockets themselves, I think that you didn't believe me, and I know the listeners didn't believe me when I said that the Rockets have actually done well versus probability, and people bring up, well, what about Jalen Green? They had the worst record in the league. That year, the Rockets had a 52% chance of having a top 4 pick. Like it's of having a top 4 pick. So just because this is exactly why the lottery is designed this way, because it inserts randomness into it. You can't guarantee yourself a number 1 pick overall just because you were the worst team in the league. So it's like, no, that's not it. This is wishing it, because if you try to go by the math and make it random, people hate it when the randomness pops
I 100% believed you. Utah's picking 5th. The Rockets at least never wound up there where they were completely outside of the top 4.
Yeah.
My point was that they've been the worst team a few times, and there's a feeling among fans that, man, at least could the basketball gods at least give us a pick? Can we at least not finish 1 pick or 2 picks away from these potentially generational players? You wanted Cade Cunningham, you got Jalen Green. You wanted Paolo Banchero, you got Jabari Smith Jr. You wanted Wembanyama, you got Amen Thompson. And all those 3 guys the Rockets got are good basketball players. The 3 guys they missed out on are guys that are going to be potentially first-team All-NBA guys for the next however many, starting in a few years.
It sucks. Yeah,
it sucks.
I
Yeah.
I don't. You got to show me actual evidence that confounds the mathematics when it comes to there being an actual conspiracy theory.
Well, and then
the Mavericks had a 1.8% chance of getting the number 1 overall. Yeah, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
If you run the draft enough times, you're going to have long odds actually come through.
Yep. NBA playoffs last night. Big night in the NBA playoffs, and probably for a lot of the wrong reasons. The Boston Celtics, defending NBA champs, are now down 3-1. They lose to the Knicks in New York last night. Jalen Brunson was outstanding again, just hitting shot after shot, 39 points. But the big story in this game, Jason Tatum goes down late in the game with, it looks like an Achilles. He's holding it in the same spot that everybody who on the back of the heel. He was shown in the bowels of the stadium being wheeled out in a wheelchair with his hands in his face in his hands, crying. So it doesn't look good for Jason Tatum, not just for this playoff series. And he was having a great game last night, too, before he got hurt. But this could be one that the Celtics – this could be one that impacts them next season as well if it's an Achilles tear for Jason Tatum.
Did you see Stephon Diggs was courtside at that game?
Cardi B.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. It was Cardi B. Okay.
Yep.
She was the only one I recognized they showed the celebrity row there. And I saw, I was like, Stephon Diggs. And who's that next to him? Cardi B.
Cardi B. And
then the 9 other really, really famous people that I just glanced at. I didn't know who the hell any of them were.
I know. That's why I feel more and more detached every year. Like, here's the celebrity row. I'm like, okay. You sure?
Yes.
You sure you have the right row? Yeah, there was a video I just saw during the break of Stephon Diggs and Cardi B. It looked like it might have been either during halftime or after the game, because they're kind of standing on the court. And he looked to be kind of canoodling a little bit, as Rich Lord would like to say. Like kind of.
That's got to be an interesting relationship, man. I feel like sometimes certain personality types don't mix, but it's probably exciting in certain aspects of their life. Yeah, I think that's one.
Yeah. So Jason Tatum, we'll keep an eye on that, but that's sad news for the Celtics and Jason Tatum. Meanwhile, the Golden State Warriors, dealing with injury issues of their own, no Steph Curry. They lose last night to the Minnesota Timberwolves. So we are one game.
Shame.
Yeah, we are one game away from getting the Warriors.
Yep. You know, in that Kelly Eco article, they pointed out, you know, that this isn't the first time that Udoka has lost to Steve Kerr in the Warriors.
Yeah.
At some point, though, just all of the experience and the cohesion and everything, it falls apart if you don't have Stephon Diggs. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people after that series said, hey, look, it wasn't just Curry, sorry, or Stephon Diggs. Curry, look, hey, look, it wasn't all about just the Rockets limiting Curry. There was more to it than that. But Curry had a whole lot to do with it.
Yes, yeah no doubt. NBC signs Michael Jordan as a special contributor for their NBA coverage. My wish is that we get Hall of Fame speech, Michael Jordan. That's the that's the version I want.
I hope I don't need one of these guys that are just kowtowing to every NBA superstar and acting like they're the greatest thing that ever was. I need Michael Jordan doing nothing but just defending the legacy of his era of basketball and him himself. Now, I want him doing LeBron James games and just pointing out all the ways that he's faltering and how that Michael would have done it differently.
And how he could still beat him today. Like I feel like I still got 3 points left in me here.
I just want to hear. I need to hear 10 minutes of hand check talk every single broadcast.
Yes. So that's I am intrigued by it. Like Michael Jordan, even being in he's never been in the media before. I'm intrigued by it. Astros lose last night to the Royals, 7-5. The final score. The Royals built up a 7-0 lead off of Ryan Gusto, the starter in this game. He was not good. He was wild. And Gusto's been good this season so far. Last night was not the night. Here's Joe Espada on his rookie starter.
I thought the stuff was good. A few walks, got behind on some of these hitters. Then he had to come in zone against some pretty good hitters, and they put some good swings on him. But he's been pretty good all year. Just falling behind some of these hitters really affect him today.
He looks like John Rocker. I noticed that last night, Gusto. He's got a little bit of a rocker vibe to him.
It's interesting that you didn't notice he looked like John Rocker until last night.
I'm
like, oh boy, this is. I never thought of this before, but as run after run is getting notched up. You know what? You look like John Rocker.
No. I typed it before the game. It's in the rundown.
Okay.
I typed it before the game. I'm like, he looks. I've thought for the last couple times he looks like somebody. And last night, as he's on the mound, I'm like, he looks like John Rocker. Looks a little bit like John Rocker.
Rocker didn't play as long as I thought he had. I thought he was kicking around for a long time after he was like in his heyday, but he only played 7 seasons, I think.
And you follow John Rocker closely because you have been talked about as looking like John Rocker.
I look a little bit like John Rocker. Yeah.
Yep.
One time I was at this charity event where it was Thurman Thomas, John Rocker, who were actually like they're actually it was a good time. It was a good time. And Billy Washington puts it together. But John Rocker and it was late. It was like 1 a.m. during the Super Bowl week, and we were in this bar, and John Rocker is talking to me, and he was like, holy crap, I do look like you. And he sounded so disgusted. I was like, hey man, yeah, I got a little bit more jowl fat than you do, but by and large, it doesn't. I could be like your slightly less in shape brother.
Was that the Super Bowl, like the way back Super Bowl of 2003 here, or was that the one more recently, like the 2006?
That was the Atlanta Super Bowl.
Oh, it was in the Atlanta Super Bowl. Oh, okay,
yeah.
Sorry. For some reason, I thought it was a Houston.
We were
Super
having
Bowl.
a good time because we were out in a bar in Atlanta, and Thurman Thomas was funny when I was talking to Thurman about John Rocker. It's a good example. Whenever people are like, how's this guy going to get along with that guy in the locker room?
Right.
And guys get along just fine. It's just Rocker and Rocker and Thurman Thomas were just they had a great time together.
What a random pairing. Like, had they known each other before that?
Yeah, they'd known each other because they'd done a few of these events together before or anything. Yeah.
Yeah,
you guys people ask, like, well, how's this guy who likes Trump versus this guy who doesn't like Trump? How are they going to get along in the locker room? Like anybody else in the workplace does.
Yeah.
You don't act like you're the worst version of yourself on social media. You find common ground and you have fun with that stuff, and then you make fun of each other about both your political beliefs and your physical irregularities.
That's right.
Like Thurman the whole time was like, "You look like Seth Payne." Ha!
Last headline here. The Cowboys will face the Eagles in the season opener on Thursday night, September the 4th. So that'll be the opener.
They're going to get killed.
The opener to the season. Not with George Pickens on the team, man. Not with
Cowboys are going to get destroyed. They're just going to get. They are going to get destroyed. 21 points, Sean. I'm calling it right now.
What do you think the spread is? The spread is out on that.
Where is it?
It's in Philly.
It's in Philly?
Yeah.
I'd say Eagles -9.
-7 right now.
Okay.
But I think it could go in that direction. I think it like that. 7's a number where if it goes up, now you're talking about more than a touchdown. But that's
I think the Eagles come out and do nothing but the tush push the first 10 plays of the game.
Well, we'll find out if they're allowed to in a week or so. At the owners, they got the meetings coming up here, so we'll see. All right, Payne and Pendergast, those are your headlines. Yeah, Cowboy. The schedule is starting to come out in dribs and drabs here. The entire international schedule's out there. There's some other games that are going to get leaked here intentionally over the next 24 hours. And then the schedule release itself is tomorrow night. In fact, let's go there. I've got, especially after last season where I thought the Texans played a pretty tough schedule, especially the way it was put together, I've got 5 requests for the scheduling computer when it comes to the Texans schedule that gets released tomorrow. 5 requests with a big pretty please in front of all of them. That is coming up next. Academy, sports, and
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday, 713-572-4610. The NBA will block, there's a text, the NBA will block any trade involving Giannis going to the Rockets, and he'll end up in San Antonio, and Milwaukee will get the second pick in the draft somehow. And the 14th pick, because San Antonio has the 14th pick in the draft as well. So there you go. That's the
NBA doesn't help itself with certain things, like the Chris Paul block and all of that. That's the dodgy stuff that it opens you up to the conspiracy theories when you do actively do things that just don't smell right. I can't, as you guys know, I can't get with the draft lottery theories until I see actual evidence of it. And it's been 30 years where there's no actual evidence of anything like that, other than that people don't like the way probability works. And especially when it doesn't work out for you, it feels like you must have gotten do anything about that. I can't go back and teach 8th grade probability to the entire world.
No.
I can't do it.
Someone says, I think Dallas will trade the number 1 pick to the Bucks for Giannis. I thought about this last night. Like, if the Rockets were able to win that lottery, like, that asset all of a sudden becomes something where that's 1 or 2 other guys you probably don't have to give up in a trade. Now, I would just draft Cooper Flagg and roll with it. But if the Rockets were of mine to make a Giannis trade, we'll talk more about that later in the show. Kelly Iko of The Athletic had a good piece kind of laying out all the options for the Rockets if they are going to go star hunting. Like, the difference between the 10th pick and Cooper Flagg in what a trade, like, that's the bounce of a ping pong ball could have turned that asset into something major where, like, okay, well, now we don't even have to listen to somebody say the words Amen Thompson to us on the phone anymore in a trade like that. Like, we can really hang up on them,
If you really wanted to fix it, which I would recommend this across all sports, now that all sports have baseball's different and it's the loosest, but they've got some form of a salary cap or luxury tax or what have you. Just open it up to no more draft, just free agency. Just and if a team wants to go all in on which is a more American way to do it anyway.
Yeah.
It's just flat out like, hey, no, guys are kid comes out of college, he can choose where he wants to go be employed by.
Yep.
And some teams will pay heavily and screw up, others will pay well. It's just that would still be too lopsided, even with the cap for teams that can spend a lot of money.
It would, and especially in the NFL, the draft is just such big business. It occupies 3 months of the calendar year, just draft talk and the combine and everything else,
Well, how about rookie free agency? That would be big too.
It would.
That would be even more. That might even be more exciting.
Look, it would be, and if you have an owner that's willing to spend a lot of money, a lot of capital, a lot of cash out there, it gets really exciting.
Stupidly, and then you get the benefit of, man, when a guy is a bust, you didn't just lose out on a draft pick. You've got salary cap issues and everything else, and that team will hate that player so much.
Yes,
because he didn't just waste a draft pick. You're soaking up 20% of the cap.
That's it. Yeah, I know you're clogging up things. So the schedule comes out tomorrow, and I was thinking about this. I was thinking about last year's schedule, Seth. Like the Texans, as far as who the opponents were, if I were to go back and look, I'm like, yeah, they played a harder schedule than a lot of teams because you had the 3 games against other division winner, the first place schedule thing, that's a little overrated. It really only affects 3 games on the schedule, the first place schedule. But when 2 of those games are the Chiefs and the Ravens last year, and the difference between a 4 seed and potentially a 2 seed is a couple of games, that you lose, that sort of matters. And then you have the 3 primetime games in a row, which I think in the middle of the year, which I think was, that didn't go real well for the Texans,
It didn't go well for the Texans. I thought the Christmas Day game as a whole couldn't have gone much better for the intrigue around it. I mean,
intrigue,
4 AFC playoff caliber teams going at it head to head, and then with all of them weeks. If it had gone well for the Texans, I would have thought it was the greatest thing ever. And hell yeah. NFL football on a Wednesday because it's Christmas? Sure, let's do it.
Right. 31-2. 31-2 was the final score.
It's weird that there's no Christmas Day game this year. I mean, they did it on a Wednesday last year.
No, there is.
It would be on a. Oh, I thought you said there was no Christmas Day game.
No. I'll get to that. I'm hoping the Texans don't play the Christmas game.
I got you.
Yeah. I'll get to that. No, they actually announced it this morning. The Chiefs and the Broncos are playing in one of the Christmas Day games. No, my wishes for the Texans, number one, is that they don't play on Christmas Day again this year. I don't need to see that again. I don't need my Christmas sullied by a 31-2 loss again. That ruined Christmas for me last year. So I don't want another Christmas Day game this year.
It didn't. Would it have ruined it for you if it was a close loss by the Texans instead of just getting absolutely destroyed by the Ravens?
It would have been better. I mean, obviously, yeah, it would have been better. I just want my Christmas Day back.
I don't know, man. I enjoyed it. See, the difference for you is that you also had to work on Christmas Day and we'd do the pregame show and everything that leads up to the. So it took out a bigger chunk of your time. I feel like for the average fan, win or lose, it's Christmas. Look, by Christmas afternoon, you're done with most of the pomp and circumstance of Christmas. Like, let's just get on with my life.
Right.
So it was nice to have the diversion.
I'm wishing for no Christmas Day game. Others may wish for a Christmas Day game. I don't think they're going to get a Christmas off of Christmas Day last year with the way that they played in that Ravens game.
Yeah.
But Beyonce was good. That was fun.
Just don't make it versus the Ravens.
Yeah.
Until the Texans get over the Ravens hump. That's my barometer anymore for whether the Texans are a bona fide team. Is can you put up a fight versus the Ravens?
Here's my second request, is that Cam Ward is now in the division. I would rather catch Cam Ward early. I know they're going to play him twice. I'd rather catch him early in the season. Remember Andrew Luck's rookie year? I'm not saying Cam Ward is Andrew Luck, but he is the first overall pick in the draft. Andrew Luck's rookie year, the Texans didn't play him till like weeks 15 and 17 that year. So you got, I'd rather catch the rookie early on in his rookie season than later in his rookie season.
I like catching the rookie. I used to be the opposite. I used to be like you. Now, the problem with a rookie quarterback is that you have zero clue exactly how he's going to play in his offense and what he's going to look like in the NFL. So there's things that they can get away with and mistakes that the rookies can make early in the season that they don't get away with after there's some film on them. So I've flipped on that. I think I'd rather face a rookie quarterback
maybe middle of the season.
Later in the season.
Yeah.
Now it's not like Cam Ward is as extreme a rushing threat as other young quarterbacks have been, because that's like Anthony Richardson. So that's another big dynamic to it. But he can escape and make plays on the move. I want as much film as possible on Cam Ward before we play him.
So far you do not like either of my wishes. You would get on the and you would say, hey, those wishes Sean had, don't do them. So far I'm 0 for 2. All right, number 3. The Texans have to travel to the West Coast 3 times, or put it this way. They've got 3 games on the West Coast this year. 2 in L.A., they play the Rams and the Chargers, and they play Seattle. Take 2 of those games and make them one long West Coast trip. So you're not going back and forth and back and forth. The fewer times they have to get on a plane and travel out to the West Coast, the better.
Yes, I agree with this, and part of this comes down to the composition of a team. There's some teams, I'm thinking about maybe 2 decades worth of Bengals teams back in the day that you don't necessarily trust to be on the road for a full week because
in LA
you're gonna have to have bed check every night. You're gonna be rounding guys up. One of your quality control coaches is gonna be out trying to wrangle somebody out of the strip club at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
I feel like the Texans are pretty mature as a football team. Their younger guys don't seem to be very headache-ish. So I think the best thing for them would be able to hang out on the West Coast for a week.
For a week, yeah. And I think they like that whole. I think they like getting away as a team. Remember last year the Hall of Fame game and the first preseason game? They just stayed up there in Ohio and they were like, "This is kind of fun." It's like we're at summer camp with each other. So take 2 of those West Coast trips, put them back to back, and let the Texans go sequester themselves in Palm Springs or something like that.
Yeah, you could go and you could go out to CJ could have dinner at his place.
All the fellas over. It'd be cool. All right, so that's number 3. Number 4, put the bye week at a normal time this year. That bye week on December 8th last year sucked. 13 straight weeks of football. And then the bye was in early December for the
It was. Even you had guys that normally wouldn't act like they care about the bye week. Just by the end of that stretch, saying, "Oh man, I wish we'd had a bye week earlier."
Yeah.
As classically, whenever you've never been through something and you think, "Oh, yeah, whatever, the bye week is whenever the bye week is, we'll adjust." You get through it finally, and you're like, it's probably how like women are with childbirth. Like, "Oh yeah, it's all beautiful, and I can't wait. Yeah. Then immediately after childbirth, like, "Oh, can we just knock it off for at least a few months?"
Yeah.
We're just, I need a little bit of time to recuperate.
Women weigh in. Does Seth's childbirth analogy hold up?
Yes.
Comparing it to the
What's
bye
harder,
week.
going 13 weeks with no bye week or giving birth with no pain meds?
Weigh in,
Yes.
women. Yeah, 713-572-4610. Yeah, so just like like week 9. I'd take week 9, somewhere early November, something like that. Not early December.
That's
Sweet spot.
delivering 1 week early to a 6-pound baby, and you've got an epidural.
That's right.
All right, easy as she goes. Here we go.
That's right. So that's number 4. Last one. Make the matchup with the Chiefs a nice noon kickoff in early October. I don't need a prime time. The last 2 times they've gone to Kansas City to play a game, not including the playoff game last year, they played Thursday night football to open the season, blown out. And then last year's regular season game, the one that Tank got hurt in, was a noon kickoff, but it was 4 days before Christmas. It was cold. Mm-hmm. Just give me a nice fall day in Kansas City, like in 2019 when they beat them in Kansas City with Deshaun Watson. Remember that? That was week 6. Give me week 6 again.
I'm against you on this one again too, because I want them to have as many playoff-like environments as possible.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the Ravens, now the Ravens are a different boat.
See, I think the Chiefs are a different boat too.
For me, with the Chiefs, through the first 3 quarters of that game in Kansas City, the Texans were doing a pretty impressive job of making it a competitive game. Everything fell apart in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
I would love to see them actually get it together in the fourth quarter versus a really good Chiefs team in a playoff-like environment. I am all for prime time versus the Chiefs.
Okay. So my wishes go against your wishes in 3 of these 5, it looks like here.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Schedule comes out tomorrow night.
If I were strolling into prison and somebody had said, "Hey, pick out the biggest guy to fight and establish yourself on the first day," which, by the way, kids, is horrible advice. If you get sent to the clink anytime soon, just shut up and keep
to yourself.
Your head down and just stay out of trouble.
Go to
all
work.
right?
Yeah.
You don't just get the hell. Just stay. Yeah. But if somebody gave you that advice to go in and fight the biggest guy, I would go into prison and I would see the Ravens and I'd see the Chiefs and I'd be like, "Oh, yeah, the second toughest guy in here is the guy I should fight. I'll go for the Chiefs. I'll just let think about maybe then the big guy will maybe because he sees me fighting number 2, I'll do his dirty work for him."
It's a good strategy.
And then I'll shiv the Ravens in the side somewhere when he's sleeping or something.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's funny, for those years when it was really bad here and the Texans weren't playing any primetime games, like the David Culley and Lovie Smith years specifically, there were a lot of people like, "Man, I can't wait till they're good again and we get some Sunday night football and Monday night football." And yet these are a couple of the texts that we're getting when we're talking about the schedule here. I want the fewest primetime games possible. Give me Sunday at noon every week and I'll be happy. I will say that does allow you to get into a bit more of a routine. When you're noon every Sunday. Middle screen saying the same thing. I want 17 noon Sunday games with a bye in week 9.
It is nice. It is nice to have that rhythm and just go. And sometimes you miss for the, I miss back in the day when times were simpler. When I was poor, I was happier because I could just, I'd go to work, I'd come home, I'd have a beer, and that was all I had to worry about. This being a manager stuff kind of stinks. Yeah, there's something to that.
Yeah. What are your wishes? Text in 713-572-4610. Okay, this is kind of funny because this text is in response to Boomer Esiason's Sports Minute at the top of the hour.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the text says, "How do you guys feel about the report that came out that Texas high school football is going to be sending plays into everyone in the huddle? Everyone's going to have some sort of wearable device like an Apple Watch, and that's kind of watering the right crowd out of it. I don't have to please don't voice the text anymore." Here's Boomer Esiason on this bit of news that this texter is texting about.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Coaches calling in plays through the quarterback's headsets who must look them up on their wristbands is so 1990s, folks. This fall, Texas high school coaches will be able to send in plays to everyone in the huddle via wearables such as wristwatches. Oh, come on. Sign stealing will be a thing of the past and disruptive fan noise becomes irrelevant. This is football's future, I guess, and I don't like it. I'm Boomer Esiason.
I love that his name is Boomer. I love that his first name is Boomer, and that's his take. When I heard that, I'm like, you're going to have to change your name. You have to go to your regular name. I think his real name's Walter, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Boomer. What a boomer take.
Yeah, that is
Boomer.
That is a Boomer take, right?
We got to start doing the Boomer take of the week where he sounds most like a boomer.
Yes.
Yeah. I think Boomer probably snuck in. He's an old Gen X, I'm guessing.
Drafted in 1983? No, 84. He was drafted because he.
You know what? It's weird. Where in some ways the introduction of electronics is the best way to discourage cheating.
Yeah.
Because you have to, as we've seen with the PitchCom, it's that all right, man. If they're going to use all kinds of technological ways to decipher the old signs, then let's just add more technology to the mix. And then I guess the scary part is the truly rich teams will have a leg up on cheating.
Yeah.
So like some of the Westlake whatever up there in Dallas, those rich kids, they might steal the signals or whatever electronically or something. But by and large, you don't have to worry as much about guys, putting people in the stands to steal signs or do whatever.
These high school teams all of a sudden have like 3 future MIT grads on the team, like 3 kids that are going to major in computer science in college on the team. Like, why is Harold on the team? He's 5'3", 100 and nothing. No reason at all.
He's actually a young baby boomer. Boomer is.
Okay.
So baby boomers right now are between 61 and 79 years old, and Boomer is 64 years old.
Right,
so he is a
boomer.
Boomer is a boomer.
Boomer's a boomer, man. Yeah, Boomer is a boomer. The crowd noise one is the interesting one there. You're like, if you're getting the plays on an Apple Watch or whatever, I guess the crowd noise at the line of scrimmage, it's still a problem. If you want to audible and things like that, I suppose.
Yeah, right? But by and large, even at the big high schools, it's still not the same level of difficulty or the same challenge. I think.
Right. Oh yeah, no, for sure. You're right about that. Yeah.
I'm guessing too. Tell you the parents weigh in on this. I'm guessing it's going to be a league by league thing as to whether they want to adopt it or something.
Well, I wonder, does the NFL ever adopt it? That's the thing, I guess.
Actual
or college
wearable devices. Yeah,
wearable
of a headset.
Yeah. Well, instead of a headset going to the the quarterback's the only one that hears the headset. Do they ever go to something where everybody's got some sort of wearable and they're just looking down at it?
Wait, now is it just the quarterbacks that are going to have the wearable devices?
No, it sounds like people. Play it one more time, Ben. Let's see. I think it's people. I construed it as everybody in the huddle having one, but maybe I'm wrong. Here, play it one more time.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Coaches calling headsets must look them up on their wristbands is so 1990s, folks. This fall, Texas high school coaches will be able to send in plays to everyone in the huddle via wearables such.
Okay, yeah.
So there you go. Everyone in the huddle.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of like it. Listen, man, Sean, this is a problem with high school football. You've got some dumb kids on the team, some really dumb kids.
You can say that at every level of football, probably, right?
Just as a cross section. Yeah, no. That's one of the things that there's dumb players at every level of football, but there's still. You can only be so dumb and get away with it in the NFL unless you're incredibly talented.
Right. Oh, high school
football, you've got who you've got, and it's a small. So there's some kids that really have a hard time remembering the play call from the huddle to the snap to the line of scrimmage and what have you. I feel like this is a godsend for a lot of high school football coaches.
Dude.
If they can just remind Bluto to check his wristwatch right before the snap.
There will be kids in high school that don't know how to put the damn thing on. They're that dumb, forget about getting the play on the watch. Like getting the watch on their arm is going to be an issue for them. Oh my God.
It's a cost issue, though. That's where I'm guessing from league by league. It depends on how rich your league is.
Yeah.
I know if you're like somewhere out in West Texas, I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of leagues that are like, oh, listen, okay, cool, we're allowed to do this, but we're not going to do this.
Right.
We can't be forking over the money for Apple Watches for 50 kids on the team.
In Texas, I don't think they'd find the money in Texas.
I'm saying
states,
in
like
a lot of the rural areas or what have you.
Yeah, maybe. And yet those rural areas find a way to get stadiums built sometimes. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Oh, the texter for that text. Sorry about that, guys. I was driving, so I couldn't text by hand. I'll do better from now on, LOL. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to take you to task. I realize that most of the people wanting to communicate with the show are probably in their cars. I don't want to encourage dangerous things here.
They should just let kids out there with their iPhones. That's the.
If
you don't have the money in the budget for the special devices, put them out with like one of those work site type of cases on it, and a holster. Yeah,
not even the holster, but like you see a lot of women wearing these, like the tight spandex like yoga pants that has the slip pocket in the side of it on the thigh where they slip the phone in there. The football pants can slip the phone. You got to have a case on it because you might get tackled. Mm-hmm. But that's a good idea, man. 11 kids in the huddle.
The guys taking selfies right before the snap.
They totally would be.
Live streaming their personal experience.
They totally would be. Absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, a couple bits of audio here. I liked hearing this. I was not all that hepped up about the Texans drafting a quarterback, let alone Graham Mertz, who I don't know what my big glitch is with him other than I must have lost money on some Wisconsin games at some point when he was there. But this was pretty cool. You can kind of see maybe from this cut here from DJ Lagway, who's a Houston area kid, and he took over at Florida after Mertz tore his ACL. It's about a guy who, look, if Davis Mills leaves after this season to go somewhere else, this is the guy who may be in line to become the backup quarterback for the Texans. This was DJ Lagway on RG3's podcast about Texans rookie Graham Mertz.
I'll never forget Coach Napier. It was like in December. He came up to the high school. We were sitting in my head coach's office. He was like, having Graham Mertz is going to be the best thing that ever happened for you. And at first I was like, I don't know. I can't promise you that. I don't know. But, and just going through all this, man, having Graham Mertz was the best thing I could ask for. Just like seeing how he approaches everything. He's just a professional on and off the field. Like, it was crazy, like, just to see how he moved around the building, the way he just operated. And it was just great to just watch and observe and learn, and just he gave me different ways how to learn the playbook, how to read coverages, gave me little tips and tactics, the way to figure out different things, and just being a SEC quarterback, and I feel like just throughout the season, he just still helped me through all what was happening, and all that. He was still being there for me. And then his injury, after that, he was still in meetings, helping me in different things like that. So Graham Mertz has been a blessing for me and my family, and I'm just tremendously thankful for him.
You know what that sounds like, Sean? I call him the sheriff because this guy just controls everything, and he's just always calm, cool, and collected.
Is that your
Gruden?
Under
control. That's Gruden. That's my Gruden.
That's pretty good.
So if there's one theme of this year's draft, I think it's that Nick, maybe it's just random chance or what have you, but he took some guys that showed steady progression through their college career, and I think they're improving. Jaden Reed, Jaden Higgins went from, Eastern Kentucky to Iowa State, got better every year. Jalen Noel, early in his career, had a lot of drops. By his final season, it had a really good drop rate. And you saw this progression. A lot of guys they drafted had 5-6 years of college. Graham Mertz was in college for 6 years. His first 4 years at Wisconsin, his completion percentage was 59.5%, and he threw a boatload of picks.
Yes,
38 touchdowns to 26 interceptions.
Yeah,
he gets to Florida, and in that year in 2023, his completion percentage was 72.9%, and he only threw 3 interceptions.
Okay.
So, some of that's a difference in offense and what have you,
sure.
But I think he showed a progression.
Yeah.
And then you hear the quotes there about how he acts like the sheriff. That's probably what they saw in him. There was something in the intangibly rich department.
Yeah, stop it.
He's intangibly rich, Sean.
Oh, my God.
I can't help it if that singular touch point resonates with me. I'm all about breaking barriers and redefining the game, Sean.
I hate you so much right now. I liked hearing that about Mertz, man. And they we didn't talk about him yesterday from the rookie minicamp. They didn't look. They weren't doing a whole lot, admittedly, out there. But he wasn't sitting off to the side or anything like that. Like he was doing stuff out there. When you watched him,
did you think, is this guy a fighter or is he a fencer? Is this guy a fighter or a fencer? Was he a fighter, Sean?
What's the good one? He's a fighter, yeah.
He's a fighter.
He looked like he had an artificial leg on. The knee brace was so big.
Hey, well, the Texans will be able to deploy mechanisms to help him out with that.
Thank you. Look at you. I've
got my Gladstone glossary opened up.
Oh, yeah, we're keeping a glossary of Gladstoneisms.
As long as the Texans have the modes of operation in place and they can deploy mechanisms to teach him to be a fighter and not a fencer, like in the same way that they did at Florida, then yes, they might have some of the grandmas.
They cannot score enough points on the Jags next year. They cannot beat the Jags like a drum badly enough next year. If I don't want any of these last-second touchdowns like they had in Week 4 last year to beat the Jags, I don't want they had to knock Trevor Lawrence into next week to win that game. They had to hit him illegally to get him out of the game. I want a 45-3 thrashing of this team.
I would like, as much as I like Travis Hunter, he had the unfortunate luck of being drafted into a team that's, hated by Payne and Pendergast as a show.
That's right.
And I want nothing more than for Derek Stingley to follow Travis Hunter all over the field, even though that wouldn't be the smart thing to do. Brian Thomas is who he should be following all over the field. I'm very petty, and I just want Derek Stingley to just show Travis Hunter that it's not so easy to redefine the game, the rules, and the parameters of the game of football and life.
Yes.
And life. To take this guy who's supposed to be an inspiration to the working class in Jacksonville about how you can defy expectations and shove it in the mud. Drive them down Jacksonville dirt where there's a very high water table, so they'll end up drowning because of it when you drive them down into the dirt. Yes.
You have your petty hamstrings all stretched out for 8 o'clock today, my friend. You're ready to go for the petty cast at 8 o'clock today. Hey, here's another one yesterday that I saw. This was making the rounds on the internet. Brian Cushing, Texans legend, was on a podcast called the Chasing Edges podcast. And Seth, I feel like the numbers he put out there on his surgeries are numbers that would really pop with the average person who's had, maybe 1 or 2 surgeries at most in their life.
Yeah.
But I wanted to bring this onto the show because you are a player who has had many, many surgeries as well. This was Brian Cushing describing what a normal year was like for him in the NFL surgery-wise.
I gave everything I had. Like, I'm lucky to be walking, basically. And that's something no one can ever take away from me.
Yeah, that's dope.
Dude, 27 surgeries. 4 or 5 every year. Some maybe more, some maybe less.
Bananas.
It was just a result of the way I played and practiced. Practice was really important to me. I would knock myself out at practice.
I saw it, witness.
Because I didn't want some kid to think he was better than me.
Yeah.
Some, fullback they were hyping up on the scout team, hey, go him up, right? I was never, ever okay with someone getting the better of me.
Okay, so the first time where the host of that said, I witnessed it.
Yeah.
Brian Peters, former linebacker, teammate of Cushing's, is the host of that podcast.
Brian Peters does a lot of stuff on social media, very motivational. He's way into just hardcore training and everything, both physical and mental.
Yeah.
So he's a good follow if you're into that type of stuff.
Okay.
So, that's cool that Brian Cushing was there. Yes, Brian Cushing, that's a lot of surgeries.
Is it?
I think I had 14, I think.
I knew you were double digits. That's why I wanted to bring that on and hear you talk about that.
One thing I always respected about Brian Cushing was that I could tell that he very much had the philosophy of, hey, part of my job is sacrificing my body to go out there and be available to the team.
Yeah.
So I think Cushing played through a lot of injuries and did a lot of stuff, which always ends up, it folds over on top of itself to leading to more injuries and what have you. But he did everything you would want out of an old school football player, which was he was going to play through a lot of injuries that other guys might not play through. And it took its toll. But he felt like that was part of the job description, and that always resonated with me because I had the same philosophy. I felt like, no, I'm going to practice through stuff that some guys wouldn't play in a game for because that's my job. You just accept that that's part of your job, that you're going to physically batter your body. But it's also that's when I also knew that a lot of the stuff that the league was doing with concussion protocols would probably work out, because one of the biggest things people said was, well, what do you expect a player to self-report a concussion? Yeah, right. Remember that big hit started running to the sideline and pointed to his head?
Yeah.
Like, that's a guy, he's not a punk at all. And I think I remember thinking at the time that was after he'd had his son. And, like, the message had gotten through to players that, all right, man, this is the one thing you don't mess with. If you got a head injury, you got to be super careful about that. Like, Cushing would be the last guy you'd accuse of being a wimp or whatever, or wussy for tapping and, self-reporting a concussion when he did it.
Yeah, no doubt. You can see,
as far as him talking about, remember, was it Alfred Blue that he was destroying in that pass protection?
Yeah, on Hard
drill?
Knocks. And on Hard
Knocks. I wonder if he was thinking specifically of Alfred Blue in that situation, but he said fullback just to protect Alfred Blue.
Maybe.
Just so he didn't want to. He couldn't go 100% honest on it because people would immediately think of Alfred Blue.
He called him out. He's like, "Let's go, Blue," and everybody's like, "Oh, he's calling you out, Blue. He's calling you out." And boy, he ruined poor Alfred Blue. I mean, in those drills, he just ruined him.
I'll take up for Alfred Blue in that because running backs are at a real big disadvantage in one-on-one pass block drills because they can't cut block. So they're always, when they're going against a linebacker, they've got a size and weight disparity, and the linebacker's coming at him full speed, and the linebacker knows that they can't. The running back can't cut block in a practice drill. They're screwed.
I seem to remember. I'll go look it up during the break because that video, every year that video pops up on Twitter somewhere of Cushing destroying Alfred Blue. And if I'm not mistaken, there was at one point, it's about a minute and a half long video, like how badly Cushing beats on Alfred Blue in this thing. Legally, all of it legal. But at one point, Blue must have done something like that, like what you're describing, Seth, like went low on Cushing. And keep in mind, this is in 2015, so this is after a couple of knee injuries for Brian Cushing. But I remember Cushing saying something like, "Cut the crap, Blue," or "Knock it off, Blue." Like, Blue did something in that drill that pissed off Cushing. Yeah.
That or, sometime during the practice with the rookie offensive linemen or offensive players in general, they start, when there's no officials out there, they're holding like crazy. That's what'll start a fight. Well, back in the day when they used to fight, like if an offensive lineman is holding you, like to an extreme degree in practice, you got to fight him. You got to get him off you.
That's it. You can see why Bill O'Brien loved Brian Cushing so much, too, the way he talks about practice. Remember Bill O'Brien, even when Brian Cushing was clearly a declining player, O'Brien would be like, heart and soul. He's our heart and soul guy. I always called him heart and soul guy.
Cushing was a decade too late for when he should have played. Because, Sean, this is how it used to be back in the day. One day I got in a fight with Gary Walker got in a little scuffle with this rookie offensive lineman named Aaron Cook. This is when Gary and I were both with the Jaguars. And then because he was doing that thing, he was like, you'd beat him, and then he's just dragging you from behind.
Yeah.
So finally I was like, that's it, Gary, I'll take care of it. And I went in, and the first rep of the drill, I beat the crap out of him. And the three of us got called down to the office the next morning because there'd been this big melee after we got in this fight at practice. And cut a certain amount of edge to guys.
Yeah.
But the meeting basically ended with Coughlin telling Aaron Cook, hey, these guys are trying to help you out. They're trying to teach you how to practice, so cut the bleep. Cook got beat up and then reprimanded for starting the fight.
Welcome to the NFL, kid.
It's basically, what were you doing in that neighborhood anyway, Aaron? Well,
that's totally what that is.
Idiot.
Oh, my God. Did you and Gary walk out of that whole thing laughing your ass off?
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on we got a lot to get to. We got to get to the latest conspiracy theory potential with Belichick. The Bill Belichick ring cam gate brought up by Pablo Torre, the latest in the Bill Belichick relationship saga. We will get to. If you missed this yesterday, you'll want to stay tuned for this bit of conjecture. We'll do that coming up next. Pettycast, top of the hour, 8 o'clock Tuesdays. We do the Pettycast. I want to get you guys up to speed on Prize Picks, though.
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I had not realized, Seth, until the Torre reports came out about Belichick and North Carolina and the reports that they had banned Jordan Hudson from his girlfriend from the facility there. I hadn't realized until the next day that Pablo Torre made this a huge investigation. Like and I only know Pablo Torre from being one of the panelists on Around the Horn and doing his things he does with Dan Le Batard.
No, he went full journo on
He's
this.
a journo, and that's by trade. That's what he is. I didn't know that. I thought, so he did. Yes, he went full journo on it. Like, he talked to 11 different sources at North Carolina. Like, if ever
talking to people in Belichick's family.
Yes, like if ever there is a 30 for 30 about this relationship, Pablo Torre will probably be the executive producer of it, I would imagine. Nobody's gone deeper on this than him. So he's done since then a bunch of different interviews about this Belichick-Jordan Hudson relationship and the ripple effect that it's had on the North Carolina football program and just how reportedly intrusive she's been. And he stands by all his reports that she was banned from the building. North Carolina has denied that. Here's Pablo Torre, though, with I believe this was Pardon My Take. He was doing an interview. It was one of the handful of interviews he did. And this didn't even come up in the podcast, but if you remember, many of you will remember this, there was a ring cam video of Belichick that surfaced within the last year or so, it feels like, shirtless, seemingly getting locked out of whatever house he was in.
Right.
You know, like it was early in the morning. It was very quiet around there. And he's looking around, realizing he's locked out, and he's, and so this video found its way onto the internet. And I'll give Pablo Torre credit. I don't know that we were necessarily, as a society, questioning exactly how this wound up on the internet.
Well, there was a lot of. There was speculation that was Jordan Hudson's house, or people had done the deep dive. But, without thinking, wait a second, this is somebody's ring cam. How did it get out anyway?
How did TMZ get this?
Right, exactly. Who had access to this?
Right, so here's Pablo Torre raising that question.
You remember the roast of Tom Brady, where Tom Brady made that joke about Bill Belichick and the ring cam? You guys remember this at all? Different ring.
What ring cam?
Oh, no, that's the sound look at this,
you're doing a trap like a true journalist, the way that Billy Trapp grew up before.
Right? Pablo, that's the sound we've been playing behind you, him coming out. This is actually Belichick, right? And he benches 310.
Can I tell you the story behind this video, which I couldn't even include in the episode?
Yes, please.
So the story behind this is that this was reportedly filmed, of course, at Jordan's abode. She has this whole real estate venture. She has this, budding real estate empire that I didn't report, but others did. Now, the question I had as a reporter when I saw that video, and am haunted by that video, audio as well, is how did the Daily Mail get that video?
The Daily Mail, yeah.
How does one get internal ring cam footage from a home? How does that happen? Who had access to those videos? And let's say it wasn't Jordan Hudson, just for the sake of this hypothetical that I'm into depth on. If it wasn't Jordan Hudson, who was it? And what other videos might have been taken without Bill Belichick's knowledge at almost age 70, wandering around like a bear in the woods on a porch, looking for food? How else could they ensure that there is nothing else that could be monetized or used against the highest paid employee in the state of North Carolina? It's just a question that I think people, I can report now exclusively, that Bill Belichick's family is worried about, that they're looking into. And I feel like the university that says I'm a liar might want to do the same.
Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh.
Shots fired.
So that's that last part there was in reference to Pablo Torre saying that UNC had banned Jordan Hudson from the football facilities. The UNC came back and said, no, she's totally allowed as long as it's not for football stuff, but as a personal relation. So that's not a denial that there ever was a ban. Whatever. That's neither here nor there. Yeah, this is where I'd go with that. Again, just because it's possible doesn't mean that it's true. But it's possible that Jordan Hudson was the one that was responsible for putting that out there. It could very well be somebody, one of her employees, or somebody working as a cleaner, or somebody that had access to it did it. But I think the overall picture of, everything involving Jordan Hudson seems to be creating so much more controversy or distraction or any of these other things that you would think Belichick wouldn't want in his life, and yet there it is. She must be incredible in various aspects of
yeah, for
yes,
sure.
There's been so much crap that you really wouldn't want out there, including pictures of your video of yourself kind of just wandering around confused, looking like what.
Well, it's funny. It's funny how it gets framed now versus back then. Like that video came out, I'm going to say like a year ago. It felt like about a year ago. It came out, and it was, at the time, it was more or less just something we all laughed at. You know, like, oh, it's kind of funny.
Yeah,
it was kind of funny.
It was Bill Belichick in a very human moment.
Right. It happened to all of us. We got locked out, shirtless out of our girlfriend's house or whatever, and just he happens to be doing it on a camera. And at the time, as I said earlier, like, I don't know. On our show, we weren't like, boy, how did they get a hold of this video? We were just laughing at the video. Yeah. Now, once you've got the benefit of some very recent hindsight where you see exactly what her act is, you're like, oh, okay, well, now this gets interesting here. Like, might she be the one giving it to the Daily Mail? Might somebody close to her be the one giving it to the Daily Mail? And I think Pablo Torre brings up a great question. Like, what other videos, either on that Ring cam or otherwise, exist? You know, the cloud has everything.
That's the whole thing. Usually when people say, well, like, oh, what's the big deal with a politician having an affair? They've always done it. Well, the really, from a national security standpoint, it's always that, this is blackmail material.
Yes.
There's a potential for a honeypot scenario or what have you. So, then you're really going down off the deep end of possibilities or whatever.
Yeah.
I do think that, the UNC itself has got to be getting to the point where they're wondering, Belichick ever having won a game for them, why is there all of this stuff that we like to think of ourselves as an elite institution of higher learning and everything else that goes with it? Is this really worth it? Yeah, like at what cost do we want to actually be a viable NFL college program?
When he's just sloppy. You know what I mean? Like, it's just sloppy.
It's the sloppiness of it.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. That's what I always said with Deshaun Watson. No matter where you were on the spectrum of whether you 100%, believed all the women or maybe the people that thought Deshaun was being railroaded or whatever, he was at the very least, Deshaun Watson was super sloppy about at the very least. Yeah. That's the bare minimum. He was operating in a really sloppy manner. Belichick he's like a sloppy 22-year-old.
He's a sloppy 22-year-old. And you're talking about him now being in industry, college sports, where there is a lot of behind the scenes, cloak and dagger. You're only as good as your least common denominator when it comes to things leaking or just the sheer sloppiness of Bill Belichick.
He needs Derek Jeter to take him under his wing.
Yes.
Show him how to operate out in the world as a single
Nobody
man.
Was better at that than Jeter.
They're like, hey, Bill, you can have your fun.
Right.
But these ladies have to understand there's a certain line they can't cross, okay?
Yep.
And once you start being bad press for me, that's it, lady. You're gonzo.
Did you see Belichick is doing an interview with Michael Strahan on Friday on Good Morning America? It's a sit down. It's live, so it's not recorded and edited. It's there are a lot of people really skeptical. Like, do you think he even gets one? You have to. If you're Michael Strahan, you cannot do a sit down interview with Belichick and at least not ask a Jordan Hudson question. Maybe it's one that's cleared ahead of time, but you've got to ask a Jordan Hudson question.
The difference with the CBS interview was that's a CBS News department doing that interview, and their standards are typically. No, we don't agree not to ask questions.
Correct.
Like, we're going to ask the questions we're going to ask.
Yep.
Michael Strahan on Good Morning America, I don't think he's held to the same journalistic standard. I guess I would, if I had to bet money, I'd bet that he gets nothing but softball questions.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be softball. There will be nothing but I just wonder.
Let's be clear. Where did you meet your girlfriend is not a hardball question.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Her name has to come up in the interview at some point. I think there's a level of credibility. I get it that they're not. It's not 60 Minutes or CBS Sunday Morning. Michael Strahan's not a journalist. There is a level of credibility that you want to have, right?
Yes, but so it'll be a live interview, right?
Yeah, it's live. Yeah.
It's live.
Yeah. Oh, should we carry it live
I need Jordan Hudson to storm on. Yes, I think we need to play it.
Do we need to carry it live? It'll be during our show.
It.
Yeah.
Get permission.
Yeah. Ben, get on that.
Ben, get on that. However you do that.
Yeah.
Go get permission for us to live stream that.
Do that thing where you draw up. Just use AI to draw up some documents that they can agree to it. Yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast, Pettycast time. I feel like we've warmed up nicely today so far for the Pettycast.
I'm like Bill Belichick's family. I'm worried about him.
Yeah. Well, we'll get back to Belichick. Don't worry. But we've got this is a good Pettycast, and we're going to lead off with something I tremendously approved of this pettiness yesterday, and then we're off to the races. The Tuesday Pettycast is intent. Send in yours, 713-572-4610. What are you feeling petty about right now? Send it in. We'll do the Pettycast next.
Hey, you can be off to the races with under.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it's 8 o'clock on Tuesday. It's time to get petty. 713-572-4610. Before we get to that, there is a text Seth during Belichick ring cam video that popped like a year ago that's become topical again because of the relationship that he's in. Shirtless, clearly looks like locked out of a house early in the morning. Like Pablo Torres.
Speculation that it was Jordan Hudson's house that he was locked out of.
Yeah, his girlfriend. I loved Pablo Torres' analogy. Like a bear wandering in the woods looking for food. That is what he looked like. Big old barrel-chested Belichick. We were wondering how that video made its way to the Daily Mail and the other outlets that were playing it a year ago. It was just a funny video a year ago. Now it's a possible breadcrumb in what could be other extortionable videos that may or may not exist on the cloud somewhere. We'll see. Texter, the way it could have made it to the internet is through the Amazon Neighborhood Link program. You give all the Ring cameras access to use your internet network for connectivity. You have to go on your Amazon settings and opt out to disable it. He could have been hacked.
It comes with that in the first place, and then you have to opt out.
According to this texter, I guess.
But again, and that's where I wasn't trying to act like, oh, Jordan Hudson definitely did it whatsoever. Right. But it speaks to the sloppiness of the way you handle your affairs. And as of right now, it looks like Jordan Hudson has introduced a whole lot of sloppiness to the way Bill Belichick conducts his affairs.
Yeah.
At least being around, if that is, like, it's the general sum total of all these different scenarios that, whether it's extortionable or not, it's just the kind of way that Belichick has never really operated before and has always been trying to keep things as close to the vest as possible. Yeah. And now everything's just open to the world.
Like that before, you know?
Yeah.
All right, Pettycast time. I'm going to start with Alperen Şengün. Good job, Alp. Posted he did a post. I saw it on Twitter. I'm guessing it was up on Instagram as well yesterday. But it was a thank you post for the incredible season. Obviously, it's taken Alp a week or so to process his emotions because it took a week to post this. Thank you, Houston, for another incredible season. I'm proud of this team, my brothers. We fought every step of the way, grew together, earned everything we achieved. The journey wasn't easy, but we stayed locked in. We're not satisfied. We're hungry for more. Season taught us a lot, and next year we're coming back stronger. Time to lock in, get to work, elevate. Let's get it. Hashtag Red Nation, hashtag H-Town, hashtag Next Chapter, hashtag Work in Progress with a gigantic picture of Alperen Şengün dunking on Draymond Green. Hand on Draymond's head, arm in the rim, dunking on Draymond Green. That's petty. That's what this segment was made for. Pictures
he came around strong with that after just a very boomer-like 29 hashtags in his tweet. Good job.
Nice recovery.
Yes, yeah. Good recovery from a psychotic number of hashtags.
Yes.
This one, it's a little tough for me to get fully on board with it because it's, A, the Warriors won, and B, Draymond Green just really gave Şengün a hard time in that series.
He did.
And yet, I admire
Eddie.
much in the way, look, if you play your dad in basketball one-on-one all the time, if you just keep talking smack, at some point in your life, you're going to be better than your dad at basketball. It's going to get worse and worse at basketball over the next few years. Talk that smack. Ideally, you'll own him next year. But if it isn't next year, it'll be the year after that or the year after that.
That's right.
So go for it. Yeah.
That's right. I just like it. Yeah. Alperen, the best kind of pettiness to me sometimes is when you're like, all right, that guy did kind of get the best of you, but you're still posting pictures of dunking on him. That is petty.
There's one thing I've learned in the last few years is that you never lose an argument if you refuse to concede that you lost
That
the
is
argument.
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Good
as
job.
long as you just keep arguing, you can keep claiming that you won the argument.
That's it. Yeah. You've
won the argument.
You'll wear him down eventually.
Yeah.
All right. Next one. Trey Hendrickson probably has reason to be petty, but Trey Hendrickson put out a statement yesterday. Trey Hendrickson, leading sacker in the NFL last year, 17.5 sacks for the Bengals. A Bengals team that has paid T. Higgins, that has paid Jamar Chase this offseason. Trey Hendrickson has 1 year left on his deal, and it seems like was told, hey, man, go out and do your thing this year, and we're going to take care of you. That has not happened yet. In fact, it's been the opposite. The Bengals have told Trey Hendrickson at various times this offseason, hey, if you want to go find a trade partner, knock yourself out.
Ain't no money left for you.
That's it. Well, this was Trey Hendrickson's side of it. This was his statement yesterday. No communication has taken place between my camp and the organization post-draft. The offers prior to the draft did not reflect the vision we shared and were promised last offseason if I continue to play at a high level. Translation, not enough money. Coaches are aware of these past conversations. Rather than using collaboration to get us to a point to bring me home to all caps, are no longer communicating, meaning the Bengals. I have been eagerly awaiting. Boy, he might even mean the coaching staff there, that's one thing for the front office to not communicate, but if it's the coaching staff too, that's something.
Yeah.
I have been eagerly awaiting a resolution of this situation, but that's hard to do when there's no discussion and an evident lack of interest in reaching mutual goals.
Okay, before we read, I haven't read JJ's response on this yet. I intentionally did not read it because I didn't want my opinion to be softened or lessened by JJ and what he's saying.
Okay. 2
things about this.
Yeah.
1, you signed a free agency contract with the Bengals.
Thank you.
What did you expect?
Yeah.
What on earth did you expect, Trey Hendrickson? You signed the deal. You're not a rookie that was locked into a rookie contract that he had no control over or what have you. Play your stupid deal out, ball out, and then go get a deal elsewhere next year as a free agent or what have you. 2, you're a veteran in the NFL. You know damn well, or you should know damn well, that when a team says, don't worry, we'll take care of you, that your definition of getting taken care of could be wildly different than their definition of getting taken care of. I will be a grumpy old man in this regard and say, nope, in this scenario, you signed your contract with the Bengals with a known reputation for not really taking care of guys all that often or frequently or regularly. What the hell were you expecting? You're no better than Bill Belichick if you were surprised that all of a sudden Jordan Hudson has brought a lot of drama into his life.
No, that's a good analogy too. And I want to make something very clear. Organization.
Right.
You in this instance are not pro Bengals.
No.
You are taking issue with Trey Hendrickson and the way he operates.
Don't act like all huffy and put out by it.
Yeah.
You signed a deal with the Bengals.
Right.
You got yourself into this.
Right.
Now shut up and play football. Entertain me.
You want you want me to read JJ's tweet here?
How far off I am. Yeah.
JJ says, I assume that your conversation with the Bengals went something like this. Last offseason, quote, we don't want to do a deal now, but we'll make you right next offseason and get it done early, end quote. Player has great season, ... This offseason, low ball offer and or crickets. And then this is his advice, and JJ's said this before, pay a fair price early or pay top dollar later. Teams want to treat it like a business, but don't like it when players do the same.
Yeah. No, they're, I don't know. And that's, I guess I agree with everything JJ just said right there. But again, it's the Bengals. Like, if you didn't expect to, I don't have any sympathy for Trey Hendrickson.
And JJ Watt may very well, quietly agree with what you're saying about the Bengals. In fact, I'd be shocked if he didn't, but he's not going to put that on social media.
Well, no, and remember when JJ signed his first big $100 million deal, he said right along the way, this is the way it works. If you play really well, you're going to be underpaid by the end of the contract.
Yeah.
That's you just got to understand that going in. Yeah,
Yep.
and I've always felt that with free agency contracts. Like, if you feel like you're going to want to get paid, sign a 2-year deal.
Right.
It's as simple as that.
Yep.
If you take the security of the big total dollar amount up front, you pay for it on the back end because you're going to be underpaid. So just sign a shorter deal.
I just see stuff like this, and the Bengals are not the only team going through stuff like this right now. Contractual drama with players, guys maybe wanting out, looking to get traded. I mean, Tyreek Hill's doing it in Miami again. Jalen Ramsey's doing it in Miami. Dallas has had all sorts of issues with guys' contracts because the Dallas Cowboys drag their feet. And these aren't the only teams that do it. It's nice. I mean, it doesn't make for a ton of great controversial content coming out of NRG Stadium, but the Texans are a team like Danielle Hunter signed a 2-year deal. Guess what he got this offseason? Another $35 million because he balled out and had a bunch of sacks last year.
As far as the advice to both teams and players is this. If you're a team, never tell a player, hey, don't worry, we'll take care of you next year. Right. Because you already have a problem. Because taking care of somebody could mean a million different things. And usually the team and the player have a different opinion of what taking care of them is. And then as far as the player goes, right, don't ever accept that or believe that at face value when they say, oh, yeah, we'll take care of you, don't worry about it. You're a sucker for believing that if they tell you. If you've been in the league for any amount of time and you think that this is all, happy, joy, and there's no business, like it's never going to get ugly, just you're a sucker for it.
I would say,
don't be a sucker, Trey Hendrickson.
I would say just make a rule if you're a player that if even the word contract comes up between you and anybody from the team, direct them to your agent. Just draw a line in the sand and say, that's what my agent is for. Because I can tell you right now, good agents would not have taken "we'll take care of you" as the takeaway from those conversations. Good.
I don't know. I don't like when players act like the victim when it's a business. Like what JJ said there, I agree with him, but I think we might have a different stance on it, which is. Yeah, a lot of players are a sucker for the old, hey, give it the old team effort, and then they act shocked when they try to treat it like a business.
Yeah.
Like, no, you got to understand the entire way along the line. It's a business.
Yep.
And just you won't be so emotionally put out by it when you all of a sudden realize that it's a business.
Shedeur Sanders met with the media this weekend at rookie minicamp and was asked. We continue with the Pettycast here at 8 o'clock segment on a Tuesday. Text in 713-572-4610. Shedeur Sanders was asked. We have the question too, right, Ben? Okay, this is a Tom Brady related question. Shedeur had a Zoom call. Shedeur and his dad, Coach Prime, had a Zoom call with Tom Brady after Shedeur went in the 5th round of the NFL draft. Here was that question. And
Tom Brady talked about sending your message after the draft. So what did you take away from that? His advice to you.
That was it. My story is gonna be similar. I was a late round draft pick, but we're here now, so none of that stuff matters. That just mattered on the day. And I'm just excited to be here and ready to work.
Okay, so what did you take away from your conversation with Tom Brady? And obviously the line that got a lot of attention. And I'm putting it in the petty cat. I do like some of the things Shedeur said, but that my story is going to be similar to the guy that won 7 Super Bowls.
Did you say my story is similar or is going to be similar?
Play it one more time, Ben. Can you play the answer?
That was it. My story is going to be similar.
Going to be similar,
okay.
Yeah.
Going to be similar,
yeah.
Now, I think because Brady had talked about it on one of the Paul Brothers podcasts that, he said that the advice he gave to Shedeur was like, hey, it doesn't matter where you get drafted. I got drafted in the 6th round, all of that. So that part of it is, hey, you can go in and earn your way into having a great career. I guess the dissimilarity would be that I don't know if Brady told Shedeur, hey, you'll go on to win multiple Super Bowls.
That's how everybody's taking it.
A lock Hall of Famer, yeah.
Yes, this is the Pettycast, so that's how, at least for the next 6 minutes, I choose to internalize it.
I'm gonna stand up for Shedeur on this. That it was pretty vague how he described it, and he was probably just thinking about the exact you're a late round, you're not a high draft pick, you're gonna have to earn it, and that you can don't worry about where you're selected.
For what it's worth, he supposedly has looked good at rookie minicamp, but having been to rookie minicamp with the Texans, I know what goes on there. There's not a lot that really tests you as a quarterback at rookie minicamp.
I saw a Cleveland radio host almost grudgingly when pressed to say who looked better, that he thought that Dylan Gabriel looked better.
Okay.
But he was saying the same thing you just said. It's like they're out there thrown against nothing, basically.
I'll tell you some of the audio that was getting a lot of attention from up there. Maybe I can go find it. Is the audio their station. Dylan Gabriel took issue with Mary Kay Cabot asking a question about the competition between Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
To where he said things like that are divisive. Questions like that are divisive. And boy, the host on the station killed him for that.
They killed Dylan Gabriel for saying that?
Yeah, they're like, well, these are questions. This is a normal question to ask.
Yeah.
So
I'll
find the audio.
Gabriel being combative.
I'll find the. He wasn't. I mean, the tone. I'll find the audio. I just thought it was funny, that they were killing the kid already. All right, this I know you can get petty about. This is just randomly floated across my Twitter timeline, but anytime Anthony Richardson futility stats show up, it's fun to remind ourselves that the Texans reside in the same division with this scattershot fool. So Anthony Richardson, Seth, this, for whatever reason, the algorithm fed this to me. He's completed just 38% of his passes beyond 7 yards downfield when not pressured. So beyond 7 yards downfield when not pressured, Anthony Richardson is completing 38% of his passes. The NFL average is 57%. No other quarterback is below 45%. 1 touchdown and 6 interceptions on those throws. So if he's throwing anywhere behind the coziest of linebackers up against the line of scrimmage,
when unpressured,
yes. He is last among 44 QBs in this particular situation in completion rate, in touchdown to interception ratio, and he's 40th in accuracy, which I guess would be catchable balls.
It's actually, I'm going to say, but by his standards, it might not be that far of a drop-off from all other circumstances because he completes 49% of his passes in all situations.
Yeah.
So, but he completes 45% of those.
Yeah.
Whereas the NFL average for these situations is 57%. So I feel like he's equally bad in all scenarios, whether he's being pressured or not.
He completes 38%. He's the only quarterback below 45%.
Oh, gotcha. So he's 30. Okay, so it is a drastic fall-off. Yeah, that's one of our listeners actually DM'd that. I think to both of us. So I don't remember who it was.
Okay.
But yeah, he's awful, man. He is awful.
Yes.
And yet, because the Colts are a relative afterthought and people don't watch the AFC South all that much around the league, in any given week there's a freakishly good play that Anthony Richardson makes, and people will say, "Oh, thought he wasn't accurate."
Dude.
Oh, thought he was right. No. Yeah, he's very capable of making incredible throws, but he's also capable of widely overthrowing wide open Xavier Worthies for easy touchdowns and what have you.
Yeah. You know, Adonai Mitchell is who you're thinking of.
Adonai Mitchell as well, but if Xavier Worthy were on that team, he'd overthrow him
for
too.
For sure. Anthony Richardson might be the only QB who would look bad at rookie minicamp. Someone just texted. That is true. Anthony Richardson would probably sail balls at rookie minicamp. Like, wow, against air. That's our Eddicast. Text in 713-572-4610. Someone's asking, have there been any Texans-related leaks or rumors yet schedule-wise? I've not seen any. Which
that might be bad news if you're looking for one of these special Christmas Day games. Or something like that.
Yeah. If that right, exactly. That tells me the schedule might be a little more conventional this year than it was certainly than it was last year. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, the NBA lottery was last night. The Rockets are picking 10th. The conspiracy theories are flying. People bringing up examples of previous years where similar things happened. I have a question. How massive would an NFL lottery be in terms of popularity? If the NFL did their draft the same way the NBA did, how big a deal would that be? We will discuss that coming up next.
You know what a genuinely big deal is?
apply.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Pick number 10 will be made by the Houston Rockets.
Houston receives this pick from Phoenix due to multiple previous trades.
One of many picks the Rockets have over the next several years. That is nice. They've got a nice war chest full of draft picks. This one, unfortunately, did not move up in the lottery like last year's pick from Brooklyn did, where the Rockets moved up to 3 and they were able to take Reed Shepherd. They'll be picking 10th if they indeed choose to keep that pick. We'll get into the various conspiracy theories with this particular lottery, which is it's ripe for them. With Dallas winning the lottery last night, just mere months after making one of the dumbest trades in NBA history, the Luka Doncic trade. And now here's Dallas, and they're going to land Cooper Fly. But he's certainly clearly, in terms of how well thought of he is among NBA people, he is far and away the number one player in this draft. I was thinking about this, watching this last night, Seth. You know, it is still somewhat of a spectacle, I guess, although it's 6 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday, the NBA draft lottery. Probably not as big a deal as it used to be when people knew more of these guys coming into the league back in the day. If the NFL did a lottery for their draft similar to the NBA, where all the non-playoff teams had varying chances to land the number one overall pick, I think would be a massive spectacle. Given the importance of quarterbacks in the NFL, given the possibility of a team that already had a quarterback landing the number one overall pick, which is basically being handed either a really good player or a bunch of picks, the NFL draft is a much more fluid economy when it comes to the trading of picks with each other than the NBA draft. You don't see a lot of moving around in the NBA draft the way you do in the NFL draft. The storylines it would create, the fact that I think people generally, the average fan knows way more of the players that would be falling into that area of the draft in the NFL than in the NBA. I think an NFL draft lottery would be just a massive, massive spectacle.
It would be monumental because it would also add, if you did the lottery the day after the Super Bowl, you turn into all the speculation about trading up to get the quarterback and the other. So as the teams are going through the combine and pro days and everything else like that, the everything having been recently rejiggered by the draft order, I think it would bring that much more height it would be that much more heightened, all the dialogue and drama about whether you trade up for a quarterback or not, because a lot of teams that maybe didn't think they were going to be in the running for one of the top quarterbacks all of a sudden are. And then the team that was the worst team in the league, the Titans, would be all clamoring and angry that, we got screwed again, the league screwed us, there was a frozen envelope screwed us, and that's why we're not going to get Cam Ward.
I hadn't thought about that. I just thought of what the spectacle would be, but you raise an interesting point, like when on the calendar would be the best time to do it. Now, your way of doing it makes sense because then you know the draft order going in and you're watching the combine and the workouts and everything else. And free agency, you probably need to do it before free agency, I would imagine, the lottery.
Well, if you had a situation like, let's say the 49ers or the Cowboys would be a lottery team in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
If the 49ers land with the number one overall pick this year, when they're also trying to figure out whether or not they want to keep give Brock Purdy an extension.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm
all for this.
Because when you said do it right after the Super Bowl, I'm thinking like, all right, well, so the counterpoint would be, do we drag it out so there's anticipation? But I think you're right. Like you do it the week after the Super, give it a couple days to marinate.
Like the next weekend or something. Have everybody lick their wounds and get over the hangover and all of that.
Yeah, because you don't want to. Because the follow up to the Super Bowl. Do you do it after? You do it after the parade. Like that, then all the dust and confetti is settled from the Super Bowl, and now you do it. You have the draft order, and you're going, and then like the trades can all get going and things like that.
Oh yeah, no, and definitely you need at least a week because I can tell you just from monitoring the one great thing about being on YouTube now is that you get just such real-time data. And, man, that week after the Super Bowl, people are done with the NFL.
Yeah.
There's very little appetite for anything. Everybody's like, all right, I've had enough.
I need to rest.
It's been a long season and postseason. I need a little bit of a break.
Dude.
But, yeah, that potential for non-playoff teams to end up with the number 1 overall pick, you're going to get way more scenarios. You know what it would do, Sean? You would end up then, you'd have a lot, because the number 1 overall pick is actually it's harder to trade than you would think.
Yes.
That's one of the big counterintuitive things. Unless you're in a year where there's an awesome slam dunk number 1 overall quarterback, most teams and a lot of GMs look at that, even though they would never admit it, as like, I'm not going to trade up. That's how you get fired. Trade up for a number 1 overall dude who's not a quarterback and it's a bust.
Yeah.
Then so guys don't want to touch it. But if all of a sudden you've got, let's say, who would be the best example? Probably the Dolphins. Let's say or the Cowboys. Let's say the Cowboys end up getting the number 1 overall pick.
They got Dak already.
They're happy with Dak. They're paying with Dak. In a year, there's a number 1 slam dunk quarterback.
Right.
The trade market is going to be incredible.
Incredible.
The NFL needs to do this now.
Yeah, you like this idea.
Yes, Sean. You're going to save the NFL.
Yes, it needs
Damn
saving.
It.
Yeah.
You will save the NFL.
The funny thing is, the NBA put the lottery in to try to curtail tanking, and it hasn't worked. Teams still tank, and they're willing to tank even with just, as you pointed out earlier, just a minuscule chance. Even the worst team in the NBA, you still only got a 14% chance of getting the number 1 overall pick,
Right, yeah. When the Rockets were the worst team in the league, they had you're still, versus the field, you don't have a great shot of getting the number 1 overall pick.
At all. The NFL really doesn't need a lottery. Like, I don't think tanking's not a big problem. If anything, there's a team or two every year that get criticized for winning games at the end of the year.
And or in the case of the Texans, when they got the number 2 overall pick, that was the year that the Bears had intentionally tanked, right? And they ended up
it was Carolina was picking first. And I think,
well, they traded up for the Bears.
That's right. The Bears had the number 1 pick. They traded up to get it. Yes, the Bears folded up their tents in week 18.
So it became an issue on the last game of the season. It didn't drag out over the final 3 or 4 weeks of the season. Yeah. So by and large, tanking hasn't been as much of a problem that people feared it would be.
Texans are out there converting 4th and 13s and 4th and 20 Hail Marys.
The Colts are dropping easy interceptions.
Oh my God. Oh. Think about that, man. Like if that play had just raised a finger on that DB, the world changes probably.
He couldn't have missed it any more egregiously than he
sailed right through. Swish.
At the very least, a pass breakup.
Crazy.
That you should have gotten out of that.
Crazy. All right, so the conspiracy theories are out about this lottery because Dallas won the lottery just months after trading Luka to the Lakers. This is the one I saw last night, Seth. LeBron leaves Cleveland in 2010 to go to Miami, and Cleveland wins the lottery in 2011. CP3 traded from New Orleans the next year. Mm-hmm. New Orleans wins the lottery in 2012. They get Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis himself traded from New Orleans to the Lakers in 2019. Pelicans win the lottery. They get Zion Williamson. And then last night, Luka traded from Dallas to L.A. They win the lottery here. I don't know what the theory would be on those others. Those seem like more coincidence than anything else. The theory with Luka is, the conspiracy theory is that the league, Adam Silver, conspired with Dallas to get Luka to a bigger market with LeBron, and the give back, the quid pro quo was, here's Cooper Flagg.
Right. I guess the test for that is always that in any given year, there are many more teams who trade a player away and who don't get the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Whenever you see a coincidence, you got to also say, okay, let's look at all the times that the coincidence didn't occur.
Yes.
And it's not like it's a slam dunk. And usually good players, when they get traded away, are on bad situation or whatever else it might be. When a team relinquishes a guy, they've gotten to the point where they say, all right, this guy's unhappy, we suck, let's just go ahead and start from scratch. Mm-hmm. So that doesn't quite push me over into the conspiracy side of things. I totally understand and get it why people get PO'd or it just doesn't look right or whatever, but it does For me personally, that doesn't actually convince me that 30 billionaires, hyper-competitive billionaires, have decided that we're going to help out one of the teams that we're competing against.
What about the team that still has Mark Cuban in the building in some shape, form, or fashion? You know what I mean? Like he doesn't own the team. He owns part of the team now. He's not in a position of influence. I still look at the Mavericks. I look at it like it's Cuban's team. That's the best point that you made this morning throughout all this is – for it to be conspiracy theory, can you imagine Tillman Fertitta agreeing to this? Like, you know what I mean? Like the conspiracy theory. It's not Adam Silver doesn't own the league. He works for the owners. Like it's
one of the biggest disconnects, I think, in how people kind of perceive the sports leagues is that because the commissioner is way out more front and visible, that it's easy to forget that the commissioner works for the owners.
Correct.
And that where a lot of the conspiracy theories fall short is believing that somehow these guys, who, by the way, the whole thing about somebody who becomes a billionaire is that they lose all sense of like doing anything. Many of them do. The whole like, hey, let's do it for the esprit de corps of the entire league. Yeah. Let's just do it and let's help this team out. Like, no. As money hungry and vicious and everything else as they were to become a billionaire, they don't all of a sudden turn into kumbaya merchants. Right. They're not like, oh gosh, yeah. Well, if it's good for you guys, then it's good for me. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, if that were your plan, NBA and owners, and I'm with you, Seth. I don't think that it is, but if it were, your plan sucks right now. They got knocked out in 5 games in the playoffs, the Lakers did in the first round. They got knocked out in 5 games, and the coach is passive-aggressively calling out the very player that you had moved over there for being fat.
I think the biggest question, Sean, that we just keep, just casually avoiding is really, let's get to work. What do the Rockets need to do to get Adam Silver to put a cold ping pong ball in there?
No kidding,
I think it's a magnetized ping ball. I think that's
is
how
that
they
what you
do
think it is? That's how
they
fix
I think there's a magnetized ping pong ball.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
So how do we get Adam Silver to put the magnetized Rockets ping pong balls in there?
I feel like if Adam Silver maybe has some skeletons in his closet or some things he likes to do in Vegas or whatever, we have a casino magnate as the owner of the team.
I'll tell you what. I'll just go and be nothing but the headshot.
Yeah.
If Adam Silver is into some weird stuff, I do not want to know what it is because that guy has a look. If he's into weird stuff, he's into some really weird stuff.
If he's into weird stuff, I don't want to know what the person who's getting with him is into. Really weird stuff.
It's like a necrophiliac or something. That's his thing. I like to pretend I'm a corpse for necrophiliacs.
Something.
What a weirdo.
Payne and Pendergast with you. So that's the lottery coverage you're getting on this show, everybody. All right. Joe Espada pops up on an odds board that I don't know that we've seen him on, maybe early last year. But what are the chances? We'll tell you what the odds board that the Astros manager popped up on coming up next. West Point, Lincoln. Katie Freeway exit Kirkwood.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Question on the text page. We just got done talking about the NBA lottery. Rockets will be picking 10th in this upcoming draft thanks to last night's lottery results. Have they ever showed footage of the lottery happening post 80s or 90s? Don't they just open the envelopes? Why would they need to do anything to the balls? I think Seth is joking about the magnetic balls, just to be clear. I think.
I am. And I guess, I was joking, I'm guessing.
I've not seen them show any footage of them. Yeah, like since the 80s and 90s, they just bring the envelopes out and put them on the, on the shelf there. I liked it back. The very first one with the Patrick Ewing lottery, they had all the envelopes in like one of those hoppers, like the nightly lottery drawing, and there's like one of those vats that they turn with a handle.
Yeah, it makes me wonder whether the NBA actually kind of enjoys or likes the conspiracy theory stuff, which I think that's short-sighted. That if they like the extra buzz and clicks they get on social media, I vote against that. I think you need total and complete transparency as much as possible. There will still be people, obviously, they're going to have their conspiracy theories, but why don't they show off?
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe I am starting to believe in the magnetized ping pong ball. Like, why don't they just make it as transparent as possible? I don't get that part of it.
I'm not surprised there's conspiracy theories. I am surprised the results of Will Kunkel's Twitter poll on this is 91% of the people think the lottery last night was rigged.
Yeah, I don't know. And I know. So even if some people are joking when they say it, I am surprised that it's that high and that slanted.
Yeah, that's all. Like, I'm not, like, I understand the theories being out there. I understand there being a segment of society that believes in those theories. I just, and granted, it's 100 people voting on Twitter, which would seem to be a petri dish for this sort of stuff. Like, it would seem that Twitter would be a place where it might skew high, just not that high. That was wild.
So according to artificial intelligence, which has already demonstrated it this morning, sports things, the league wants to maintain the integrity of the lottery and prevent speculation about potential manipulations, right? The notion that, like, no, we're going to do everything behind closed doors in secret, and that's how we'll prevent people speculating about this, that, or the other thing.
Yeah.
People are going to speculate regardless, so you might as well, if maybe all you want is clicks, then go ahead and put it out there, and people will come up with all kinds of, like, oh, look, the shadow over here changed as soon as the person came up to select the lottery, the ping pong ball, and that's how you knew the fix was in.
So Joe Espada, Seth, is popping up on the next manager fired odds. We've seen 2 managers get fired in the last week or so. Derek Shelton in Pittsburgh, and then Bud Black finally got fired in Colorado after, like, a year and a half of, like, why is he still managing? They'd lost 21-0 in a game this past weekend. They fired him the next day. He's not high up the list, Joe Espada. The favorites right now are Dave Martinez in Washington, Brandon Hyde in Baltimore, who I want to say is Joe Espada's brother-in-law. They're tied together, related somehow. Text in. Am I right on that? Ron Washington of the Angels is pretty high up. He's 2.5 to 1. John Schneider in Toronto, 5.5 to 1. Those are the 4 that are significantly ahead of everybody else. And then up pops Rocco Baldelli of Minnesota and our very own Joe Espada at 25 to 1. Look, Espada hasn't been perfect. The team is not very good right now. I have a hard time blaming Espada for they're just do you feel like there's any danger in Joe Espada's? Is his seat hot right now?
I don't think it's hot. For one, I think that Jim Crane seems really comfortable with him. If he could get to a point where he was actually in a high-stakes playoff series or what have you, where managerial decisions made a difference, then maybe we'd see it then. I know a lot of times, I would say 90% of the time when somebody, tweets at me or whatever about Joe Espada, it's after a player has underperformed in a specific situation. And I'm with Espada, as it's been the last couple of years, my question has always been, all right, well, what's Espada supposed to do about that?
Yeah.
When these are the options he has available to him? What exactly? Who is he supposed to replace Cam Smith with, or with DeZenzo has come along really, really well. But I don't think it was Espada's decision to have both Cam Smith and DeZenzo on the roster at the same time.
Yeah.
So that's more of a Dana Brown decision that Cam Smith's on the roster at all. So I'm not there yet. I think a lot of it is just guys either underperforming or performing exactly like you might expect them to perform.
Yep.
The pitching staff is I worried about, boy, the pitching numbers were so good early in the season.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden some of those big question marks about, okay, what is Ryan Gusto exactly?
Mm-hmm.
What is Hayden Wesneski exactly? And is Spencer Arrighetti? All those things have fallen on the downside of it. Somebody asked us yesterday about whether we should blame Espada for Lance McCullers and the way he's being used. I don't think at all. They got to see what they have in Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
He did a normal minor league stint and checked off all the boxes. At some point, it's up to just Lance McCullers playing better baseball.
Yeah, I deep down, Espada probably would have liked to have left Lance out there for about another 30 pitches, just so he's not, so he's not eating up his bullpen at the beginning of a 17-game stretch like that. But he had to throw in the towel on Lance after 35 pitches. Lance was just so bad. Yeah, Joe Espada can't help Lance not being good yet coming back here. He went through a rehab. And he went through a normal rehab, where he looked good at the minor league level.
Yeah.
I think Lance is going to wind up getting at least 4 or 5 total starts. He's had 2 already. He's going to get at least 2 or 3 more, just because they can't afford not to start him at this point. I
think the hitting coaches take the most heat whenever the offense isn't doing well.
Sure.
And the hardest part I have with that is that Cintron and Snicker have been there through record-breaking offenses as well.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, the guys on this team are not Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker and Carlos Correa and various other guys who have left through the years. I do look at a guy like Yainer expectations as a batter and think, okay, there's a guy that they've been working with for a while now, and he's shown evidence. Jeremy Pena has been kind of a long, slow slog up to where he is right now offensively. It's really hard for me to get to the point where I want to fire a baseball manager or a coach, because so much of it is on the individual players themselves.
Yeah, well, they're still hanging around too. As long as they're hanging, they're not going to fire. These are odds for next manager fired, not will this guy get fired. He's 25-1, so it's not like he's a favorite or anything like that. But man, anytime you see the name pops up on there, oh, okay, he's on those kind of lists now. Okay.
The biggest thing because the in-game managerial decisions are, it's so much of it's just way more random than you ever want to admit. When it comes to the approach of the team, and for one, the fact that they used to have some of the best judgment in baseball at the plate. Their plate discipline was immaculate. Last year it was the worst in the league. This year they've shown improvement, but they're nowhere near they were at the height of it all. When you're doing that poorly as a group, how much of that does fall on Espada and the hitting coaches and coaching and encouraging the right approach versus all right, these guys just, again, aren't as good as the guys who used to be on this team.
Yep.
The players themselves.
Right. Text message, did Joe Espada run off Bregman and Tucker and not bring in another pitcher? I don't even blame Dana Brown necessarily, but definitely not Espada. And that's a fair point. This is a lineup-wise, it's a less talented team gets hit home more because of how those two guys are doing in their new places of employment, Bregman and Tucker.
I guess, that would be what are Sean and I missing? What should we be hammering Joe Espada specifically for?
Text in. That's a good question. Yeah, if you're someone who believes he should be on an odds board like this, tell us why he should be. Again, next manager fired.
Cover our blind spots, damn it.
Correct. Hey, real funny, real quick, my buddy John was listening about our proposal for an NFL lottery system for the draft. Mm-hmm. His one suggestion, do an NFL lottery, but do it an hour before the actual draft. Talk about chaos. How incredible would that be?
He's so smart. He's exactly right. I was way wrong on that. You're right. Not an hour necessarily, but a week before the draft. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Sean. all those lottery teams would be putting so much like let's say
trades
there's a
would be
slam dunk number 1 overall quarterback. Yeah. Where, like as it was the case this year, where Cam Ward wasn't even a classic slam dunk. Yeah. We knew the Titans were going to take him already well before the draft. Yeah. Oh, do it 3 weeks before. Once all the pro days are done or something like that, do the lottery then. Yeah. Yes, he's exactly right.
An hour.
That's brilliant.
An hour before. Funny would that be?
I would say though a week to 3 weeks before the draft.
That'd be
fun.
Oh, dude,
that's brilliant.
Trades would be wild, man. Trades would be crazy. All right, Payne and Pendergast into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Speaking of the Rockets, Kelly Iko and Sam Amick have a Rocket feeling. If you're somebody who wants them to trade for a star, how are they feeling about the superstars we think might be available on this market? Kelly Iko and Sam Amick have that in The Athletic, and we'll have it for you coming up next.
Area 45. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Right, how are the Rockets feeling about some of the superstar players that might be available to them? If that's like it's safe to say, like their first choice, and it's even mentioned in this piece by Kelly Iko and Sam Amick on The Athletic. The piece that went up yesterday was Rockets Ime Udoka put playoff disappointment aside to focus on critical offseason. It's a really good piece. We'll get into the star players here in just a second. The first half of the article is actually a pretty lengthy conversation with Udoka that talks about, Seth, his failure against the Warriors in the postseason, now in two places, in the NBA Finals in Boston a few years ago, and then in the first round to this Warriors team in 2025. There were some interesting things Udoka had to say.
Yeah, and the one thing he pointed to especially was, it didn't make it about him versus Kerr specifically, but the fact that the Warriors are just so cohesive. They've got, I think he used the word symmetry. There's just everybody knows the system so well. They know what the other guys are all going to do. They operate at such a high level that you only get that way when you've had a consistency with your players, and especially when one of your key players is Stephon Curry and Draymond Green, that's something that takes time. He wasn't making excuses or anything. He just said it was very apparent. They do this pre-camp, or this pre-playoffs camp, where they kind of get everybody ready and really, learn it and schooled up on exactly what their strategies are and everything. But the Warriors just already been through so many times that they need more time with it. It was very much, at least the way the article framed it, and in reading the quotes from Udoka, it felt very much like we got to run this back with a lot of these young guys because there's a lot of potential. They just need more time together.
Yeah, it's the first playoff series for a lot of these guys. With the respect to the Warriors, we'll circle back to the Rockets. It does make you think. That's a real testament to Jimmy Butler that he came in that trade, having not played much basketball this year, but that he came in there and immediately elevated that group. They were a much better team in the second half of the season with Jimmy Butler in there for a team that, as you point out, is all about symmetry and cohesion and the hammering away, the repetition over time. It's a real testament to Jimmy Butler and his impact that he fit in so seamlessly with that group.
Well, and that's one thing that if you think about, if it's the right guy, if it's Jimmy Butler, who's got a known record of being really good in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's something where, hey, the Warriors have all of that with their system and their cohesiveness, yet at the same time, when you throw something new into the mix, that for the teams that have gotten used to playing against the Warriors, all of a sudden it's something different. In a weird way, it's a little bit like how Ginobili was with the Spurs, where the Spurs played a certain type of basketball, and then Ginobili was just an absolute wild card.
Yeah.
And that was a year-in, year-out basis, but it was enough that it just kind of threw enough just spontaneity or randomness into the equations out, because they're all playing this version of beautiful basketball, and then Ginobili's just an M80 thrown into the mix.
Yeah.
You feel like you might have a good beat on playing the Warriors, and all right, we know how to handle them, and we've seen them a few times this year. Oh, but now they've got Jimmy Butler.
They got Jimmy Butler. Yeah.
So it's going to be actually a lot of the same, but also a lot different.
Here's what Kelly Iko and Sam Amick say in this article here. This is an article about the Rockets heading into the offseason. There's three specific superstars that get mentioned before Giannis gets mentioned. We got a whole thing we can do on Giannis. But Kevin Durant has been the name that's probably come up most often, probably even more than Giannis. Giannis has been more of a recent thing since Milwaukee got knocked out of the playoffs, and now with the news yesterday that Giannis is open to looking at other possible places to go play basketball. Durant's been a topic all season long because the Phoenix Suns have stunk all season long. So the thought is he's going to want up and out of there. If you're somebody who does not want Kevin Durant, sit tight because you're going to enjoy this paragraph. While Durant is widely seen as the most attainable of that group, the group of superstars, he is known to be very interested, and he's known to be very interested in playing in Houston. team sources said the Rockets still have significant reservations about that possible partnership, in large part because Durant's age, 36, would be so out of sync with their younger timeline. It's worth noting that previous talks between the teams about Durant, team sources said, were initiated by Phoenix. So that
and it's a tough one because he's 38 years old. He's going to be 38
36
years old
is what the article
36,
says.
okay, 36 years old. He's 38. That's weird. There's a big difference between 38 and 36. Yes, it could be that thing that just, all right, for these next couple of years, that just puts you over the top and it enters you into a new category, a new altitude for what you can expect. But at what price to the younger guys who then won't be around when Kevin Durant is gone or retires or forces his way off the team?
Yep.
And can you be patient enough and just stay your course and do it with younger guys? That's where Antetokounmpo, when you look at Antetokounmpo versus Durant, obviously Durant makes a lot more sense for how to balance this squad out, especially when you worry about spacing in the front court and everything. And yet, when it comes to the age part of it, man, Antetokounmpo's 30. Yes, he's older than those guys, but he's probably got 6 or 7 more great years of basketball.
Sure, yeah.
And then the consideration isn't as much about age for me as just that he's going to get a supermax contract at some point, and it makes it you're not trading away your picks, but it makes it hard to retain some of these younger guys on down the road.
It's tough when you trade some of these younger guys because you have two groups of assets. You got these younger guys, the young 5 or 6 guys they've drafted, and you've got all these picks. A lot of them are Phoenix's picks, which makes a Durant, or we'll talk about Devin Booker here in just a second. But for Durant is going to probably involve both, the assets in each of those categories. It's one thing if you're trading away young players and you're like, all right, well, we still got all these first-round picks. We can backfill the young players. Now, it's going to be hard to have the hit rate the Rockets have had. The Rockets have had an excellent hit rate in the first round with the guys they've drafted high and even with the guys they've drafted in the middle of the first round like Şengün and Tari Eason. That's really hard to replicate. Yeah, I tend to agree with this, man. Durant would scratch you right where you itch. If Durant were the one who were 30 and Giannis was the one who was 36, it's a no-brainer, and you probably are like stacking up all these assets. All right, let's go. As long as they don't touch Amen Thompson and 1 or 2 of the other young guys, they can have their choice of all these picks, and let's go. But Durant being 36, I'm kind of with the team on this one. I've vacillated back and forth, and again, like any of these trades, I need to know what exactly you're giving up to get him. If the trade market for Durant winds up being not as bad as you think it's going to be, or not as expensive as you think it's going to be, that changes the conversation. Devin Booker is the other Phoenix Sun player that the Rockets have had serious interest in, but team sources said that is no longer the case. Not only, Seth, do team officials still have faith in Jalen Green, I'm reading from the article here, who's 5 years younger than Booker and $66 million cheaper over the next 3 seasons, but also Booker's struggles last season shifted the thinking on this front. And then there's Zion Williamson, who gets mentioned here. I feel dirty even reading a sentence, but just to close out, as for Zion, who spent the majority of the last 6 seasons falling short.
The other part about this article is that Kelly Eco says, hey, the team feels a lot differently about Jalen Green than the Rockets fandom at large, I think, or at least a lot of people in the Rockets fandom. And they point that, hey, he was getting double-teamed and blitzed a whole bunch. Where I guess I got to try to remember this, too, because it was – with Jalen Green, you just simply can't act like he's not a valuable basketball player.
Sure.
He's obviously very valuable. He had a really bad series. But also when it comes to him making better decisions or being more patient, like it helps a lot for a young guard to also have a team that's doing everything away from the ball the right way. And they just haven't established that trust to where, all right, part of it is, yes, Jalen Green has to be more calm, cool, collected in the clutch and when he's getting blitzed like that. But he's also got to have options, and he's got to have trust and understanding of exactly where everybody's going to be. And that's where I can talk myself up into the upside of Jalen Green just by the team as a unit playing better around him. I'm still doubtful that he's ever going to be a genuine NBA superstar, but I can't sit here and act like, oh yeah, no, he's garbage because of that one series.
No, and I think by and large, I think teams around the league see it that way too. I don't think they look at that Golden State series like, oh, he was amazing all season long, and then in these 7 games or 6 of the 7 games, he wasn't good, and so that closes the book on him. I think there's a lot of teams that still see a ton of value in Jalen Green.
You know what? The other thing with Durant, I just pulled up the oldest guy, and 38 is kind of like a soft cutoff point for a lot of them. Really, there have only been 6 instances of a player making the All-Star team above the age of 38.
Okay.
And now with the NBA, there's always the fan voting and everything skews things. Like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had 3 of those.
That's who I was going to get. Kareem and LeBron probably eat up a few of those.
And Kareem, the last couple times the last year he made it, he was 41. He averaged 10 points a game that year. So that was a name thing. Nowitzki, he made it when he was 40. He was averaging 7.3 points per game.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like they were still playing at their prime.
If you get a
whatsoever.
Kevin Durant that averages 7.3 points a game, you've made a bad trade.
I feel like with 38, and then Michael Jordan when he was with the Wizards. All right, that wasn't classic or peak Michael Jordan.
No.
So LeBron's the only guy that's actually past the age of 38 been still playing at a high level.
At a high level, yeah.
Yeah, and then beyond that, you have your Tim Duncans, your Karl Malones, those guys made it when they were 38 years old.
Yeah.
So 38. So these next couple of years for Kevin Durant, if you go by history, it might be it for him for being a really, really influential basketball player. That's it. I'm out on him.
Now, then that's a good way to frame it. Like, are you willing to trade? I don't think you can reasonably say you're trading for more than a couple of years of the Durant that you need, the version of Durant that you need in order to win at the level that you're hoping to win at a championship level. Lakers are that.
He'll be 37 next year.
Yeah,
so, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of like with wide receivers when they turn 32.
A little bit.
There's a line of demarcation at the age of 32 where the vast majority of really good wide receivers fall off after 32. There's a few that make it, but it's
rare.
Even the great ones succumb to time.
Which brings us to Giannis, who says he's willing to look outside Milwaukee. And so now it's on. Here was Brian Windhorst yesterday on ESPN saying these are the 2 teams that make the most sense for Milwaukee to be talking to about a Giannis Antetokounmpo trade.
2 things you have to know about the Bucks when you consider a trade. Number 1, the Bucks do not control their first-round pick for 5 years. That means if the Bucks are going to trade him, thinking that they're going to tank for the next 3 years and rebuild is not going to happen. They need quality players, and the other thing that you need to know is if you're going to trade Giannis to a team that's going to be a super team, getting that team's draft assets is not exciting because they're not going to be very high picks for the next few years. So you're going to look at teams that have players to trade and other teams' draft assets that they can trade besides theirs. San Antonio and Houston. San Antonio and Houston. San Antonio and Houston.
Okay. So Windhorst is to visualize shoulders drop down, leaning up right into the camera saying San Antonio and Houston. San Antonio and Houston. And I think that audio came from yesterday before the NBA draft lottery. I think that's something worth pointing out, Seth, is that the San Antonio Spurs just became a little bit better equipped to make a Giannis Antetokounmpo. One of their 2 lottery picks they had yesterday drop in at number 2 in the draft. I mean, the only thing that would have been worse is if it went all the way up to number 1, and then they could actually flirt with the idea of mixing Cooper Flagg into a Giannis Antetokounmpo trade. But San Antonio and Bobby Marks, who's a former GM in the league, wrote a long article where he put all 29 other teams besides the Bucks, all 29 other teams into tiers as far as their likelihood or their wherewithal to go get Giannis Antetokounmpo, and the top 2 teams in their own tier are the Rockets and the Spurs. That's the crazy thing about this. Like if the Rockets want to do a Giannis Antetokounmpo trade, and Giannis Antetokounmpo is amenable to coming to Houston, it can get done. There is plenty to make that deal happen. The question is, my big question, when you see these trades for Antetokounmpo, like the one that the Athletic had last week, where Amen Thompson, Alperen Şengün, Jalen Green, and other stuff is all going to Milwaukee, are you not just really taking the team Giannis was on in Milwaukee that got knocked out of the first round of the playoffs and recreating it here to some degree? Like if you're bringing in Giannis and you trade the three best players in your young core, the three best, and you bring in Giannis to stay back here and play with Tari Eason, Fred VanVleet, and Dylan Brooks in the West.
Yeah.
I mean, aren't you just kind of the Milwaukee Bucks? Haven't you just basically turned the Milwaukee Bucks into the Houston Rockets and turned the Houston Rockets into the Milwaukee Bucks? You know, and I'm not saying like you'd be but you're trying to win a championship. I don't think if you trade all those young guys away and it's Giannis here with the leftovers, that's a championship level team, and it needs to be in the next couple of years for that trade to make sense.
It's kind of like how the Browns traded for Deshaun Watson, where even if Deshaun Watson had worked out, there was parts of it that felt like they were trading for the right to be the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
Which was, a guy with a quarterback that you feel good about, but with no picks or anything to build for the future and put you in a bind salary cap-wise, which was what the Texans were already for 2 years.
Right.
And they're 3 years with Deshaun Watson by the time they traded him.
They
ended up being exactly like the Houston Texans with Deshaun Watson.
Exactly.
Except without the salary cap-wise and picks-wise and everything, except that they also didn't get any good play out of Deshaun Watson.
0. Yeah, at least the Texans got a 5,000-yard season. Yeah, I just feel like
I don't want to trade for the right to be the Bucks.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. For what it's worth, the Rockets are the favorite to land Giannis Antetokounmpo on DraftKings, 9.5 to 1 to land him. Last time a former MVP was traded in his prime, James Harden by the Houston Rockets in 2021. Circle of life. It would only stand to reason, Seth, that after the 4 years since that James Harden trade, that the Rockets would be the next team to be involved in a trade of a former MVP in his prime, except this time they would be getting the former MVP, not trading him out.
Circle of life.
That's a sign that your rebuild worked, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Bill Belichick is going to do an interview. I've got big questions about this. This live interview that's going to take place on Good Morning America with Belichick. Yet another conspiracy theory involving Belichick. And proof positive that you've made it as a journalist when this happens to you. We will have that for you coming up next.
Hey, proof positive.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Quick text, and then we'll get to Bill Belichick here in the latest in that saga. I'm a Longhorn, and I've loved watching Durant's career, but I don't see how he's a whole lot less risky than Zion. Sir or ma'am, I am going to read to you the number of games played in Zion Williamson's 6 seasons in the NBA. 24, 61, 0, 29, 70,
whoa,
and 30 this past season. I don't know what I like, and I know Kevin Durant's had injury issues. He tore an Achilles several years ago, whatever. There is nobody who is a bigger injury risk right now in that strata of player than Zion Williamson. I would also submit that I have zero concern about Kevin Durant eating himself out of the league when he comes to Houston. In fact, he could probably stand to put on a few pounds. Conversely, Zion Williamson, I think, if depending on what part of town he lives in, he might weigh 400 pounds by the time training camp rolls around. So that's the risk, sir. And by the way, Kevin Durant's drama off the court is he gets upset with people on Twitter. Zion Williamson's off-the-court drama involves all sorts of stuff. Baby. So, yeah, with all due respect, Zion Williamson significantly riskier than Kevin Durant, in my opinion.
Yeah, he hasn't. I mean, the closest in any given season, he's playing fewer than half the games.
In his early 20s,
wherein it's very easy to point to. Okay, yeah, and the guy's a gigantically massive human being running up and down the court every night. It's not rocket science or some mystery of physiology why he's getting injured all the time.
Yes,
he's a large human being who gets injured a lot, and he's getting older. He's getting older every single minute, Sean. That's another thing about Zion Williamson. Time affects him just the same as it does everybody else.
Amen to that. All right, so here was Pablo Torre, who did the journalist who and also a podcast host, frequent guest on ESPN, various panel shows, did a deep dive investigation on the whole Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson, that's Belichick's girlfriend, and what the dynamic is at the University of North Carolina, where he came back and reported after talking to 11 sources close to either Belichick or the UNC program that Jordan Hudson had been banned from the football facility. North Carolina put out a statement a couple of days later saying she is welcome at the North Carolina football facility.
In a non-football capacity.
Yeah.
That was she's welcome as a personal relation to Bill Belichick, but not in any part of the football program. Yeah.
So that's kind of where we are with that. So Pablo Torre, since doing that podcast, revealed all his findings in this. Did not talk about this on the podcast, but did talk about this as a guest on the Dan Le Batard show earlier this week. I think yesterday. Remember the ring cam video, everybody, that came out? Remember the ring cam video of Bill Belichick shirtless in front of a home, seemingly getting locked out of said home, wandering early in the morning, that popped up that we all had a good chuckle at? Here was Pablo Torre and his concern possibly coming out of that, about a year later here, bringing that up and what the concerns could be about that.
You remember the roast of Tom Brady where Tom Brady made that joke about Bill Belichick and the ring cam? You guys remember this at all? Different ring.
What ring cam?
Oh, no, that's the sound look at this,
you're
Pablo.
Doing he trapped us like a true journalist, the way that Billy trapped Roy before.
Pablo, that's the sound we've been playing behind you, him coming out. This is actually Belichick, right? And he benches 310.
Can I tell you the story behind this video, which I couldn't even include in the episode?
Yes, please.
So the story behind this is that this was reportedly filmed, of course, at Jordan's abode. She has this whole real estate venture. She has this, budding real estate empire that I didn't report, but others did. Now, the question I had as a reporter when I saw that video and am haunted by that video, audio as well, is how did the Daily Mail get that video? How does one get internal ring cam footage from a home? How does that happen? Who had access to those videos? And let's say it wasn't Jordan Hudson. Just for the sake of going into depth on, if it wasn't Jordan Hudson, who was it? And what other videos might have been taken without Bill Belichick's knowledge at almost age 70, wandering around like a bear in the woods on a porch, looking for food? How else could they ensure that there is nothing else that could be monetized or used against the highest paid employee in the state of North Carolina? It's just a question that I think people... Well, I can report now exclusively that Bill Belichick's family is worried about, that they're looking into. And I feel like the university that says I'm a liar might want to do the same.
Oh, this is getting good.
This is the part where, though, there's a difference here because he's acting as he's a journalist in terms of the stuff that he's digging up and everything. But then he goes full sports talk radio, dude.
Speculation.
Right. Do we know for sure that he didn't sell guns to the Russians?
That's right.
I don't think we can say that he didn't. Yeah.
I haven't even thought about that.
How do we know? Look, we already have evidence that he was wandering around like any normal human being in front of a condo, locked out, as we sometimes do, lose our keys. How do we know that there isn't more stuff out there? I guess we don't. You can say that about anybody. The whole ring cam thing is this. One, as people have pointed out, and as we said when we first brought this up, there's multiple different ways that footage could have leaked, including whether if they hadn't disabled the community access or whatever to the ring cam, all of that. But are they worried? Is Pablo was out firing off his unregistered weapons into the air or something in front of the ring cam?
Right.
Yeah, there's only so much incriminating stuff you can do at somebody's doorstep, unless he's pulling the old poop in a bag on fire trick or something.
Well,
let's settle down a little bit with that speculation.
I guess with the ring cam for sure, but and this may be where the concern of Belichick's family comes in is. Okay, that's just one method to record somebody doing things.
If the family is concerned that Jordan Hudson's the one that put that out there for whatever reason, or that she was sloppy enough to have it end up in the public, what else is she being sloppy about, or what might she do, or whatever? Yeah. I think the real nugget that matters here, I think, is that Pablo Torre, it sounds like he has spoken to members in the Belichick family who have reservations or concerns about his relationship with Jordan Hudson.
Which matches up with the comments on one of the social media posts where Steve Belichick's wife, Steve Belichick, Bill's son, who's the defensive coordinator at North Carolina, where she commented in reply to Nikki Glazer, where Nikki Glazer was taking up for Jordan Hudson. Nikki Glazer, the comedian, was taking up saying, the media's out for blood. And Steve Belichick's wife, Bill Belichick's daughter-in-law, said that, no, professionals don't storm off the set, something to that effect. She was talking about
Steve Belichick's wife basically saying, hey, I married into that inheritance, not you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, like that's...
yeah. I want part of that big boat that says 6 rings on it. What the hell?
Yeah. So Bill Belichick is going to do a live interview with Michael Strahan on Good Morning America this coming Friday morning. It's going to be live. I do wonder what this thing is going to look like. Does Strahan ask about Jordan Hudson? I think is a question I have. Does he ask any questions about Belichick's family? In terms of how if the relationship comes up. I mean, it's out there now, reported by Pablo Torre and others, that that there's family issues, the possibility of Steve taking over as head coach at North Carolina. Is that a thing? Do you think Strahan brings up the $1 million buyout that goes into effect in a couple of weeks?
I don't think he brings that up just because that's a little too... Good Morning America is a mainstream show for the public at large. That's a little too football nerdy for that. Yeah. So I think the Good Morning America audience, which generally skews female, is probably and not in the majority of them not hardcore, just the Good Morning America audience, whether they're male or female, not like they're certainly not hardcore UNC fans.
Very casual sports fans.
They want the headline type of material, and certainly a lot of stuff about perhaps his family, or I would imagine the largely female population of women who still watch network television, which is older, might be very intrigued by Bill Belichick's girlfriend being 24 years old. They have to bring up some part of that.
Very intrigued by her, and honestly, if we're being honest, probably not at all interested in his book about his lessons of winning that he learned in football.
Yeah.
Way more interested. Oh boy, Michael Strahan has put himself in the crosshairs here. If he chooses to acquiesce, if Bill O'Brien and Jordan Hudson put in specific requests about types of questions and topics.
Yeah, but he's a little bit in that McAfee zone where, because he's not an actual journalist or like a professional sports reporter.
Yeah.
He's a sports personality.
Yeah.
That people will criticize it. Like Florio's always criticizing Pat McAfee for not asking the hard driving questions. And McAfee's basically like, what do you want out of me? I'm just having a good time.
Yeah.
I feel like I think Strahan might veer more towards come on, I'm just having a good time.
Let's see what Mad Dog Russo has to say about this upcoming interview on Friday with Strahan and Belichick.
I would be shocked if Strahan asked him a tough question. I'd be shocked. Shocked. Absolutely shocked. Why do you think Belichick's doing it? He's doing it because, it's about his book, and he doesn't want to be put on the spot. Now, listen, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, you got to ask him a question about his girlfriend. That's just all there is to it. He's been in the news. You got to ask him about whether she has been kicked off campus. I believe Pablo Torres, who, put out a big statement on Friday, basically dictating exactly where he got the information from, higher ups at North Carolina and what have you. And I believe Pablo.
Okay, sign of respect, or a sign that you've made it. When Mad Dog butchers your name on his show. Pablo Torres? As in Joe Torre, manager of the Yankees, the team that you've covered for these many years, Mad Dog Russo. Now, that's interesting. Mad Dog Russo is saying that he's not going to ask a single hard question, and yet I feel like Belichick would view, did she get kicked out of the football building, as a hard question. I feel like the two of them would view that as an off-limits question.
But that's the thing, is that Belichick himself wouldn't view that as a hard question. That's where, that's a softball. It's an expected softball question, but also Belichick's in this format now where he's doing these interviews on morning coffee type TV shows and everything, where he's going to be asked a whole bunch of stuff that if a reporter at a Patriots press conference had asked something like that, he would think it was the dumbest question ever, even though it's not a hardball question.
Yeah.
But he's in a format where it's not a hardball question, and B, it's exactly the kind of question you should expect when you go to a show on that. Something about your girlfriend, something about the recent news event or whatever it might be. So I guess I shouldn't frame it in terms of hardball or softball. It's that should you be prepared and have at least a good deflection from that question.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that Strahan will give Belichick a heads up about hey, I got to ask you about this, I got to ask you about that.
100%.
And Belichick will have some kind of a joke or a quip about it, and they'll laugh it off, and then it'll be on into the other things.
Yeah, we'll see. I love that it's live.
I think he does ask a question about Jordan Clarkson, and he does topic whether or not she's been banned from the facility, or does he go that deep into it? That's the big question.
Yeah.
Or has she been? Because really now the question is, UNC's rebuttal of Pablo Torres. It wasn't a full rebuttal. They basically
They said she's welcome there.
But not in a football capacity.
Did they say non-football capacity?
Yes, they basically said as a personal relationship, but she's not part of the football program.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I didn't see it as damning a rebuttal as I think it was being framed, because they kind of set the limit there. They kind of said she's not part of the football program.
It's an easy answer for Belichick if he just wants to point to the statement the school made. The school spoke on this already.
Yeah.
It's all right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. Schedule release tomorrow coming up for the Texans. They got a lot of national run last year. They got treated by the schedule makers like a team that America wanted to see. Based on their nationally televised games last season, just those games, how should we expect the league to treat the Texans tomorrow when the schedule comes out? Got the list of games here. Let's go through that coming up next.
How do you want to treat your
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop and find out what they've got going on the show today. So the schedule comes out tomorrow for the Houston Texans, for the entire NFL. Some of the games have trickled out. We know now who the international games are going to be. We already knew the host team. Now have both teams for all the international games. I guess the two most noteworthy things there would be, one, the Brazil game that kicks off the international schedule the Friday of week 1 is going to be the Chargers and the Chiefs.
Boo!
That game sounds like it's going to be on YouTube, is what they're expecting. So yeah, so we are exporting a division game in the AFC West. The other interesting thing about the international schedule is that the Vikings in week 4 go to Ireland to face the Steelers, and then they stay over there. They stay overseas.
They're going to stay. Where are they going to stay? Are they staying in Ireland or in London?
I don't know.
They go to London the next day.
I don't know.
Okay.
They play in Ireland in week 4. They play the Steelers, and then they play the Browns in London in week 5.
I would say if I were Kevin O'Connell, I would want to just go ahead and have them stay in London for that next week. Far fewer, at the very least in London. Like both those countries have a big pub culture, but in Ireland, you feel like the Americans going to Ireland are going to want to really, really just prove themselves that they can hang with the Irish, and that's never a good idea.
No,
when it comes to things like that, don't try to hang with an Irishman.
Nope.
I've tried. You guys got to remember, I've stayed in the same place as Sean for weeks at a time, and it's not, you're not going to do it.
Special arrangements.
Yeah.
Seth can get his beauty sleep, and I can come in at 3 a.m. Yes.
Well, I can't, and just but no, yeah, and I'm 100% honest about the part of like, okay.
That's their main hobby.
Tour the pubs and everything.
Yeah, that's what they do there. Yeah, I'm with you.
Plenty of great pubs in London. Don't get me wrong. It's just not as much a part of like the focal point of why you're going there.
That's right.
So, go to London.
Go to London. Good advice. All right, so we haven't seen any Texans games trickle out yet because it's not just the international games. We know what the season opener is going to be, Eagles hosting Cowboys. We've started to see some of the other games. At least one of the Christmas games has dropped today. I'll have to go look and see, but the Broncos and the Chiefs are going to play on Christmas Day, so the Chiefs back on the Christmas Day schedule. We haven't seen any of the Texans game. A few Monday night games have made their way onto the radar, which this might be an indicator that the Texans schedule is normalizing a little bit this year compared to last year when they were playing on Christmas Day. They were playing 3 games in 11 days, twice on the schedule. They played 3 primetime games in a row in the middle of the season, weeks 9, 10, and 11. So maybe the Texans are getting treated more like just your garden variety, decent NFL team as opposed to last year. Well, where it felt like they were being treated like a real team to watch last year.
Right, right, yeah, and I think the buzz factor around C.J. Stroud is not nearly the same this year as it was last year.
Yep.
So I think that probably isn't going to move the meter as much.
Yeah.
He's been taken over by Jaden in terms of young quarterback buzz factor.
No doubt. So if we just based on their nationally televised games last season, because that may be something else that the league is looking at if they're looking like, all right, well, when we put them on a big stage, how they did last year, how should we expect the league to treat the Texans when the schedule comes out tomorrow? Here were their 6 games, Seth, that they had the stage to themselves. They weren't all primetime, but like Christmas, stage to yourself. The Saturday game with KC, stage to yourself. They went 2-4 in those 6 games. They beat the Bears on Sunday Night Football in week 2. That was a game where they just murdered Caleb Williams all day long.
Yeah.
They had like 7 sacks. Then they weren't on a nationally televised game again until Halloween when they lost to Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets.
Yes. Aaron Rodgers and looking like peak Aaron Rodgers for at least one half of that football game.
Yeah.
Made some he was a machine. He was a machine, Aaron Rodgers was in the second half.
So that's 1-1 with those 2 games. Then the very next week, honestly, this might have been one of their more impressive showings on national TV, and it was a loss.
Yeah.
They lost 26-23 to the Lions in a game at home on Sunday Night Football, in a game where they intercepted Jared Goff 5 times and had a 23-7 lead at the half.
And as you pointed out, it was the first time in the history of American football that it felt like it that you could pick a quarterback off 5 times. And
yeah,
lose the game.
It was one of those kind of. It was one of those. This hasn't happened since 1962.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're 1-2. Continuing a week later, they played Dallas. They destroyed the Cowboys on Monday Night Football. I would imagine that carries a lot of weight because everybody hates the Cowboys. So 34-10, they beat a Cooper Rush-led Cowboy team. And then
Except that it wasn't. If you're going by like, okay, well, did they deliver Did they deliver an intriguing performance? No, they actually blew the Cowboys out. It ended up being boring.
Yep, it was boring. And then the final 2 games were the 2 games that were 4 days apart. Kansas City, they lost that game 27-19. That was the game where Tank Dell got hurt. That sucked. And then, as if it couldn't get any worse, 4 days later, on Christmas Day, they lost 31-2 to the Baltimore Ravens.
The Chiefs game was at least a really good game.
Yes, the Texans.
The Texans were in position to take the lead late in the game. They just couldn't close the deal, and so that was a good game at least. But then the
Baltimore game was
playoffs,
awful.
The Baltimore game was atrocious.
It was terrible. The Baltimore.
They couldn't even do us the honor of giving us a normal football score.
Oh,
31-2.
It might have been a scoregami. I'll have to ask Reggie. He's the
I believe it was a scoregami.
Yeah, I'll have to. Reggie will know for sure. We'll have to check with him. 31-2, the final score. So I guess based on the sum total of those appearances on national television, staged to themselves, 2-4. One of the 4 losses was a very competitive one to at the time many people thought the best team in football, the Lions. The rest of it was just kind of ugh. I am going to guess, based purely on the performance in these nationally televised games, Seth, these 6 games, I'm going to give the Texans the stage to themselves 3 times when the schedule comes out tomorrow. I think they get a Sunday night, a Monday night, and then some other rando somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, the 31-2 was not a scoregami. The first one was the Packers versus the Boston Redskins in 1936.
Okay.
So the Texans are the most recent team.
They're the one to do it in the era of television.
It's only 3 games have ever had a. Scoregami.com is fascinating. 3 games have ended 31-2.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other one was the Cowboys. The sandwich one was the Cowboys in 1965. So that was the first time since 1965 that a game had ended 31-2.
Yeah, man. We hadn't put anybody on the moon yet when the first 2 happened. And now here we go.
And we still haven't, you idiot.
Conspiracy theories, a theme for today's show. Yeah. So, so I'm thinking 3, somewhere 3.5. I'd put the number at. For national games for themselves.
It seems like a lot of our listeners have lost their appetite for primetime games. They just want to hey, give me some noon games. Let's just do this thing. Let me wake up early on a Sunday, roll out of bed, barbecue is my breakfast, and here we go.
Those 3 games in a row on primetime last year, not weeks 9, 10, and 11, I think took a lot out of people.
Yeah.
I think they took a lot of the starch out of the nationally televised thing.
The one thing I love doing the pregame show, but I would like to have a year at some point in this job where I just go and tailgate and
have a
good time every morning before a game.
Yeah.
We smell all of the barbecue, all the entire show.
Yeah.
And I really take of either of them that much.
We get fed like once a year. Some tailgater will bring food
we could arrange it to get more, but I don't even like eating. Trying to eat barbecue and then go right back to your computer.
A lot of smudginess. Yeah, for sure. That coughing you hear in the background is John Lopez dying over there. Yeah, how you doing?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I'm great, John. Yeah. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Reggie, how you feeling?
I am still flabbergasted from a lot of things that happened yesterday.
Okay.
But
power rank them, please. What are they?
I think. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. It's the draft lottery, the way that fell yesterday. That's one.
Oh, yeah, you have ties up to Dallas.
I do.
Are you on a group text with people up there?
I am, and that's a number of them, in fact. And I was just trying to get a feel for things. And, of course, especially talking to media folks up there, they were all working in that moment, as I'm sure you might imagine.
Yeah,
so I'm just sitting there like, who do I get to talk about this with? Because I kind of want to get feels of what it felt like on the ground. Everybody's like, nah, I can't talk to you right now. Working.
So we have no feel for if if the Mavericks fans, who last we saw them were protesting, not showing up for games and screaming "Fire Nico" at games. We don't know if the ping pong balls landing a certain way have them feeling differently. I'm looking at the TV screen in our studio here. One of the questions they were talking about on First Take was, should Mavericks fans feel differently about Nico Harrison now? And I'm like, what the hell did he do?
I'll tell you what, no, but if you are, as one poll suggested, 91% of people believe that the lottery is totally fixed.
Correct.
If you do believe the conspiracy theories, Nick Harrison should lean into it. Like, at his next press conference, he should give a little wink, you know? It's just a little bit like, hey, you guys thought I didn't know what I was doing, huh?
Wait, you're going as far as giving a wink. People are now retrofitting. You remember that look that got caught on the television camera of him, like, you know, kind of looking to the side? Almost
a little bit, yeah.
That people are now taking that to mean.
It's like a wrestling storyline. Like,
that's exactly what it is.
It's like, remember, boy, what great storytelling. Look at Hulk Hogan's face right there.
Exactly.
He knew the heel turn was coming right there.
And that's exactly what's happening. Hook, line, and sinker, man.
Wow.
And you got to remember, man, like, we are all sports fans, and in moments where you are frustrated with the organization, deep down that frustration comes from the idea that you want to be excited, you want to be happy.
For sure.
And here comes the great white hope, Cooper Flagg, a young, talented player that looks like he's going to be some level of generational, and everybody's like, yeah, I'm back in. Like, I literally have a friend who had not just sworn off the Mavericks, not just sworn off basketball, but damn near sworn off sports. And she was just like, back like I never left.
Okay.
Like she never left. So, yeah, man.
Is that how she conducts herself in your personal relationship?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Never again, Reginald.
Neither confirm nor deny is how I will handle that.
I'm going to look through your text, and I'm going to see an angry refusal to ever talk to you again, followed by the next text.
Heart.
You up?
Yep.
Yeah. Heart emojis. Yeah. By the way, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Yeah. What's the question of the day, fellas?
Well, the question of the day is something. What is cheat on?
Okay. That's a great one. That is a great one. Seth,
I've got a couple that came
Seth, do you have one? Because I have two.
I don't know. Not off the top of my head.
Yeah, Seth is an upstanding gentleman.
I have two. Yeah, Seth might have zero.
Oh, I would do it if I had the energy.
Oh, everybody's rigged something.
There was one time. Well, we were unsuccessful in doing this.
Everybody.
There was one time back in the early 2000s before I got into radio. One of my very best friends back then, and even to the day he passed last year, was Ken Hoffman from the Chronicle. And Ken was involved in a lot of different eating events.
Yeah.
You know, he wrote a lot about food.
You're going to burst my bubble about the kolaches, aren't you?
No. It has nothing to do with kolaches. There was a rib eating contest at a rib joint downtown.
Okay.
And I was basically, Ken wanted me to get in there and win that thing. So we had a system going where I was sitting next to one of Ken's neighbors, handing off wings.
Wow.
Not wings, ribs. Yeah, ribs. We got caught.
You did?
Yeah, we got caught. The other one actually has to do with my story last week about my community service. Remember when I got caught doing prank calls to people?
Yeah.
My community service was driving a golf cart around campus, picking up athletes at their classes, the injured athletes. I got to use that golf cart as essentially a car on campus, and it just so happened that my punishment coincided with Spring Week, where we had all of the different events. Like, we didn't have fraternities and sororities at Notre Dame. We had single-sex dorms that functioned as fraternities and sororities. We were allowed to drink and party in them and stuff like that. So we were paired up every male events, like Revenge of the Nerds. You had all these different events, and it was like an Olympic thing. And at the end, the one with the most points wins. There was a scavenger hunt. There was a scavenger hunt around campus.
I want to see how deep this goes.
Where you had to basically, they give you a clue. You walk to the next place.
Yeah,
those are fun.
And get the next clue, and eventually you go to 5 different places on campus, and you have to walk the whole thing.
Except you didn't walk.
I hid the golf cart in the bushes. Everybody's running one direction. I'm running the other direction, and I get in this golf cart.
Somehow you beat him there.
This is the problem. The record was like 53 minutes.
Yeah.
I would literally have to have been a robot to get the time. I feel like my winning time was like 26 minutes or something.
And you didn't think about it? You didn't let me get to the end and just kind of loiter, loaf around, make this believable?
No, I was there to shatter the record.
Yes.
Needless to say,
yeah,
I got
You're like Kim Jong-un's dad. Did you ever hear the story about the golf course there? There's like one national golf course in North Korea, and Kim Jong-un's dad has the record at like 35 under par. It was nobody's ever come close to breaking the record.
I'm fairly certain that at least a few of the other participants probably saw me at one point on the golf cart. So those are my two.
You know what? I honestly,
but I've not cheated at anything since either of those.
I was at one time during the Great Recession. I was kind of curious about just looking at some of the properties that were being sold for foreclosure and everything. So I was in this small towns, and I just wanted to go out and check it out. And it was this one property came up, and it was like this. It was like, all right, such and such property. Do we have any bidders? And a guy was like, $2,000, and it's sold immediate.
Oh, wow.
And then moved on to the next one. I was like, what the hell did I just see here?
Sketchy.
I'm looking around at all these guys that all knew each other and everything. I'm like, I'm not asking any questions.
No.
I got to drive home tonight.
That's right. That's right.
That's wild. All right, well, I can't wait to hear y'all's answer to this question.
I've got a couple good ones.
You do?
One of them has to do with a casino in Nevada.
That's what I was saying. My answer's probably not that
You're
good.
still here?
John Lopez's answers, I'm sure, would be very good. And, of course, the listeners, because
we got a lot of scoundrels out there for sure.
Yeah. Not my words, by the way.
No. All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
I'd love to hear it.
Thank you. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and best of luck in all of your future fraudulent scams.
Thank you. I've got at least 3 on the radar. Yeah. All right, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. We're out of time. In the Loop, though, they got you for the next 4 hours. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the Loop, and they start now.
You're damn skippy we start now. Happy Tuesday to you right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man name off the roster. It is John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig wearing his nice pink New Day shirt in order to get in the good graces of one Sean Pendergast, I believe. Let's get it going.
Are they still around?
I don't think the New Day's together.
Really?
And I say this as someone who does not watch
at all.
Because Big E got hurt, right?
Big E got hurt. He's a commentator now.
Okay.
Xavier Woods and Kofi Kingston are still together, but they're bad guys now.
That doesn't sound like that
New
works.
Day music anymore.
Are they cheaters?
They're cheaters. Yes.
Because I feel like when you got
cheat to win.
because Kofi's the slim one, right? Kofi's like the real slim one. I feel like when you got a slim wrestler and they go bad, they got to be a cheater. Yeah. You know what I mean? They got to be one of them.
They
folks.
hit you in the midsection without
all that
the referee looking.
Mess around and poke you in the eyes, that type of jump.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. I didn't. That was your entirely unintended wrestle talk for the day here in the Loop. But get involved with the program. 713-572-4610 on the text line. Also, much appreciation to the Mo Karam injury lawyers.
We keep it 100.
For the live streams, both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch, 610 Houston. And as I told the fellas in the handoff, in the crosstalk, I am still flabbergasted.
You should be.
By how the NBA draft lottery fell. It was one of those situations where, I'm going to be completely honest, I have to blame myself for this. When we were talking about the possibility of a Cooper Flag, we talked about it long enough that my dumb brain was
me too.
Oh, but that would be really fun.
Yeah,
like my brain was just like, oh, this is going to be great.
Yeah.
And
I was the same one over here like, man, I don't think it's happening.
Right. And that's the fact of the matter is, I shouldn't have thought of it as happening. But I got myself into that place, but what if?
Yeah.
And I did it long enough to where I was thinking about it and seeing, not going to lie. In fact, is there the audio? Can you give me the audio of this here, of the Rockets actually when we're going through the lottery? And before we even had the opportunity, before I had the opportunity to really envision it happening.
Well,
I was just sitting there. I was like, all right, 14, yeah, that's fine. We're not gonna be there.
Yeah.
13, 12, cool. 11, all right. Who gonna be? Which suckers are picking 10th?
Now was this right before break? Because they
no.
Or they kept going like 10, 9.
Yeah, we got pretty deep into this before we got to break because I think thankfully the NBA has recognized they are not the NFL in trying to make everything into a TV program.
Don't make this an hour, man.
Yeah. Dude, I hated when they used to have the draft lottery as an hour. I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Pick the ping pong balls and let's go.
Give us 15 minutes and keep it moving.
Yeah.
And so thankfully they did it as a 30-minute show. So this was the second segment and they moved through it. But we got to that 10. And I was like, which suckers are picking 10?
Yeah.
Pick number 10 will be made by The Houston Rockets.
And I was like, oh, it was our
Houston receives this pick from Phoenix due to multiple previous trades.
Yeah, our suckers are picking 10th. So I was like, all right, look. I had to then get into the Colt mindset where I was like, look, it's fine. Yeah. But that did mean the Mavericks moved up, and I was like, all right, whatever, man. Yeah. But I was like, 10, thankfully, one thing that you could say, this is a draft in which at 10, you still have a very good opportunity to select a good basketball player in a way that I don't think you can say definitively in other years.
I think there's some information out there that would say it's still kind of a crapshoot. I think, if you judge, what some people have said, it's about a 25% chance that they'll be, quote unquote, an upper tier player. So there's a chance, but this draft might be better and it might be higher numbers than that.
Yeah. So there's that. But then when we kept going, it got out for me because not only did the Mavericks move up from 11th, also the Spurs moved up from maybe having the 7th or 8th best odds, something in that range. Obviously, they had 2 picks in the lottery. Those 2 teams end up now having the first and second picks respectively, with the likes of the Utah Jazz and the Charlotte Hornets and who else? The Washington Wizards all falling out of that of their highest opportunity chances to get those top picks in the lottery. All of them, I think, 14% chance they all end up outside of the top 4. And the Dallas Mavericks, notoriously months after selecting or after trading Luka Doncic away to the Lakers for a return that nobody would agree was commensurate. Now they have the clear path to select Cooper Flagg in the 2025 draft. And I've got to let you know, there's a lot of people, including 2 people that I'm looking at, that are looking at the NBA like, oh, so y'all rigged this, huh?
Yeah. No, it very much felt like it. It looked like it. Figure, we talked about it yesterday.
Yes.
We were talking about the 10% and above chance. There were 5 teams with a 10% or better chance, et cetera. And
Rockets had a 3.8% chance, and the Dallas Mavericks, get this, 1.9% chance.
I want to get to that.
Okay.
I want to get to that.
All right.
So, and we said, well, what if the Mavericks with a 1.8, whatever it was, 1.8, 1.9, happened to do it? And we talked about it. Well, it would look like it was rigged.
Yeah, the thing is, I wasn't upset about it, but I was like, okay, I see what they trying to do.
Yeah.
They lost their superstar, and now they trying to get them.
Something's even more mind-blowing. Was it rigged? 713-572-4610. Odds are 91% of you are going to say it was, and I won't necessarily disagree too much. This is the number that jumps out at me. I looked up what the chances were of the Mavericks getting the number 1 pick and the Spurs getting the number 2 pick.
Oh, well, when you take those odds, you multiply them, and it gets all right, I can't say that word, but really, really small.
0.609%. There was a 0.609% that the Mavericks would be 1 and the Spurs would be 2. That is a worst-case scenario for the Rockets in many ways. Or actually, the NBA, if you're thinking that it was rigged or whatever. So I started looking up even more stuff, little nuggets. So you tell me if it was rigged based on these little things.
Okay.
These little pieces of information, Figgy. Things that have less than a 1% chance of happening. Flipping a coin and it coming up heads 6 times in a row.
Okay.
Becoming an NBA player.
Yes. Because there's the natural selection of just being really tall, and then you have to be good at this as well.
Yes. A 16 seed beating a 1 seed in the NCAA tournament.
Shout out to, what was it? Florida Gulf Coast did it? No, it was Baltimore County, one of those. I can't remember which one.
Hitting a green light on a street.
UMBC.
10 times in a row.
Yeah, okay.
That's a 1% chance of catching a foul ball at a Major League Baseball game.
Oh, I mean, I know plenty of people who've done that.
Yeah, they had a less than 1% chance of doing it. Predicting the exact.
I do that all the time. I don't know what you're talking about.
And this is my favorite. 1 deck shuffled, and you pick back-to-back aces.
Okay. No, the odds are very small.
Rigged?
I still look. It's funny because we talked about this yesterday as well. The narratives are there for so many teams that no matter what happens, you can get yourself to that place because we as humans want to have narratives that make sense, right, and that logically fit with us. And so sometimes something happens that feels like it's out of the realm of normalcy, and we find a way to make it fit. And we could have done that with a lot of teams. it's just so uncomfortable that Nico Harrison gets the unreasonably good gift of doing something that's so stupid, and the benefit is, here you go, right? Here you go. Here is another star player, even though you squandered the first star player in order to trade for a star player, to be fair, in Anthony Davis, who, though, is always injured. Oh, interesting note about that, though, with the Dallas Mavericks. Per Ira Winderman of the South Florida Sun-Sentinel, Miami would have had Dallas's lottery numbers if they hadn't come back from a 6-point deficit with 5 minutes left to beat the Hawks in overtime in that last play-in game.
Ooh.
So if they had just lost that game, we'd be talking about the Miami Heat getting Cooper Flagg. And this is where I will start my offensive. I don't know why I'm on this quixotic mission to civilize in fighting against the people who look at it as rigged, because, look, it's there. But wouldn't it make sense if you're the NBA and trying to rig things to try and get some talent into the East? Like, the West is so chock full of talent, so much so that you're having a lot of your star players that you should be celebrating this time of year where you really like want people to be front and center.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, right, it looks like you might have more talent moving from the East to the West, even just evidenced by Giannis Antetokounmpo is in this place where he's open to maybe moving away from the Milwaukee Bucks, and probably the two top looks are the Spurs and the Rockets, right? If you were to ask Brian Windhurst and other insiders, that'd be more talent moving to the West. Wouldn't you want some of these teams in the East, especially teams like the Washington Wizards or the Charlotte Hornets, even though we got to a certain point, I was like, I don't want none of these teams to be able to, like, they just don't handle this well. But still, like, wouldn't you want that to be the case?
You would think, but I think you could also make a very strong argument that the NBA cares more about the city and the organization and the storylines. City, organization, storylines. And we've all seen those coinky-dinks, Derrick Rose going to Chicago.
What was that, 08?
Yeah, 08. 2011, Cavaliers, after LeBron left.
Yeah.
They get it.
Get Kyrie.
Chris Paul leaves in 2012, New Orleans. Pelicans get it. Cavaliers get the number 1 pick again.
2012 was that Chris? Oh, yes, you're right.
Yeah. They get it again in 2014 to bring Kevin Love back to throw that bone of franchise. Mavericks, obviously, this year, getting the number 1 pick.
You threw a bone of franchise.
Hey, LeBron James said it. Flat out.
Yeah, when he was on McAfee?
Yeah, flat out said.
Yeah, it was, it's like, I was telling Reggie this earlier, like, with the LeBron going to Cleveland, that was like such a fairy tale. Like, a guy from Northeast Ohio gets drafted number 1 overall by his, I guess, his hometown team. And it seems like you got that all the time now. I don't know if it started
it's
there.
It's the storyline.
Yeah,
you can argue. Yeah. You can argue what you said, Reggie.
I know people say it with the Knicks and Patrick Ewing and all that stuff, but it seems like it's all about a storyline now, man.
And again, I feel like we're always going to establish the storyline. But look, I don't understand the instances where the NBA doesn't help themselves. Not the NBA at large. In this instance, it's Maverick CEO Rick Welts. So he was asked I quoted during the draft lottery saying this, quote, "I'm the only person who was in this room and the room 40 years ago. I was in charge of the NBA draft lottery 40 years ago when Patrick Ewing won. I've been doing conspiracy theory stories ever since. This is very surreal personally." Close quote. Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
That makes it better, huh?
Yeah.
And he's like, I've been hearing this for a long time, ever since I was in the room when the Patrick Ewing, like the most notorious instance where everybody goes, nah, this is rigged.
I took the envelope out of the freezer.
I was like, what are you doing, bro? Why would you? And again, this points back to the reason why I didn't want the Dallas Mavericks to get this, although they're, maybe they're Mavs fans that they went through some hardship for a few months. And maybe you look at that and you go, all right, their organization treating them so bad. Here you go as a gift. I know there's a lot of people around this city that like, boo-hoo, I do not care. Yeah. But the organization continues to act like this. Like this quote is an embodiment of how that organization handles themselves. And now they get Cooper Flagg, and that's frustrating. Around to actually the way that this operates, because I did remember telling you that Utah was deeply unlucky in the draft lottery, and they were one of those teams that
they're awful.
And they fell out of the top 4. But on top of this, I did want to talk a little bit about the Spurs at 2, because I feel like 1, obviously, is the big thing. 2 is, I think people have kind of looked at it to some degree, but also, does this give them real leverage in Giannis negotiations now that they have the number 2 pick compared to the Rockets having the number 10 pick? Not saying that, I mean, it does feel like they're kind of head-to-head in the possibility of, trying to petition for the services of Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yeah, I don't know if that's something they really want to do.
Who, the Rockets or the Spurs?
With the number 2 pick. I mean, there's a lot of reason to believe that they have a chance at number 2 to add a player. What's his name? Jordan from Rutgers, the big time scorer that they've already.
Are you talking Dylan Harper?
Dylan Harper. I said
okay.
Jordan. Dylan Harper. There's a chance that they might stay at number 2. Now, it does give them more leverage. I mean, there's no question about that. So if they want to get there quicker rather than later, keep in mind they also have the Hawks pick next year and first-round pick next year and the year after. So, they might want to, they've got some options in San Antonio for sure.
Yeah, because that was the thing ultimately with the question that we talked about. I know that we were talking about it end of the show with the drive when we were getting there. The idea of, hey, man, what happens if you do get Cooper Flagg? Do you trade that? I mean, a 2 pick is not Cooper Flagg, but it's still pretty high, and it's very valuable in this point to possibly rebuild in such a way with the Milwaukee Bucks, but not necessarily be bad because they don't have the benefit of their own picks.
Yeah,
I do wonder if this also puts, like, not just that you didn't get a high pick, you didn't get that Cooper Flagg situation, which of course was not a high opportunity, but also does this give them an opportunity to go, or does this push the Rockets in a place where you're a little bit more in a place to stand pat with what you have, or maybe put a little bit more into the pot in order to try and get Giannis if you wanted to.
Look, I think, and Raphael Stone said right after that they're, pretty much what he told the assembled media here, that they would have to be a high bar for them to make a deal. But I don't know about that. I think it kind of changes the equation a little bit at number 10.
I'm very intrigued by what this is. But yeah, that was the draft. It seems like most people are in the boat of, nah, man, NBA is just the WWE. It's rigged or what have you. And it's funny to me because the NBA has gone to great lengths to try and make it apparent that they try. Yes, because
the apparent. Yes.
Okay, all right. Because somebody mentioned this on the YouTube page. The idea of this is Ray. Haven't watched one of these in a while, but do they always pull the tennis balls off camera? That seems kind of sus. Yes, they do. But the thing about it is that they have independent media members in there, and they record the entire thing that is then released after the selections, after the TV show.
Already.
I watched the entirety of the drawing, and it happened. Now, the one thing I can say that you can maybe say is, this is once those numbers come up, the numbers are associated with the team, and maybe at their end. But again, they have a number of people. I think it's like 8 to 10 people in there that are also auditing them as they do this with a third-party company actually, administering this. They go through to great lengths to make sure that there's the very clear appearance that, hey, we do this the right way. It's just funny to me that with all of that, you end up with the Dallas Mavericks selecting number 1 overall and everybody going, don't care, it's rigged.
Yeah. I mean, you got to make it look good.
Like, just look the last few years, though.
Make it look right.
Like, even with Wemby, man, like you couldn't have painted a better picture than that. Like somebody that wanted to go to the Spurs, that from France, you couldn't make
the organization needed it, the storyline, etc.
Real quick before we go, does it matter to you at all that the 2 teams at the top are division rivals, quote unquote, as the division hasn't felt like it's mattered as much?
Absolutely, yes. In fact, I think, and we'll get into this maybe a little later, I think it kind of puts a little more pressure on the Rockets to do something.
Okay.
I really do.
All right. I find that to be an interesting perspective. We'll dig into that later on in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going on a Tuesday. Coming up next, let's talk about the Texans. Could you make the argument that fixing things at the tight end position is a bigger deal than fixing things at the offensive line? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Ready? It's NFL schedule release.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right, Joel. On the Twitch page. Hot Tuesday here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll talk about that a little bit more as well. But
he's heating up.
Yeah, make sure that you know that we get that heat wave coming through, baby. So be prepared. I seen all three of us make sure we got shorts on today, and we work inside. So make sure you take care of yourself if you're out there, if you have the opportunity to. Be prepared because it's going to be a hot one. We get into the 90s for the rest of the week. I'll talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, always get involved with the program, 713-572-4610, or as Joel did, hit us up on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live streams, both on YouTube and on Twitch. But let's talk about these Texans because, Lopez, you're throwing out a question here that I'm very intrigued to get to how you got there.
Yeah. Look, can you make the argument that fixing the tight end room is more of a question than the offensive line?
Okay, more of a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe even more important, but certainly more of a question than the offensive line. Because what do we hear about all these offensive linemen that they've brought in?
They've started. There's a lot of guys who've started games.
Yep.
There's obviously going to be a lot of competition.
Veterans.
A lot of vets. Absolutely.
Proven. They've done the job. Maybe, there's
proven is one of those ones that makes my eye twitch a little bit.
Sure, me too. No, me too. But I mean, but Cam Robinson, Trent Brown. Hell, you can even stretch it to some of these other guys that we may or may not have much confidence in.
Laken Tomlinson.
Yeah,
Ed Ingram.
That was the one I was thinking of. And
your guy Trent Brown.
And you said
your man.
Yeah, my guy.
Your man.
My guy Trent Brown. You can. It is factually correct. They've started. They've got experience. They've been proven in this league.
Been in the league for a long time.
Been in the league for a long time. Titus Howard falls into that category to a certain degree. You can't say that about tight end.
I mean,
can you?
Dalton Schultz has started. He's been in the league.
Yeah, he's also
proven
been undressed. He's also been undressed in this.
Also, is the problem if you've been undressed here? Yeah. If you got undressed other places, that don't concern us. If you've been undressed here, then it ends up being an issue.
But even if you don't believe that, and it's just here, or it was a fluke, or the scheme's going to change things.
Yeah.
He's never been a blocker.
Your offensive coordinator is a tight ends coach.
Yes.
He's just going to download blocking.te.exe into his program, hit run, boom, and everything's going to be good.
See, that's the point. Like, if you really think about the Texans right now at the tight end position,
yeah,
they have none of what you can say about the offensive line. Proven, done it. Veteran, of course, Dalton Schultz, and you can go to Irv Smith or whatever, but nevertheless. But like in terms of like they've done it, they've proven it. They can block, they can catch.
I'd still argue Dalton.
You can argue Dalton Schultz,
but
he's
then,
not a blocker.
No, and I don't think he ever has been, and that probably has been more of a miscast, and you could probably put that on Bobby Slowick, right?
Yeah.
I think your point stands when you get further, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cade Stover going into, and that's the thing where you want to see the growth, and I think that there's probability and possibility of that being the case. But to be fair, like you're saying, you haven't seen it specifically at the level that you're hoping for him.
Obviously, Luke Lachey.
Luke Lachey is a rookie and a late round rookie at that. We talk about Irv Smith. Irv Smith might be the one that's you just go, I know what that is.
Yeah,
like even. He is proven. He is all these things that we're talking about. He probably represents what we were talking about yesterday with the offensive line, which is the high floor, right? Where it's like, hey, you know what you're getting out of him. He's going to be a good blocker. Maybe, you can get the ball to him periodically, but that's not really the entire intent of what you're doing here with him as a tight end. And I think he probably represents the high floor of the tight end space, but maybe not high ceiling as well. And then Brevin Jordan is complete. Let's see what it ultimately ends up being from him.
Yeah. On all these tight ends, well, let me put it this way. On all these offensive linemen, most of the ones that they're going to be counting on, you can say, well, at least they've done it. Can you say that about any of these tight ends?
You know my answer is going to be. There is one that I'll say yes. But here's the thing, and I hear what you're putting down. The only issue with this is I don't think you're wrong, right? More of a question when it comes to the tight ends in that way. But the problem is with tight ends, it's really still relatively individual performance. I mean, maybe you get out here in a 12 personnel. I mean, maybe if Nick Caley gets his jollies off, he goes ahead and
13.
puts out here a 13 personnel. You really get crazy with it, right? Those guys still aren't as dependent upon offensive line. Like, you can have good offensive line play in the individual, but it is very much that chain link mentality where the weakest link will go ahead and bust the whole chain. And that is some of the issues that we're talking about here, where it's not just can you get good play out of any of these cats, it's can you get a good enough play out of at least 5 of these cats in tandem at the same time, moving in the same direction. And I think that's where I don't think it's more of a question at tight end, because it's really just, can you get one of these guys to play at a really high level, and hopefully can you get 2 of these guys to play at a really high level so you can really kind of circulate that and now have what you need there. And there's other pass catchers. Ain't nobody else blocking for you.
But here's the counterpoint to that. Number one, tight ends do work with the offensive line extensively.
Certainly.
Especially on blitz packages, on edge rushers that are next level, et cetera. And number two, you want a tight end that can do both. You don't want to you don't want to see Brevin Jordan in there and say, okay, well, they're going to pass. You don't want Dalton Schultz, even, as much as you're that's the one that you say I'll give him credit. And
that's right,
and that's fine.
I will be the Dalton Schultz defense.
That's your guy. That's your guy.
That's not going to serve me well.
You don't want.
I can't wait till Clint walk in here and say, "What did I hear about you?"
You don't want to put Dalton Schultz in there in a must-run situation.
Yeah,
so
sure.
like none of them. There's not like a quote number one tight end, and that you can say, oh, I have no idea what they're going to do, or much less 2 of those guys.
Sure,
so
and
that's why I think it's you can ask a serious question about the tight end position,
especially if you get to thinking about the ways in which the Nick Caley offense might, because I've been vocal. I'm still very eager to see what this offense actually is. But in theory, right, if it's going to be something that's inspired by the way that the Patriots run,
right,
they like getting their tight ends involved in the run game and blocking, right? Even if you look at what the Rams have done, periodically they've done a little bit different, but usually they like kind of play action, having that tight end involved in some of these things. And so, yes, I hear you, but we've seen offenses, depending on, especially game plan offense, playing to the strengths of your players. We've seen offenses that have pass-heavy tight ends that are very rarely involved in the blocking. Have you seen an offense that does not have a stable offensive line be beneficial? Like, it doesn't work that way. And that's where I was still leaning back to the idea that, no, man, the question still fully and entirely lays at the offensive line. Even though I hear what you're saying, and I think it points to the idea that you don't have solid, definitive answers at tight end, and you're still hoping to see some level of development there.
I think the issue with this is I feel like Dalton Schultz didn't really show up last season like he should. Like, it's one thing you can't block. Like, I understand, you want a tight end that could block. But, dog, you're supposed to be catching these passes. You're supposed to be getting up. Like, if you're not doing what you can do best, you're not even doing that.
Yeah.
That's when it becomes an issue because, looking at the Texans' last few tight ends, Jordan Akins, was he a great blocker?
I mean, he was
like,
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But I heard you wanted to cop. I can see it in your face. You wanted to cop a plea.
That's what I'm saying. But he was still catching passes, man, and making big plays.
Yeah.
So if I don't know, we'd probably be talking about the number 2 tight end.
I guess what I'm getting at with this is, like, in this offense, this so-called Patriots offense that we think they're going to be running, et cetera.
No, it is a game plan offense. It is the Texans offense.
It's the Houston Texans offense,
as helmed by Nick Caley.
They keep saying.
Don't let them come over here and talk to you, brother.
Sure. You want a tight end that lines up and the defense doesn't know what to expect. You want a tight end that the defense is going to have to pick their poison.
Right.
Bracket him, with a linebacker and whomever, or just cover him with a safety. They have to pick their poison. And I don't know if the Texans have that.
Yeah, I think in a perfect world, that's the type of tight end you would want.
Exactly.
But Dalton Schultz is clearly not that type of tight end. But
who is?
He could catch. He could run routes and catch and stuff. Yeah. But if he's not doing that right, then you have a bigger issue.
Yeah. And those are the unicorns of this, right? It's almost, and I don't know if this is exact. Like, this probably actually isn't exact, so I don't want to go exactly there. But my thought was almost like the defensive tackle that you go, big guy that can run stop, but also get up and pressure. I'm like, hey, there's a reason why those are special, right? You don't have as many of those that do it in the way that you kind of want. But I get your point that you don't have that in an exact way, and that's going to be another thing that is a little bit of a challenge for Nick Caley, especially if you're coming in on the tip that this is going to be game plan. We're going to suit the strengths of our players. The strengths of your tight end group dictates that you're not necessarily going to have them uber involved or have them carrying heavy loads in blocking situations, and you're going to need to find a way to. And I think that even point question, because they hold the majority of the responsibility of blocking, and they should hold the majority of the responsibility of blocking, because as soon as you start asking Dalton Schultz to carry heavy responsibility blocking, I think that falls on you for asking it, not for him, on him for not being able to fully do that because you knew coming in that's what it was. But of course, that's why it's going to be big for Cade Stover to take a leap. And it's going to be important for the offensive line to be on their P's and Q's. I appreciate the conversation, though. I do think that highlights just how much those two positions are the ones that are going to be bellwethers on what your offense will look like in the 2025 football season. As that we're getting more and more information on what that's actually going to look like. We'll talk more about that when we go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But before we get there, coming up next, let's do our question of the day. Inspired by how all y'all think that Adam Silver, the bald-headed one, is rigging the game.
How we know?
It says all y'all.
Y'all, you two in particular, and you also,
Facts.
dear listener, y'all out here saying that it's rigged. So, what's something that you rigged or cheated? 713-572-4610. And don't be bashful, because I know y'all got them. We'll text them in. We'll talk about them next.
Area 45.
second at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day, Tom. 713-572-4610. What's something that you rigged or cheated on, inspired by the NBA draft lottery that happened yesterday? A team that had just under 2% chance of having getting the first overall pick did it. The Dallas Mavericks will flag come June. It is in June, right? Or is it July? I can't remember, but it is.
It was rigged.
Okay.
I want to say June. I think it's June.
It was rigged.
I like how you say likely, too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
you never know with the Dallas Mavericks.
Stay tuned for confessions.
People started doing them jokes about Nico Harrison, like, watch him mess around and draft somebody else.
I like how you covered yourself, say likely.
I mean, I got to be as correct as hopefully possible in that instance. But yeah, what are some ways that you have rigged something or cheated in the way that y'all say that Adam Silver is for Dallas and San Antonio and then Philadelphia? We didn't talk about them jumping up into the top four as well. And I was like, what they gonna do?
Yeah,
they're just gonna have that player have to play a whole bunch of minutes when Paul George and Joel Embiid get injured. Is that what happens? Okay, very good.
Trade the pick for some has-been.
You think Daryl Morey would trade a pick for a has-been?
For Carmelo.
I was about to say, who was an injury prone? It had to be Embiid.
Yeah,
because he went after Anthony Davis.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, I was waiting for this text to come in from the 346, my ex. Okay, very good.
Yeah.
But, yeah, let's start the bidding with John Lopez, who might – actually, no, let's start the bidding with Figgy Fig, because I feel like John Lopez is going to go ahead and win this one very quickly. So, is there anything that you rigged or cheated?
Yeah, I wouldn't say rigged, but
be honest.
It is something I lied about, though. I would say I lied about this. So when I used to work at a group home, I used to work overnights. And I tried to get off of this night, and my manager just being a B.
Yeah.
And so he's saying, no, you can't get off that night to cover me.
Yeah.
And the reason I was trying to get off because I was trying to go to a club. So this was like, I want to say this was Thanksgiving night.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say it was Thanksgiving night.
Yeah.
And they had like a party going on downtown. So what I did was I made sure all the clients, it was 4 older guys, and talk about easy to take care of.
Yeah.
Like you give them dinner, all this other stuff.
Good to go.
They go in their room, watch TV, go to sleep. Like you don't have to do anything. So what I did, they went to sleep. I made sure everybody was good. I went on to the club, man.
Booked it.
Yep. I left the house. I made sure everything was good.
That's wild.
I was on the clock.
That was actually right on line with what I was going to go with because I thought rigged, and I was like,
I came back a little tipsy.
Yeah.
I came back around 3 in the morning. I was fine. I wasn't like drunk, but I was a little came back 3, 4 in the morning. Everything was cool, man.
That is right along the lines because I was thinking about when I used to work at a sporting goods store.
Yeah.
You got to show up on time to your shift, and sometimes I didn't. But that clock in very much was right. So go through means sometimes if you could get one of your coworkers that help you out. Make sure that you get your time right. Sometimes revise the time because when they got the digital things, they get, hey, go ahead and put me in at 8 o'clock instead of 8:15, like when I came in. Those types of things. I feel like I'm generally a good, upstanding person, but I was like, look, man, I'm not taking no demerits. Y'all not about to fire me because y'all got me up here doing nothing at 8 in the morning. So, times quite a few times when I was this part-time work.
So I got a couple that immediately popped into mind. High school. Chemistry class, there was this girl that worked in the counselor's office that kind of had a crush on me or whatever.
There you go.
And
that's the end.
And she would make copies of all the tests for the teachers. So, I kind of cozied up to her for a couple of days and yada, yada, yada. I kind of knew all the answers to every test.
Unbelievable. We're going to find out that Lopez scammed his way into that degree.
You do that at A&M too?
No, I didn't do that.
You definitely did that at A&M.
I did not. But this is my favorite one. So I was at Wendover. I was in Wendover, Nevada. We were covering. I was covering a game in Utah Jazz, and you can drive from Utah into Nevada. It's about a 90-minute drive if I'm remembering it correctly, and go to some small ass casinos. And it was the Pepper Mill Casino. And
That just sounds smoky.
Yeah, Peppermill Casino. I'll never forget it. Me and Doug Moe Jr. Remember Doug Moe coached in the NBA for ABA and NBA for years and years. Doug Moe Jr. was an assistant coach. He goes, I'll go with you. So we drove to Wendover, and we're playing dice, which, of course, I always play, as you know. And
you a dice? Okay.
Always.
Shooting dice.
100% of the time for 35 years. So anyway, the guy that rakes the dice, you put 5 dice and you pick 2, blah, blah, blah. Anybody who's played dice knows what I'm talking about. You're supposed to cover them and shake them between each roll. He would just rake them in front of him, and then he'd push them to the next roll. I had a roll with these 2 dice, and so when I saw that he raked them but didn't cover them, I leaned over to Doug Moe, who was next to me. I said, pick the 2 on the left, because I had a good roll. Because certain dice are more forgiving than others. They have little little flaws in them or whatever.
Okay.
He picked the 2 on the left, and we had another good roll. He ended up telling the person next to him because it was
y'all was being too generous.
It was their mistake.
Y'all being too generous.
And they said pick the 2 in the middle or whatever. Had another good roll.
I can't wait till he gets caught in the story because it's gonna happen. You start telling secrets to everybody.
By the time it came back around to me, everybody at the table knew that the guy was making a mistake not covering them and which 2 dice were the most forgiving. And yada yada yada. Nobody told on anybody. That's good. I put in for $300. I've told this story in the past. I didn't exactly say that we were kind of finagling the dice. I walked out of there with $4,800.
Hey.
And it was all their fault. So I kind of
where was the pit master?
I know you're supposed to cover the dice and shake them up, but instead he would just kind of rake them to himself. And you could always see which 2 dice, were the forgiving ones.
I feel like he was. I feel like he might have been doing it on purpose.
Send that man a Christmas card, man.
That man was sick. That man was sick of his job. He was like, "Oh, y'all,
let me get your contact info, man. Next time you on the clock."
I walked out of there with $4,800 on a $300 in.
Man,
yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah. See that's a good one. How about this one from the 713? And shout out to the industrious nature of children. Playing my 9-year-old nephew in 2K, and he wasn't missing any shots. I started getting set so he would make every shot.
Oh man, that's crazy.
That's good, heady play though. Heady play. Shout out and Black Greg, you should be ashamed of yourself. 832 used to play Words with Friends. Also had an app where you could type your letters and it would generate words for you. Not proud of my cheating, but losing wasn't enough.
Hey, salute to Black Greg. I did that before. Because I was playing the hard way, and then I found out it was an app that would show you everything.
What you mean the hard way? You were playing the game.
Yeah, that was the hard way.
The game was the hard way.
And then at the time I was playing against some girls or something like that. Yeah. And they was just like, dang, you keep winning.
I'm good.
I'm over here with an app.
This man got his thumb on the scale. From the 832, a gentleman's club formerly on Hillcroft and West Park had an amateur night. They said their friend and them were chosen to be 2 of the 3 judges. They, quote, brokered an agreement, close quote, with one of the contestants before the competition to guarantee her winning.
Oh, man.
Wow.
I know somebody.
That's a hell of a rig.
Wow.
I know that's somebody that wound up in the VIP room.
That is. Wow.
Man.
And then
you out there with the NBA, man.
Yeah, man.
That's a rig right there. She was winning all along.
There was no way she could lose. Neither could they.
Yeah, I feel like for an amateur night, I feel like you got what you paid for, right? Like I think you handled up in the way that you wanted to. And then from the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat, rigged the resume for a job interview that they eventually will trade you for. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's usually where people put on their resume things that they know damn well they don't know, and nobody's going to help you with this.
Yeah.
You are just setting yourself up for getting fired here in a few weeks. So it really is a short con.
Sit here and talk about you doing coding for 5 years.
That's
brother,
right.
You don't know what coding is.
Hey, a brother from another mother says that he still has the USB with all the answers to tests from college. So somebody gave him the USB.
I wish I would have had y'all in my class. I would have graduated.
And from the 713, worked at a restaurant. They would put names in the hat for most helpful server and get a free meal at the end of the shift. Told everyone to vote for them, and then you'd vote for them, and they voted twice. That's real scam work, man. Real scam work. And then not much, but back in college, my brother and I would play spades online, and we would sit on the phone and tell each other, "Oh no, y'all was cross-talking."
Oh, y'all talking over the board.
Cross-talking is.
Oh man,
see, that might be the most disrespectful thing. All the things that we got in
it's
here.
It's nothing worse playing spades. Somebody talking over the board.
That's real nasty.
Oh man,
unbelievable.
Nah, the game is over at that point.
This is why digital spades don't compare. If we playing spades, it better be a real table and real cards.
Yeah. See, as a kid, if you playing as a young kid, you could be like, "Oh, you owe me 4 books." But as a grown man, the game is over. Like everybody is over.
Oh man.
Wait, okay. So one more before we go here. I'm just amazed that this is how this works because they said this happened in 1986, and this is the only way it could work. Fix my friend's final report card in the 8th grade so he could pass and go to 9th grade with us.
Like that.
Did that work?
They had the one copy
all over social media where they turn an F into an A+. That's what he did. That's what
I did that. I did that one time. I was supposed to go on a field trip, and my mom wasn't going to sign the permission slip. So what I do? I wrote her name. I wrote the name, and it worked.
It worked.
Oh, you was out here forging signatures.
I was, man.
I couldn't forge my mama's signature. Actually, until there was a point in time where I got old enough, she was like, "I'm not signing that. Just put my name on there." And I was like, "Okay, cool."
I can do that.
My mother never did.
I can do that on everything.
See, no, I knew better than that. I did not want the other side of that. She would find out.
Yeah, and this was like 2nd grade, man. Like I obviously couldn't really write cursive like that.
Yeah,
I would put a capital P and then a little zit, 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 zit. G, a regular G, zit, 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 zit. I can't believe they went through with that.
That teacher was like, "I don't care now. Just get on the bus. Just get on the bus.
You're going.
We don't care.
You're going.
It's better. We don't want to leave someone back here to wait for you anyway. Just get on the bus." All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Shout out to the NBA that people in this room still think is rigged, especially for giving the Dallas Mavericks #1 pick. All right. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where we've got more and more scheduled nuggets, including I think the break for the Texans that happened. Let's talk about it next.
All right, Low T Center. LowTCenter.com is the website, and that's where good things happen. Listen, man.
Copyright 2025 Verizon.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader.
All right, go around the NFL right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Actually, before we do this wasn't one of those things that you rigged or cheated, but I guess it's just a good story, and maybe this will help you out if you can maybe make it work at your job. From the 281, they said their wife dressed up really well for work one day, said she had an appointment to go to. Job thought she was going to an interview, gave her a raise. So,
I like that play.
Oh, that's a real good. That's a real good play.
Yeah. So, I don't think that it's rigged or cheating in any way. That did though make me question why they wait until she dressed up real nice. They thought she was going to leave to give her some money. If y'all appreciated her, y'all put it on the table.
That's a good way to do it though. Like dressed up like that and thinking,
I got somewhere to go to later.
Yeah.
Where? Oh, just you don't need to know.
You mess around and get fired.
Yeah.
All right, let's now go around the NFL, where the big thing popping in the NFL is more and more announcements on what this NFL schedule will look like. And obviously the ones that we knew prior, like we knew what the kickoff would be. We knew that was be NFC East matchup between the champion Philadelphia Eagles, the reigning champions, and the Dallas Cowboys. But we got some more, including we know now what one of the Christmas Day games is going to be. And this feels like, I know the NFL said that they would not have like a team that gets to be always there on Christmas, just like on Thanksgiving or what have you. But it's starting to feel like it, as it'll be Broncos Chiefs at Chiefs. It'll be at GEHA Stadium.
They just said that too, right? They said they weren't going to make a regular Christmas Day.
Right.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I don't think that they're making a regular Christmas Day, because right now it is beneficial to them on these rather
maybe that's
Christmas
what they
Day.
meant. Until Mahomes retires.
Right, until it's not beneficial to us. They're like, we don't want to be locked in. We don't want you to have the equivalent of all them years with the Lions on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So
they might as well. Like, I feel like that's a good Christmas team to have, especially if Patrick Mahomes is there.
But for now, right? Mess around and have a Nico Harrison type trade, and all of a sudden you look at the Chiefs and you're like, do I really want to watch this? Do I really want to watch this? That'll be on Prime Video as we saw. And then another Prime Video release, Week 13, which is the Black Friday game. It'll be Eagles-Bears. So we're already getting quite a bit of Eagles, which is to be expected, right? Championship team in primetime. But look at the Bears getting a primetime game there on that Black Friday. That one's streaming. Some other things that we got in the schedule, and let me know which one of these you're more interested in.
Yeah.
Fox letting us know a couple of their Week 16 games, that these are Saturday games that, interestingly enough, will clash with college football playoff games. You got Eagles at Commandos, which Week 16, and also you'll have Packers at Bears, so you'll have an NFC North matchup there. Which of those are you more interested in, or do you envision yourself maybe paying more attention to the college football playoff on that Saturday?
You know, as much as we all love the college football playoff, come on. Eagles and Commanders that late in the season seems like it's going to be pretty significant. Here's where you kind of read between the lines a little bit, and I kind of alluded to this yesterday. The Texans are going to be really, really good, I feel, especially defensively. Obviously, C.J. Stroud, he's a rising star in the NFL. But do you sense a trend on these primetime games that have been released?
There's been a lot of division games in there, ain't it?
Well, not just that. Denver, Bo Nix. Chicago, obviously Caleb Williams. Washington Commanders, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Packers at Chicago, Williams again.
And then obviously you have Jordan Love in there as well.
Jordan Love. Is there a little bit of a luster gone?
So you saying that was the best draft class in history right now?
I'm wondering if they're like, CJ, you got to prove it to us again.
Oh, because I thought you were like just pointing to the idea.
All these young quarterback stars. Like look at it. Denver, Chicago, Washington, Chicago, Jordan Love. Where's CJ in these primetime games?
That's a good question, because I think that, for one, I want to start with the idea that the NFL, this is the way that they have to do it, right? They had gone through a little bit of a wilderness patch that I don't know that we talked about enough, of not having great quarterbacks come through. Like you had the old guard. The old guard held on for a long time. Talking Rodgers, Brady, even Manning held on for a decent amount of time.
Yeah.
Those guys held on for a long time, and then you went through a wilderness of not really getting incredible quarterbacks that really lasted for a long time.
Right.
Maybe you got Cam Newton in there, and that one kind of faded after a while. Andrew Luck, obviously, due to injury, did not last sustain, and you just didn't. You had a lot of misses in there, and finally, it feels like you're getting some young, talented guys who are going to stand up here.
Yeah.
And the NFL's like, no, we went way too long without being able to have this young class that comes in that we can, hitch our horses to. That's a really interesting question when it comes to CJ, though.
Absolutely.
The team itself hindered him in his performance specifically. Because it'd be one thing if it was like, all right, the defense wasn't that good, but you knew CJ Stroud would ball, and that was the question. I think the offensive line really did kind of bleep over CJ to some degree in the way that some of these primetime games have gone. To this point, there's a lot. I mean, there's primetime games every week, and there's still a lot to remain. Like, every week you got a Monday night, you got a Sunday night, and those are still the places.
These are the big, the big ones that they've released.
Right.
Is there a little shine that's gone?
I don't know, man. I mean,
look at the game.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. But do you think it's a CJ thing or like I'm just throwing this out here? I don't believe this at all.
Yeah.
So don't put it on me. But do you feel like they kind of look at the Houston Texans defense as kind of like, especially with that Aziz situation?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Like I wonder if they kind of like I'm not saying they're gonna have no primetime games at all.
Yeah, no, they will.
I wonder if I wonder if they dialing it back, not being a CJ thing.
I'm kind of with Reggie on this. When I saw these games come out, I just kind of said, "Well, that's kind of interesting." You would have thought, like a year ago, CJ would have been in one of these games.
No, I think he should.
Yeah,
I think he should.
Yeah.
I still think.
So I wonder if it's something else outside of that.
Sure.
Because it can't be just, we don't think CJ is that guy, so let's not put him up there.
But it's like, what's hot? What's hot right now? What's trending? And I think these quarterbacks are trending, to use that term. More
because it might not be about CJ. How much do you then go to you're looking at the Bears in there quite a bit, right? With the Commanders in there quite a bit. The Broncos the Broncos go in there as well because not only do they have young quarterbacks, those are also pretty big franchises that haven't had a lot to write home about. And now you can get these big national TV audiences, which, to be fair, you can maybe argue would always have a ton of viewership, right, on these special occasions. But now you're tapping back into some fan bases that are large that have laid somewhat dormant, right? The Bears fan base has not had is a huge one. The Commanders fan base is a huge one. The Broncos one, especially because of the 80s. Am I in the right decade there when I'm trying? But like they had a huge reach, and I think that might be what the NFL is really trying to tap back into with some of those more than anything.
It was just sort of one of those eyebrow raisers for me. I went, oh, okay, no CJ. I see what you're doing there. You're going with the hot girl in class, so to speak. Even the international games, which have now become official.
Yes,
you've got Denver, Bo Nix, and you got the Commanders, Jaden Daniels, going on those games.
Yeah, but I mean, you also you have some of the other teams that like the Falcons going, and obviously we know that some of the teams that were hosting it. I think the most notable thing of the international schedule, although we have 6 of the 7 fully booked, and the other one we have so much reporting that it'll be in Sao Paulo with the Chargers and the Chiefs. But the most notable thing is that the Minnesota Vikings get to do a little bit of a double feature.
Who'd they take
in
off?
Europe? So they will be in Ireland week 4, and then they circle back around to playing a London game versus the Browns. And I don't think that they take anybody off. I think that this actually a benefit to them. If you're going overseas, and you might as well play a couple of games there and have the benefit of just being able to like practice and stay there for a little bit of time before you have to fly back over.
See, I do.
Who want to go overseas twice though?
That's what I was going to say. I'd rather play 1 than 2. That's where I'm coming from with this.
Like if it was set in stone that we got to play. Now, if they were set in stone that they got to play 2, then give me the back-to-back then.
Yeah.
Like that's probably better than going out there twice throughout the year or different year.
That's where I am on this. I mean, they have to play 2. They have to play 2. So good luck to the Vikings. 2 games in Europe in different countries. Now I know they're close, but still,
I mean, if the UK had it their way, it would be one country. That's geopolitics. From the 713, the Texans will get 3 Monday night, a Monday night, a Thursday night, and a Saturday at the end of the season. I think that they might get 1 or 2 Sunday nights as well. Like I still think that might be within.
The Texans getting 2 Sunday nights?
I could still see it.
Yeah.
I could easily still see it. I mean, you were talking about that defense, and I do wonder how much do you think like strong defense factors in? Because I do wonder if maybe the league that has continually pushed the rules further and further towards offense.
Yeah.
If they do maybe at times look at defenses and they go, is that going to make it a lower scoring game and maybe less appealing?
Yeah. You know how you'll know if the NFL does kind of wonder if a little bit of the shine's come off CJ and the Texans? If, what'd you put the over-under?
4.5.
4.5. Let's say they play 4 of them early in the season. Because they don't want the late game. I know they can be flexed, but they don't want a lot of late games with a team that they don't necessarily have a lot of confidence in, in the prime time. They want the earlier season.
Will it be a big tell if it's like a division game too? Like maybe 2 of them are division games?
Maybe. Yeah, because that's the rivalry. You can sell it no matter what.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've got games against the Bills. You've got a game against the Niners. You got quite. I mean, I was looking at people are putting out strength of schedule things, and of course, the strength of schedule can only tell you so much thus far. Because obviously, when you get some of these teams, will also matter. But when you look at kind of strength of schedule type stuff, this team has quite a bit of the relatively tough opponents very early. I think they're in at least the bottom half when it comes to strength of schedule, if memory serves me, and to the place where you might look around and go, one, there's definitely some games that I think should be nationally televised or like be in those primetime spots, but also I think that 9 plus wins is kind of 9.7, I think, so maybe about 10 wins is what the Vegas look is right now for the Texans, just off of the strength of schedule alone. So it'll be interesting to see what that schedule looks like when we get it in full tomorrow. But it seems like international is off the table fully for the Texans, and I think that we've talked a decent amount about that. We're all probably good with that.
Yeah, I thought it might happen just because of the math involved in terms of when teams have to play, but now that it's not, you're definitely more relieved for sure. They have, as far as like road opponents, they have the Chiefs this year.
There we go.
Ravens on the road and the Rams on the road in terms of and the Chargers on the road.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity there to have 2
trips to L.A., which, that's a pretty good hike depending on how it falls. That's one of the things I like to look at, when the schedule actually comes out tomorrow. When are they traveling to these West Coast places, and are they going back-to-back at home? Buffalo, you mentioned that. Obviously, beyond that, mostly division games.
We can dig more into that later.
Yeah. Are you guys excited about the way they're going to release the schedule, like the different teams, how they've been doing the last couple years?
I love that. The little videos.
Yeah, I think some teams are better than others, but we'll get into that. Tennessee's pretty solid. I always like the Chargers. I think the Chargers always do a really good job.
You're an anime fan too, so that kind of hit with you a little better.
So elsewhere around the NFL, the Cincinnati Bengals continually having a real hard time getting into a favorable space with their big-time pass rusher, Trey Hendrickson. This is Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee Show breaking down what is happening there with Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals when it comes to contract negotiation.
He's not happy. And again, last year he played the good soldier, was told that if he comes back, plays well, keeps quiet, that he'd be taken care of. And the 3 players who have generated the most sacks and most pressures have been Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, and Trey Hendrickson. What's happened this offseason? Myles Garrett and Max Crosby, each with multiple years left on their deal, have been rewarded with contract extensions. Trey Hendrickson's going to the last year of his deal. So he's either Garrett or Crosby were. Now, yes, he's older, but still, he has done everything the way that you'd want a player to. And the Bengals have not had any conversations with him since the draft. They didn't even call him before, not that they needed to say, hey, Trey, FYI, we're going to draft Shamar Stewart here in the first round. Just want to give you a heads up, no bearing on how we feel about you. We love you, and we want to resign. I guess they don't owe him that call, but they certainly didn't make that call either. And I guess he still could be traded, but the fact of the matter is most teams have spent the money that it would take to pay a guy like Trey Hendrickson.
That last part is pretty. I think they did owe him a call. Especially having what he's talked about what's happened with other people in his position.
Right.
Yeah.
Following along with the market, which is typically what you want to do, especially if you want to keep a guy happy, is keep him at least somewhere in line. Maybe I wonder if you'd even have to get exactly that number, as he mentioned, Schefter did.
Yeah.
He's a little bit older in that space. Maybe you get somewhere close, and he's still producing at the level, right? Just do something in good faith. And then also, maybe this just does point to the idea that the Bengals are willing to get the last year out of him and move on to Shamar Stewart. Shamar Stewart, who they haven't been able to get to sign his rookie deal yet either. Like, I just feel vindicated in my continued disgust with the Bengals and their cheapness, because it shows up time and time again. Even once they get deals with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, like, you still look over and you go, hey, what about that defensive guy? One of the few good spots.
And literally no communication, according to him. Like, they haven't talked at all.
Not since So continue to look at the Bengals, and I will look and laugh, to be completely honest. One more thing before we go, because I did want to mention this. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the linebacker for the Browns, is expected to miss the entirety of the 2025 season due to a neck injury that had him miss, I think it was week 8 versus Baltimore, so that had him miss the rest of the season after that. He had to have a backboard take him off and transport him from the field to the locker room, plus he had an overnight hospital stay. And it is strong, like, it is that much of an issue to where he is missing the entirety of the 2025 season, and they've done it at this point, right? Think about it. This was not in the training, like we get in
May.
It is May, and they're like, yeah, no, don't even worry about it. Next season, you're not going to see him.
Yeah.
This feels like this might be.
Could be. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, this might be it for him, and he is a fun player.
Yeah.
But again, talking about the Ohio teams and their luck or their ineptitude, I don't think this is ineptitude. This just feels like really, really bad luck for a really good player there.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We'll circle back around and talk a little bit more about that schedule, because I think you raised some interesting questions about CJ and maybe how the team is viewed in the NFL landscape. But coming up next, the Astros, unfortunately, unable to get a victory in the first game versus the Kansas City Royals. Have the Astros lost their edge at all? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Ready? It's NFL Skip. Rockets on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Tuesday. Astros fall again to the Royals in Game 1 of the series yesterday, 7-5. And it was a wild one. Of course, that 7-5 maybe does not indicate just how it came about. But do you feel like this is what inspired this, or just kind of the start to the 17-game and 17-day stretch where you've gone win-loss, tick-tocking back and forth?
Yeah.
That brings you to a point, Lopez, where you ask if the Astros maybe lost their edge.
Yeah, and let me change that a little bit.
Please.
You and I were talking about this during the break. You know, have they lost their edge? Might be a little harsh.
Yeah, because my answer was going to be objectively no. That feels a little bit much here.
But let me put it in this way: Where do they find where do they find that edge right now? Because they clearly need it. You mentioned it. They're 2-2 in this stretch of 17 games in 17 days, which we all agree is going to be relatively important over the course of the season, because when it's done, you're going to be about a third of the way through the year. So when you go back, Figgy, has always called them the boogeyman, and that's a great way to put it. And they were the boogeyman, Figgy, because they always had an edge. You can go back as far as you want, whether it's Jeremy Pena, Jeremy Pena, Carlos Correa, George Springer, more recently, Alex Bregman, clearly. Altuve. But Altuve is not necessarily like a big, vocal kind of guy, although it seems like he's trying a little more this year. He's trying to be a little bit.
He was more on at bat on the field type boogie.
Yes, but they had a certain edge, and so it's not necessarily about yesterday's game. You're gonna have days like that. Which, by the way, Ryan Gusto.
Yeah, man. That was quite the outing for him, and not in no good way. I mean, and of course it's somewhat understood if you just if you're not able to execute your pitches, if you don't have that control for a guy that's not going to have a ton of velocity.
Yeah,
it's going to be hard for you to get over, because people are just going to wait for you to be able to get those pitches in the zone. You're not blowing them by him.
You could see it in his face. We were talking about that as well. He looked very tentative or less than confident throwing a pitch.
Yeah, they pieced him up.
Yeah.
Do you feel, because it didn't feel like they hit him crazy hard, but they just pieced him up. Like it felt like a boxer who's just like jab, 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 hook, jab, and just like pieced him up in that way.
And he couldn't find the zone. He wasn't even close. Some of those that he threw yesterday were way out of the zone high, and then all of a sudden he over-adjusted. He was way down low.
Yeah.
It was just bad. So it's not necessarily about yesterday's game. That's going to happen. But as you look at the kind of the totality of the season thus far, and especially this first 4 games of this stretch, where are you going to find that dude, that edge, whether it's a guy or several guys or whatever? I mean, maybe Jeremy Pena, but does he strike you as that that kind of edgy, I'll show you the way kind of guy?
I'm going to be completely honest. Yeah. I have a hard time tapping into kind of the visceral quality that you're trying to describe here at using the word edge, and I don't know exactly how to get to it. But I imagine, with this Astros team all the way around, the guy that it would have to be would be Jordan, right? Like the boogeyman of sorts to tap into, to go to there, like the guy that would strike some level of fear in opponents, right? And that they would have to kind of game plan for, or have some level of cognizance of where he is in life, when he's coming up, and it affects the way that some of these things go, would be Jordan, who, mind you,
today
was in the batting cages, and he might have the opportunity to rejoin the club today. Hopefully we'll get some information about that. That's the one who I would hope, and that might be what you're looking. Why the question came up for you, if they've lost it, so to say? Because I don't think so, but you wonder. He has not been himself to start the season, right? I think that has been abundantly clear, and so that not being there, he is one of those big. I use the word like kind of tent pole, the guy that you kind of drape this over, and that creates space for everybody else.
Yeah.
He is supposed to be that. If without that, I guess, volume, for lack of a better way of describing it, around the team. And so, yeah, man, it feels like it should be him in some way. And I think that might be what you're talking about with the lineup. But how much is that? Are you just kind of talking about the lineup? Is this also about the pitching?
Well,
to some
I think
degree?
the pitching, I think you have that guy. I think everybody falls in line. I think he's tough. I think he's got, from the moment he got up here, He's been compared to Justin Verlander. Hunter Brown, is the guy on the pitching staff. There's no question about that. But you do need some of that edge in the everyday lineup. And Jose Altuve, greatest Astro ever. Is he going to be sort of a rally the troops, fire up the guys, say all the right things, talk to guys in the clubhouse, that kind of guy? I'm sure he does, but is he Bregman? Is he, go like I said, Correa, Springer, all those guys, Verlander? I don't know. So it's more of a question like they need to find something because you can't go 2-2 on these stretches. You can't be up and down. They're 500,
Well, I mean, in the 2-2, I think that is very clearly because you had two starting pitchers absolutely flame out in some outings. I mean, though that's ultimately because I was actually quite encouraged that the offense came around. Now, when it did is one of those things that's kind of interesting because this team just refuses to be good at getting runs across early. So it does kind of continue that strain on your pitchers early in the game where they don't know that they had that run support that's going to come in the 6th, in the 7th, in the 8th innings. But I do appreciate that at least it's at some point the run support is starting to come around, and that may be that you're looking at for whatever this nebulous kind of edge is that you're looking for, because he has been this month of May has blessed him in a way that I greatly appreciate. Is it a 10-game hit streak, if memory serves, for him at this point? And it's not just 10 games of singular hits. There's a lot of multiple hit games, a lot of extra base hits that's coming through for him. And this is super necessary, as you've detailed, especially when you consider what he is as a defensive catcher. Like having –
you have to hit the ball.
Yeah, and it feels like he's getting back to that place. And especially with Yordan out, and hopefully, again, if he returns, but like having some level of protection for him. I think Yainer could be some level of protection in that way if he's hitting better, and it feels like he is now.
Yeah, especially – by default, the catcher position tends to be one of those guys, that can kind of give the team its identity. You want to call it an identity, you want to call it edge, whatever it is. It doesn't seem to be quite there like it has in the past. That's not to say they can't rattle off 10 wins in a row or 6 wins in a row or whatever, but it just doesn't feel like it. I saw a question. You know where this really came from?
What's that?
It was just a regular random tweet. I'm sitting on the couch watching the game and scrolling, and I saw two of the two tweets very similar to this, mostly just from fans, not necessarily some, insider or whatever, just sort of saying the same thing. This just doesn't feel like the same team, the variation. And I'm like, yeah, it really doesn't. It really doesn't feel like the boogeyman Astros,
Yeah, I think one of the key people that left was Bregman.
Of course.
And that was kind of the one guy you look at, the one guy that had that edge.
Yeah.
And like you said, no disrespect to Jose Altuve, but he was never that type of edge player. He just kind of jumped on the field, let his play do the talking.
Yeah.
And somebody said after breaking his hit streak, Jake got back on track too. I was very impressed late in the game. Of course, the problem is that there had been way too many runs allowed early on by Gusto in that one, and then you had to really claw your way back. And I know you probably 8-2 weren't talking just about that game, but the idea of late. Somebody mentions, and I do wonder do you attribute any of this to Espada as a manager as well? Because sometimes your manager can help establish whatever tone it is that you're looking for. And he has been doing a lot of trying to find a way to get his guys back in that space, but I don't know if he has the same. And of course, I'm going to compare him to someone like a Bruce Bochy, who is a legendary manager.
Hell, compare him to Dusty.
Or Dusty in this way. Also, guys that have been there for a very long time that know the buttons to push to get a guy back on track. And the one that I'll think about is Christian Walker, because I know he's new to the fold, and that I gave Joe Espada a little bit of leeway in this space earlier in the season because I was like, hey, he is just learning this guy. I imagine that he's going to kind of try and find the rapport and what works for him. But these are the things that you typically point to that you go, hey, these are the things that either a manager or someone in the coaching staff, the offensive coordinator, whatever, is able to get that guy, hopefully sooner rather than later, back into a space, out of a funk, and back to where they're hitting. He existed in that desert for far too long, in my mind. And he talked about it, I think, with Chandler Rome, if memory serves. It might have been McTaggart in one of those pieces about different, what's the right word, exercises or what have you to break himself out of that space. And it's like, man, it feels like that's something where you want to go to the manager, you want to go to your offense coordinator, someone in your coaching staff helping there. And it feels like maybe that is something that people are going to try and throw up there and go, hey, this is Espada that should be doing this. And mind you, Espada is one of those names that showed up on a next manager to be fired, odds list. So how much do you put that on Spada?
I think the 832 brings up a very good point. If you're not going to have that clear, we're calling it edge, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I still don't exactly know how to characterize it.
From the players, it better darn sure come from the manager. And for all the things that we could maybe criticize Dusty Baker about, you never had to worry about that. What did he tell that Dodgers pitcher? Get back on the mound, you little
bleeper.
You little bleeper. That kind of stuff. I think oftentimes, throwing a water cooler is overrated, but it does get attention, in your clubhouse. When you yell at the opposing pitcher like that from the dugout, it does get your attention. That doesn't feel as if Joe Espada would ever do that.
Yeah, I don't know, and he seems a lot more mild mannered, a lot more even keel, and I don't think that's a bad thing. But I get what you're saying here. Yeah. So ultimately, one thing I do want to bring back to you as a question here, because it feels like you're still searching at least for that at the very least. Do you think that is something that is a hindrance to their ability to be successful though? Because that might just be that they have to find a way to battle through that, or like just find a different way around to get to the place they need to go. But do you think that is inherently a barrier to success for this Astros team?
I mean, we always knew, the Astros.
And what they were when you talk about, like, in the height of it, right? We're talking about right in the thick of it.
Even last year, once they went on the run, they were badasses. I mean, the Mariners, their A's, whomever was up there, were always looking over their shoulder going, oh, no, here they come. They've won 6 out of 8, or something like that. I don't know if that's the same feeling, and we'll never know for sure, but because it's collected from various teams. But it just feels different,
Something from 281. The current Astros is just a group of good baseball players that don't bring attention to themselves or the team. That's interesting. Ultimately, it's a 20-20 baseball team right now, and it still feels like there's opportunities to, really still play good baseball. And like I mentioned, I've been really excited that the bats are there. I would like them to start a little earlier in the game, but hey, man, even the idea that they were able to get 5 runs and they were a swing away from tying this up was very intriguing to me, and we'll see if they can turn that into a win tonight as it's Framber. So that's another instance where hopefully you get good Framber and you're not dealing with the instances that you had in the last couple of games that you lost whether it was McCullers or Gusto not being able to get some things done, because that's another thing that we probably need to talk about is their rotation and the ways in which there's kind of been holes poked in it in some ways due to injury.
And don't look now, but the bullpen's getting taxed.
It is getting taxed, and so we'll see what it looks like tonight as you go again against the Kansas City Royals. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including record temperatures on their way, and also we talk a little bit more about what the NBA is doing with this draft thing and lottery. What's on it next?
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
.com/JOY.
Exclusive furniture. Where low prices live.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Tuesday in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Always get involved with the program on the text line 713-572-4610. We were just talking about the Astros, and they go again tonight. Obviously, they fell talk about 7-5 versus the Kansas City Royals, game one of that 3-game set. And it was, I hate to be a jerk, but hey, man, that's Ryan Gusto, man. Like, it just, if you only go, what was it, 3 that he went and gave up a whole heck of a lot of runs in that space, just cannot execute your pitches. There's not really a huge path to victory there. Were you watching that game? Well, I know you were watching it, but were you at all like me, wondering when he would get pulled?
I thought it should have. I texted you. I thought it should have been earlier.
I thought it should have been earlier. I know that Espada was not in a favorable situation of having to decide that because of the taxing that had been there on the pen, and you want to see how much you can get. But 7 runs in the first 3 innings is just not very helpful. You got 5 runs back between the 7th and the 8th innings. And salute to, I think I mentioned Yainer Diaz, who was very good in that space. Altuve was really good as well. Myers had a nice double in there as well.
Yeah.
And DeZenzo with a RBI. I think that all those guys. Also, I should shout out to Cam Smith. Did you see the catch that he made?
Yeah.
All right. So I've a little bit scatterbrained here. I apologize, but I did the squirrel thing, and I thought of Cam Smith out there in right field, and I'm so excited about the athleticism and the ways that it's been displayed. But can him and Jake Myers sit down and have a conversation?
Oh,
please?
yeah.
Because there was not one, but at least 2 times where there was a ball into right center.
I got it.
And I could see one or both of them see each other on the first one, and then the second time, was it Jake or was it Cam that pulled out in the very last moment? I'm like, guys, we got to get this.
Yeah.
We got to get this figured out because that's how people get hurt.
They got small margins, man, especially in the outfield. They got very small margins.
Like, this is easily how people get hurt. But one of the things that is nice is that they're both quick enough that they're both on. They are both on that, right, on that ball out there, which is much better than that ball falling in the gap there. So I am happy about seeing those guys get out there. But no, salute to the bats at the very least. Where I feel like you were 4 of 8 with runners in scoring position, which is not terrible, I don't think, for them.
Yeah, the clutch hitting was an issue earlier. They're still a little bit rough when it comes to late innings, big inning situations, but obviously they've been much better at that.
Yeah, so that one puts them at 20-20. They are technically 4th in the AL West, which is a little uncomfortable.
And yet somehow still just 2 games back.
That is right. Yeah. That is right, because the AL West is this really tight race as of right now.
Seattle's doing its part. They're not running away with anything these last few games.
That is fair. That is fair, and you appreciate that. They'll see what they can do today with Fromber on the mound. Hopefully you get good Fromber because was it Bubic over there?
Yep.
You saw him last time. He has a sub-2 ERA.
4-2 with a 1.69 ERA. Chris Bubic.
Yeah, that is nice.
That's very nice. More strikeouts too. He's got 47 strikeouts.
So the bats, really doing, trying to warm up to some degree, but they're going to have at Dyke Park tonight. And yes, also shout out to Colton Gordon, who officially now has been called up to the bigs to make his debut. And tomorrow, I believe, is when he will go for the Astros as you try and find a way to piece together the rotation in this 17-game, 17-day stretch. And so, yeah, we'll see what it looks like for him. 2.55 ERA at the AAA level, and we'll see what it looks like, man. That's all I can really say about it for him. I really do hope that it looks good for him in that instance. I did talk about heating up, and Texas is taking that personally, as apparently we're supposed to reach the high 90s and maybe the hundreds in this time period from here to the rest of the week or the end of the week.
We've been waiting for summer. Where you been, man?
No, you've been waiting. I've been enjoying the spring over here. What you mean?
You've been waiting.
It's been windy. It's been cool. Yesterday morning was in the low 60s. I'm like, all right, it's going to heat up here pretty soon. I didn't know
come around in June.
I didn't know it was going to be blistering like this all of a sudden.
Yeah, I do not want it. Well, it seems like San Antonio and Austin will really get the 100-degree temps this week. I think we'll be in the mid to high 90s, but we know like that is something else entirely. Obviously, pretty sweltering. And looks like we're getting into that space, man, starting today. So make sure that you get you wear some things that help you loose fitting clothing, some things that allow you to show a little skin, get you some comfort out here because it's gonna be hot.
Let's get those rookies out there this week. See what happens.
Nope. They're like, we're waiting till the end of the month, right? That's when they get back to
28th,
OTAs,
May
28th through the 30th to feel what it is, whatever that was last week. Does not compare. So, yeah, the rest of the week, man, I'm looking at 95s, 97s. Yeah, man, stay hydrated out there more than anything because, people do be falling out. Like, I don't like it when people fall out, but people do fall out from sometimes.
One of my favorite things, well, I shouldn't say favorite. It's a fascinating thing, and this has been happening since the Texans, were in existence. When you see some of these players from Wisconsin and Minnesota and all these Midwest places, and you see them at training camp the first couple of days, I know you've seen it, Figgy. They look like they're gonna die.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna absolutely die out there. Like
just make them tougher.
Yeah,
just make them tougher. Yeah, no, there's not much you can do to prepare for it. You just have to go through it, and we'll see how it looks. 713 says it feels absolutely fantastic outside. Yeah, for now. We haven't entered.
Stay on out there, man.
That's why this isn't what's popping. I figured that we could do a little bit of a community service, let you know it's coming.
You remember Garrett Graham, the tight end from Wisconsin?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
I remember his rookie year. This is the one that just stands out. We were, well, I say we. I was out there. I wasn't doing anything. But, they were about maybe 15, 20 minutes into the first training camp practice, his rookie year. And I'm just happened to be standing there watching practice, and he just leans over. Bleh! I mean, just like a fountain.
That's right.
Like I was like, yeah.
Did y'all see? I mean, I don't know if they related, but did y'all see Mason? Was it Mason Graham for the Browns that got drafted?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Brother threw. I don't think it was hot out there like that.
Yeah. He was just working hard out here. That's all. He was just working hard.
Apparently, the head coach said he had too many chicken wings or something.
That'll do it.
Before he went out and worked out? Okay.
I guess. I don't know.
All right, so some other things. I did want to talk about this real quick. The first Cy Young poll on MLB.com came out, and, you are dealing with a pitcher in Hunter Brown that has a 1.48 ERA. And the batting average against is a 180.
I think that's pretty good.
That is pretty good. So where do you think he falls in the Cy Young poll for the AL?
I'm going to say 4. 3.
Figgy?
3.
You were correct. It is 4.
4. Okay.
He is currently 4th, which feels a little disrespectful. But, I mean, of course, Tarek Skubal's still out here really good and has that, prestige that carries as, the reigning Cy Young for the AL. Max Fried of the Yankees obviously has been pitching some really 6-0.
Oh, yeah.
1.05 ERA is the best among qualified starters. He gets 13 first-place votes. I forgot to mention Skubal has 19 first-place votes as of right now. And Garrett Crochet of the Red Sox is above our guy with the 1.93 ERA. 65 strikeouts, which is the big thing. But Hunter Brown, 2 first-place votes. So at least there's some people that are willing to look at Hunter Brown and be like, hey, guys, I don't know if y'all seeing this, but this is really, really good from Hunter Brown. So hopefully it continues and he continues to get more shine. Obviously, this is not the end-all, be-all, but I think it shows that there's still a level of name recognition that's going to come.
That's here. He's getting it. I mean, he's had he's had some run, so to speak, but it's not quite there with those names yet, or even Paul Skeens or something like that.
Yeah. From the 281, when's the next HB day? Is that what we're doing now? Hunter Brown Day. I think it's supposed to be Thursday, starting off the series for the weekend. And of course, my brain fails me as soon as I get there. So I will move on quickly. We were talking about the draft a little bit. Oh, before we get there, by the way, happy 22nd birthday to Jabari Smith Jr. On this day after the draft lottery. I don't know if that really does anything for you, but he is only 22 years.
Yeah.
It's easy to forget that, but he is only 22 years old. Hopefully he continues developing as a continued portion of what this Rockets team is doing, or, a really valuable trade piece. I don't know. But the NFL draft lottery happened yesterday. The Dallas Mavericks move up from 11th best odds to get the number 1 pick, 1.8% chance of that happening, but it did. And the Rockets end up with the 10th pick. A lot of people talking about it's rigged. Those people might have the last name Lopez and Gilliard. And so with that being the case, there's a lot of people talking about why you would rig it for the Mavericks or what have you. How do you feel about this possibility? The idea that maybe this is in a way, and of course, like the lottery itself is that, but even if you rig it for the Mavericks to get the first one, the Spurs to get the second one, the Sixers to get the third, as opposed to the teams that really had the best odds in the Jazz and the Hornets and the Wizards, to continue to discourage tanking? Question mark?
Well, and there's been a lot of discourage it very much at all, to be honest. I mean, you're still going to take, like, it's one of the reasons people think it's rigged. I mean, a 14% chance, for the teams that were at the very bottom.
But that's still not as big as sometimes we give it credit for.
Well, you can't make it 50 or 30, but right. I'm saying that's a pretty good. I would take that, if I'm,
sure.
Outside of the old school, like the worst record when everybody's just throwing the ball into the stands and stuff, because they want to get. Short of that, I would take 14%, every day if I'm one of the worst teams.
Are you at all disappointed that one of those teams did not end up with Utah, Charlotte?
Not in the least bit.
Washington?
Not in the least bit. I mean, I got nothing against Charlotte and Washington, but Utah, y'all can go,
Wow. I don't disagree, but the spirit of Vernon Maxwell overtook you there for a second.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like Cooper Flagg, too, but I'm glad
you wouldn't put that evil on him?
Nah, yeah, man.
They treat him real nice out there.
Yeah, I don't
They love his kind.
Yeah,
they sure do.
I don't want to hate Cooper Flagg.
They had to be thinking in Utah, we got him.
Honestly,
I know they were thinking that.
In the back of my mind, I was kind of thinking now, like maybe they want Cooper Flagg in Utah.
Yeah, that would have been
fit perfect.
That would have been so perfect for them.
I take you to the Twitter account of @RyanQualtrics. This is Ryan Smith. Are you familiar with this gentleman?
Ryan Smith.
He is the owner of the Utah Mammoth and the Utah Jazz. Yeah. Quote, woke up frustrated, went for a run, audibly screamed, sun peeked over our mountains, ran into a fellow disappointed Utah. So, getting back on the horse with the best fans in the league because it's what we do here. Goal doesn't change. Mind you, every time I stopped, those were line breaks. He wrote this like it was a poem. That is what I call going through it.
He is absolutely going through it. They got to be sick in Utah.
To their stomachs.
Yeah, sick.
But yes, 8 through 2, they didn't make it a lottery to prevent tanking. It was only to make it easier to rig.
Hey.
Y'all not letting that one go. All right. Shout out to all y'all. And shout out to, in some ways, I'm still intrigued to see what's going to happen, what's going to come of that. And really, the Spurs thing is what gets me more. Yeah, Cooper Flagg, go over there to Dallas. That's fine. I still think they're in a weird timeline, because they really hinge this all their moves on winning now.
Yeah.
And don't forget, Kyrie Irving is dealing with an Achilles tear right now, so he's probably not going to play next year. I didn't mention in what's popping, Jason Tatum with a gnarly Achilles tear yesterday.
That was bad, man.
I will bring that up here in this next segment, because I think that with the way that the draft lottery fell, you could make the case that the Rockets might have to trade now, and I'm interested to see if there might be more trade targets that are possible out there.
Yeah.
Let's explore that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Like if you had to
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy.
I'll do it if you want.
Hanging out with you. Don't worry about it. That's an off-air conversation that comes to air. But I hope you're having a good day to this point. The NBA draft lottery happened last night, and I mean, the big takeaways are, one, that the Rockets did not get the 9th pick with the 9th best odds. They actually, interestingly, get the 10th pick, and that's largely because the Dallas Mavericks make one of the biggest jump ups that's been seen in the draft lottery era. Literally, it's the 4th longest odds to then produce the number 1 pick.
Mm-hmm.
And
since 2001, I think it's the lowest odds.
Since
if
the
I
actual
read that
lowest.
correctly.
Okay.
Yeah.
They make the biggest jump there to now have the number 1 pick and a clear path to select Cooper Flagg in the 2025
Funny
draft.
how that works out, isn't it?
All right. I feel like
we're doing something else.
I feel like I've indulged this enough.
We're doing something else.
Come on now. You got to give me. But no, what does this mean now for the Rockets? Because the Rockets have that 10th pick, and we had gotten ourselves to the place yesterday in the ways that Sports Talk Radio is going to allow you to talk about sometimes stuff that is a very minuscule chance of happening, to the idea of, what would happen if you ended up with like a Cooper Flagg situation where you make that decision. But now that this is crystallized at the 10th pick, what does that mean more towards the idea of, if they are looking to improve their team, actually making a trade as opposed to maybe standing pat and adding that young talent with the pick or what have you?
I don't know about you guys, but as soon as this ended, you kind of digest like who's who, and not just the Mavs number 1, but the Spurs number 2, and
That's the
one. We'll get to that because that's interesting to say the least.
That got a out you? I say, okay.
We'll get to that. As I'm digesting this, I'm like, all right, Rockets have to make a trade now, don't they? I mean, talking to myself, which I don't do a lot, but I was like, well, they have to, don't they?
You don't have to lie to kick.
I mean, and here's why. It's not just that they didn't get that pick, which maybe would have, or a high pick, which maybe would have, been a little more.
All I needed was you to jump into, give me that 3, 4. Yeah. I'd have been so happy with that, bro.
So that's part of it, because then you're cooking, so to speak.
And I'm greedy. I understand that, but yes.
But I think a big factor here is the fact that it is the Mavs, and more specifically the Spurs in your division. The Spurs especially.
Maybe more so in your conference even.
And conference. But the Spurs with Wemby, we know, what he is and what he can be. Steph, Rookie of the Year, Steph Castle?
Stephon Castle. I don't think anybody call him Steph.
I said Steph.
I was like,
no, man. I'm like, what you
we talking about the mononyms.
Look it up.
Hey, we got
call him.
We got PTSD.
They are wrong. They are wrong. When you say 713-57246, when I say Steph in the NBA, who do you think of?
Stephon, Rookie of the Year, and the number 2 pick, Dylan Harper. If you dig in on him a little bit,
nice,
offensive machine,
real nice.
I mean, machine. Been compared. Now, maybe this is not a great comparison given the postseason, but been compared a lot to James Harden. The creativity on his drives, the Euro step, the ability to knock down the 3. So the Spurs get really interesting, and I think that's a factor in how the Rockets play this thing. I really do.
No, that's a great point. I'll be honest, I didn't get all the way there in thinking about it, but the West is stacked right now.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it maybe doesn't show up in the postseason in the same way and getting these kind of grimy basketball games in a lot of these spaces, but I think that's because of the level. But teams that you could reasonably expect to continue being good as you continue forward, right? The Thunder, yes. Sure. They just kind of built this in such a way. The Nuggets, how do you feel about them?
Oh, I think so.
As long as they have Jokic still in that space, Aaron Gordon has continued to take a step forward, Jamal Murray drops in whenever he wants, what have you. The Clippers?
Question mark? It depends on,
You want to set that as a maybe?
Yeah, maybe as a maybe, yeah.
The Timberwolves have found a way to be good in a way that I'm like, all right, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Did the Warriors find new life here?
I don't know. I don't know how much life they have left, but they still have some.
I wonder. I don't know if they're gonna run it back next year.
But they still have some life.
Yeah, no, they definitely got some life. I don't know if they're gonna try to get somebody because they never scared of trying to get some type of superstar or something. So
right.
I mean, the Lakers made a trade in the middle of the season for Luka Doncic and still finish with 50. Lakers are probably still going to be good. How many teams is that I named? And I didn't talk about the Rockets yet, just leaving them out of it.
Or the Spurs.
And then the Spurs. I don't know how I feel about the Grizzlies. I don't know how I feel about the Kings. But even without talking about those teams that could possibly find some level of good, that is a number of teams. That is, 8, 9 teams that we're talking about that are all pretty damn good and could all be vying for those top 6 seeds with you in the Houston Rockets. This is why I look around and I go, hey, man, this is the idea that, hey, your window is opening is cool, but you have to look at other things, and these things can shift really quickly, just like Damian Lillard getting injured in the postseason is what has now opened up the possibility of Giannis Antetokounmpo being available to the league, and really it feels like to the West. So that's another star that might come and join. And I look over at the East, and the East is losing another one of its powerhouses because just last night it looks like, and I don't know that I've seen any of the MRI results on this, but it looked like you saw the Achilles roll up in a way that would imply that he has an Achilles tendon tear, he being Jason Tatum, and that might take the Celtics out of a place of contending next year. Yeah. And I wonder if maybe they might open themselves up to, they were already considering moving around some talent. Could they possibly think, we don't want to do the 2 tandem kind of superstar thing and maybe send Jaylen Brown somewhere? Like, all of these things open up, and you go, things can shift very quickly in this league, and you might want to get yourself into a place where you have something a little bit more concrete than we believe we're building somewhere.
Yeah, I wonder if they still, like, I've been saying for a minute that they was probably going to break up those 2.
Yeah.
And getting rid of Jason Tatum. But I wonder now with that injury, and if it's a really bad injury, are they going to probably try to keep Jaylen Brown now?
Well, I don't know.
Point? Because I don't think they're going to tank the year.
Well, I don't know.
But he isn't going to play.
No, he's not going to play. But I don't think they're going to. I think they got to really think now before they blow this whole starting lineup up. Now.
What I keep coming back to, Reggie, with the Rockets is, yes, we know how far they came, but there is an element in every sport. You do have to kind of keep up with the Joneses. You do have to always get better. That whole thing. If you're not getting better, you're getting worse. You do have to make a move, and then this is the second part of it. Obviously the Joneses being the teams you mentioned, and one right there in San Antonio. That's a rival that seems to be making a big move.
That might have given themselves a little more ammo in the push to
whether
maybe
it's Giannis or stay at number 2. Yeah, one of the. And then there's this other aspect here, which I know you might push back on this a little bit.
I will,
but
I'm ready.
But if you look at the number 10 pick overall, just over the last 10 years, is as far as I went back. I mean, these are the names, and maybe 3 of them. You tell me. Or like legit hits, like big time, next level, can help a team get over the hump type hits. Cody Williams, Cason Wallace, Johnny Davis, Zaire Williams, Jalen Smith.
Wait, sorry, can you start over again? Yeah. I want to go line by line on this one.
This is the number 10 pick over the last 10 years.
Yes.
Cody Williams.
I don't remember who that is.
Okay, there's one example. Cason Wallace.
Really good.
Johnny Davis. Right. Zaire Williams.
He's been pretty good.
Jalen Smith.
I think he's been pretty good. Detroit, right? So.
Yes. Cam Reddish.
He's faded.
This is a good one. Mikal Bridges.
Very good. Very, very. That's a hit.
Yeah.
That's a hit and a half.
Zach Collins.
He's been solid.
Thon Maker.
Nope.
And Justice Winslow.
Nah.
I mean, dude, you said very good on one.
Correct.
On one. And the others were passable.
Right.
So the Rockets have the number 10 pick.
So you in that ballpark to trade that pick for somebody?
I think they need to. You don't necessarily.
I don't necessarily, and this is why. The NBA draft does not function like the NFL draft in that the year, and obviously I think that depending on, actually it still doesn't function, because one of the things I like saying is with your two rounds, it kind of feels like your lottery picks are or like your top few are your first round, then you get to like the middle to the back end of the first round is like it would be like drafting the second round and so on and so forth. But that's not even quite the case, because at every year in the NFL draft, you can find some gems in the third round and the fourth round. And maybe that's the case in the NBA draft as well. But for the most part, you look up and you go, there are some years where you have, a standout generational talent. You have a lot of good players. And there's some years where it's a little barren. And thankfully, this looks like one of those years where there's a whole bunch of dudes where you have a good chance of getting a good player all the way through the lottery, really. It just happens to be that way. And so this is a particular year where I think more than some of those other seasons, picking at 10 isn't a problem. But I think that the question then is how likely is it, rather, that player will come in and be some level of major impact player
immediately,
relatively quickly.
Yeah,
right.
relatively.
In the next 2 years, I guess is the way that I put it. Because 3 years might be a little strong in that compared to going and utilizing that with some other things to go get a known commodity, a proven commodity that'll put you into a different stratosphere.
Yeah, see, and that's where I'm at with it, man. Like, if let's say the Rockets did have that superstar, let's say Jalen Green was what we all thought he was going to be, and we're not looking at a Kevin Durant or anything like that.
Yeah.
Then stay at 10. Hey, get whoever there, and bring them up slowly a little bit, and see what you got. But I feel like I don't want to say in the panic mode, but they
got to keep up.
They need somebody, because all these other teams going to try to get better. Somebody going to try to get Giannis.
Yeah.
So I think they need to try to get somebody like that. I don't necessarily think they could just roll the dice at 10 and then hope that they could take them to the next level.
And here's the other point. We went through the number 10 pick over the last 10 years, and it was very much, miss more than hit. I'm sure there were years then, Reggie, when they felt those were solid drafts. Like this draft, top two, through the bottom of the lottery, and didn't work out. And the Rockets are not in a place where they can maybe develop, maybe hit a home run, maybe wait for someone to become the guy. No, they need the guy. They can't afford to wait and see
3 years of this.
Yeah.
Just getting all these young players. You could rattle off about 4 or 5 young players on this team already.
Yeah.
And I just think they need to get that guy, man.
I do think it's funny, Fig, it kind of bring up the idea of acquiring Giannis simply as keeping him away from these other jokers.
Maybe.
I hadn't even considered that. That's probably not the best reason to go and make a move. However, I hadn't considered that.
And I understand if you don't want him. Like, I totally get it, but somebody else going to get him. Somebody, if it's San Antonio, somebody else going to grab him.
Like, best case scenarios, for some reason, Brooklyn popping up and saying, hey, we want, but actually, you traded in the Knicks picks for your Suns picks. I was about to say, I was like, are you still in some of the business of the Brooklyn Nets being bad? But no, I think you got out of that. So, yeah, man, maybe that's the case. Keep them over there in the East. But
or maybe Miami. Because Miami, one of those teams where they probably, I could see them try to get a superstar like that.
Yeah.
But outside of that, it looked like everything is in the West.
And we all think that they're going to, they're going to sign Fred VanVleet, but we still don't know about Steven Adams. We still don't know about, some of the things that are. They don't have the guy. They still need the guy. Is the guy going to be number 10 overall?
Well, no, I don't think that's the perspective for the Rockets. The perspective is not, well, maybe this 10th pick turns into your superstar player. I think the only reason that you would have thought that is if you probably could get to that very top in Cooper Flag. I don't even know if I would have put that effort on Dylan Harper, although Dylan Harper did profile more as an offensive engine, which, one of the things you're looking for is an offensive engine. Yeah. But I think more than anything, the idea is you get a young talent that filters in a little bit more opportunity to kind of do the natural churn of things and keep the team young, and then you just stand pat with the group that you have together, especially the guys at the top, and you trust them to continue to develop into those players that could take you there, understanding that they believe that it's not an individual guy, but it'll be a group of guys that congeal together, almost kind of like what the Celtics have done, although they've had a couple of individuals step to an incredibly high level in that space. And
so does that prospect, does that blow up your skirt a little bit? I mean, it doesn't mind,
Yeah, and talking about the Celtics, man, like, they hit on their players, though. They hit on Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. So, like, if we hit on Jalen Green and that was the guy, then I'm fine with picking whoever at 10 and they could come in and contribute.
Yeah.
And that's what it feels like the Rockets brass believes. They believe that there's still more development, far more than those of us on the outside watching this team seem to believe, by and large, that there's still lots of development and a lot of upside still within Jalen Green. And I feel like that would have to be the assumption that you come to if you stand pat. And it feels like the developments over the last couple of days maybe push our thoughts a little bit further towards the idea of a trade. We'll see where the Rockets ultimately are as they continue to make some of these decisions in the offseason. But number 10 pick is now what is in tow as that Phoenix Suns pick that's coming in for the 2025 draft. And from the 832, somebody is on the bench, and his name is Reed Shepherd.
Let's go.
if that's the case,
I got young players on the team already, though, man.
Here's the thing that's a little tough. How often do you get the 6'3" guy developing into the superstar that carries you to a championship? Because that's a question that's worth happening. And you mentioned a Steph. You mentioned the wrong one, but
maybe the other Steph.
That is not the. You're not doing the other Steph to one of.
You know
if not
he
the
ain't
greatest
taking that
shooter
name,
in the history.
right?
That is wild.
They call him Steph.
Yeah, but he's
Who
not
is they?
Yeah, his mom,
his mom,
his family.
Yeah, so Steph Curry did it, and maybe you could point to Isaiah Thomas, Zeke doing it. Those are your two short guys taking teams to championships.
But see, my thing is, why you even draft them in the first place then?
Well, no, I hear to be a very good player, but like the idea that he becomes the guy.
Yeah, I'm just worried, man. Like, if we couldn't get this guy with the 3rd overall pick, so how can I have confidence in the 10th overall pick for somebody to step in like that?
We'll talk more about it as we continue on, because we're obviously this is going to be an interesting space to watch. What the Rockets do here? Will they keep the pick? Will they use it as a selection? We'll find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, damn it, I shouldn't have made an anime reference. You're going to be on my ass about
It's
that.
happening.
Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions as we often do during this time. Next.
All right.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I know up front. I absolutely know this is asinine. Shout out to Patrick Creighton.
Okay. Love you, PC.
I know it's asinine. But last night and again this morning and even right now, there's a small part of me that still thinks Nico Harrison might not draft Cooper Flagg. It's like people are kidding around about it, but I'm like, hell, he may not.
Ain't no way.
Hell, he may not.
Ain't no way.
I mean, he's like, what did he say about the Luka trade? Like, basically, from what we know, it was the right thing to do or whatever, however he put it. And I'm like, I know it's probably dumb, asinine, PC. But to this minute, in this segment, I'm like, there might be a little piece of him that says, you know what? Let me overthink this. Overthink this.
I saw that video that they posted of him.
They're
in
all
that
jumping around. They're like, hey, Dylan Harper.
I've seen that video many a time. It was the time that the Pelicans got the number 1 overall pick. It was the time that Akron got the number 1 overall pick. Right? Like or Cleveland. Right? I have seen that joy and that jubilation every time, and that is we are selecting that guy.
No.
What guy? That
Dylan
guy.
Harper.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way in hell that happens. Which is funny because up there in Dallas, I feel like them people are excited about Cooper Flagg, but they're also like, damn, they might be good again, and he might get an extension behind it, and they're not happy about it, and I understand why.
But it does say how bad he is. That I have a legitimate thought of, well, maybe.
I don't even know that he is bad because, like, again, I saw him a little up close and personal, and he made some really good moves to get that team into a place. Remember, there was just a few years ago where people were looking around like, oh, they're never going to put a good team around Luka.
Yeah.
He did all the things to do it, and then just randomly traded Luka around. It is that friend who, or like maybe someone who is playing sports, maybe someone who maybe plays left tackle, who is really, really good at blocking and always great at pass blocking, and then just really stupid penalties. It's like he's good, except I can't trust him. Right? That is Nico Harris.
That city, got a target on my back. That city would melt. It would melt.
I mean, what trade would make sense for them where you'd be like, okay, I can see that?
Oh, for Dallas?
Yeah. Like events.
I've heard there's a Slovenian dude in LA that they might be interested in.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious.
It was low hanging fruit, but it would be funny.
Tell you what, we'll go ahead and give you that pick.
These are my confessions.
I've got to be entirely honest. I don't even remember who specifically did it for me, but it was somebody over a rookie mini camp. It might have been Nico Collins, in fact, doing a little bit of a youth camp or what have you. I am entirely done with the use of the word dog as a descriptor.
Oh, really?
I'm done with it, man.
Well, then you definitely don't miss Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah. No, I know.
He called everyone
He called Davis Mills a dog.
I'm done with it. And it's not specific to the Texans because it's not specific to, he got that dog in him. We've been doing, people have been doing this for decades. I think I finally reached my breaking point where I'm just like, all right, it's got to be something
What did
else.
it for you?
I don't even remember, but it's just
Nico was calling the Iowa State guys.
Yeah, he said they got some dogs. I'm just like, it has lost all its meaning. It's like, what is it? Semantic satiation. When you say a word over and over and it just loses its meaning to you, right? You just keep saying the word like fish over and over and you just don't sound like a word no more. That is what dog has become to me in these sports settings. Like, oh man, he's got that dog. He got a dog. Yeah, he a dog. I'm just like, what are we even saying anymore? Everybody a dog.
You're kind of getting desensitized too.
Very much desensitized.
So what replaces it?
I don't know, but let's get creative. Like sometimes
713-572-46. We got to replace dog.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I think we might have gotten close. It was a beast. Oh, he's a beast.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And now we just got into that place with dog, and I'm like, we might need to just switch it up. And this might just be the endless cycle of one word that we use to describe somebody who's really, really good or really, really tough or whatever.
I got that way with I see you. Remember back a while back? I see you.
I see you.
I see you.
I see you.
I'm like, just stop.
I see you, big dog.
Yeah, no, that's the double whammy. That's the double whammy.
No, but it's the thing. Big dog is going to work for me forever. But just he a dog, like just as the descriptor for some reason.
Yeah.
And I thought I'd be here forever. Like, and really and truly, it's like the folly of youth where you think you're going to be young for. I swore. Like, I will never be that guy that'll be mad about people calling people a dog. And here I am. Like, please stop. Please don't.
These are my confessions.
I'm glad you went there with that confession, Reggie, because I got a similar confession with a term that I feel like it lost its meaning. So you know the term "hear me out."
Oh, yes, bro.
So specifically, a lot of people use that term "hear me out" whenever they talking about a young lady that might not be as attractive, but they say, "Hey, hear me out on her though." Like they might post a picture. Like perfect example is Lizzo. So a lot of people,
this will hear you out for. Huh?
No, that's not my hear me out.
He got defended.
Let's be clear about this.
No, so she's losing a lot of weight.
Lizzo H-Town, ain't she?
Yeah, from Houston. Actually went to school with Leroy.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they went to school together.
Didn't even realize
in the
that.
band and all that stuff. But she's losing a lot of weight. So you got a lot of guys like, hey, hear me out though. Hear me out, man. She lose 20 more pounds. Hear me out.
Yeah.
Man, I saw somebody, they retweeted a picture of Beyonce in some Levi jeans, and they said, I need y'all to hear me out on this. Dog, it's Beyonce, man.
Ain't no hear me out necessary.
Like, what is you talking?
We were here before you got here.
Like,
what do you mean?
Like, you clearly don't understand the term.
No.
Like,
Open
hear me
your
out on
eyes.
Beyonce. And look, I'm sure there's somebody out there that don't really care for Beyonce.
Who? No. They're out there and they like to make themselves known.
But see, even that person would be like, hey, that ain't no hear me out. Everybody,
she's just not my type or whatever.
Yeah, like, come on.
Yeah.
You don't need no damn hear me out for
Hear me
Beyonce.
out.
It was like a beautiful picture and some Levi's and a cowboy hat. And he talking about, y'all need to hear me out on this. Like, what is y'all doing?
Are you crazy?
We need to retire that term now, man.
Who are some hear me out celebrities right now?
Y'all want to do it?
We absolutely need to do it.
We can do it in the mixtape if you want.
Let's
y'all
do it.
Come up with a little list.
I'll come up with a list.
All right, let me.
That's a bet.
I'm gonna have to do some
that
work.
one still has legs.
Bet will never go away.
Yeah,
from
bet
me.
still has legs.
See, I love the text line because there's people that are coming through with words that I'm like, nope. Like, oh, he is nice. Nice is gonna be there forever for me. I'm never letting that one go. I refuse. But yeah, dog. I'm good on it.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So I've probably known this about myself for quite a while. I mean, if you haven't picked up on things, I tend to somewhat be a smart aleck in certain situations.
Wait, what? Are you for real?
No kid.
That's no kid. But I think I'm especially so when I get some bad news or there's a bad, bothersome piece of news. So I sent you guys a text this morning, and you may not have understood the context. So one of my best friends, I got a text from my wife, and it said, so-and-so is going to have emergency surgery. He can't feel his hands anymore. He's going to have emergency neck surgery. He can't feel his hands anymore.
That is a very serious condition.
It's a very serious condition. And what did I text back to you guys?
So back to us or back to them?
Back to you guys. I did send it to him too, if we're being honest, and he laughed. I said, well, oh man, thanks. I'll check in with him. Not by text though, because he can't use his.
So you thought it was foul that he texted you that?
No. My wife texted me that he's going to need neck surgery because he can't feel his hands.
And John
anymore.
was just like, I'll check, but I'm not going to text him because if I text him, he can't. You know what I'm saying? It's like trying to dap up somebody who is an amputee. It just don't work like that.
So or somebody with no legs. Hey, you want to kick it?
That's kind of what I did. But for
wow,
to be perfectly clear, I did end up texting him that. I said, so my wife thinks I'm an a-hole, but this is what I sent her, and he just LOL. Now, maybe it was a sarcastic LOL too, but
in voice to text, maybe.
Yeah.
That's always option. That's always out there. Some of y'all hear me out. It's a real tough space.
Yeah, you got to sell me. You got to sell somebody on it.
But I think the problem is in our society. I feel like we are, and I very much say we are a lot less comfortable getting out here on opinions that are that are not popular. Although I feel like the young folks supposedly are more on that.
Yeah.
We're just afraid to be out here and being different. So the hear me out is really inherently you have to be out here on something where people go, ain't no way.
I think the sort of on the mountain, one of the top hear me outs that I always see is Martha Stewart.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I always see
good one.
Martha Stewart.
Yeah.
I'll take that one.
Yeah.
That's a hear me
another
out.
one I used to see is Dolly Parton. Like now,
That's
Dolly
not
Parton.
that's not even a
Like
hear me
right
out.
now? Like right now at 70?
Sure.
Nah, I'm good. Y'all. That's
I can have
y'all.
that one?
Yeah, that's y'all.
No, I'm sorry. I'm usually pretty good at processing fast,
Like,
but
how old is she now? She in her 70s,
She's
right?
got to be in her
or
70s.
80s.
She's got to be in her 70s.
the right age. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah.
I was processing through my mind. What are the things that are coming through my mind, and what are the things I should say on radio? And those were not lining up. They weren't.
They weren't lining up.
They weren't. I'm gonna be honest. Do people still use crunk anymore? Hopefully not.
Yeah.
I think the last person I heard use a crunk was Fred Davis. Remember Fred Davis?
Oh, yeah.
He was still using crunk in 2018.
Probably going to use it today.
The people that misuse literally.
Yes.
Okay. So, y'all just don't know about the philanthropic work that Dolly Parton does.
Exactly.
She's a fantastic human.
Yeah.
And don't let Sean Pendergast hear you say that. He might come talk to you. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said I'm low-key tired of hearing low-key. Yeah, because people don't use it right.
People don't use it right. Yeah.
Anyways, now we're just becoming old dudes yelling
120.
at clouds.
Hear me out.
Okay. All right. Coming up next here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. A really great piece written about Forrest Whitley in The Athletic got me thinking, is Forrest Whitley dealing with one of the most difficult things an athlete can go through? I'll tell you what I mean next.
Area 45.
Today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us here on this Tuesday. I forgot what day it was. I'm not going to lie. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Figgy Fig. Also, y'all wilding in this text line. Some of y'all are doing a great job of your hearing me out. Some of you, not so much. But I appreciate you getting involved nonetheless. Again, 713-572-4610. Is Forrest Whitley going through an athlete's most difficult challenge? It's a question I asked myself when I was kind of looking at this piece that Chandler Rome of The Athletic wrote about Forrest Whitley, this kind of constant question mark for the Astros. A highly regarded prospect who just never really has been able to get a chance to be at the major level, except for, finally made his debut and just went back on the IL as well.
Yeah.
And, he is working through it. He was, the piece was interesting. But I thought about, the tough things that athletes go through. And one of the toughest places has got to be just like constantly dealing with injury, right? And we're not really very forgiving in those ways with athletes that deal with injuries for a while, because one or two their ability, but guys that deal with constant injury, we almost make it like an issue with them per se.
Well,
like
that's because
a moral judgment at times.
Well, I don't know about the moral judgment, but I think injury prone is a real thing. We just have constant examples. It could be just dumb luck, but they're injury prone. It could be something physiological, but they're injury prone. I think that's the tough part. Forrest Whitley is injury prone.
Right.
He just is. However you want to describe why, but he is. And it's really, you mentioned the Chandler Rome piece. It's really sort of heartrending, that this guy, like, he was the top prospect. Like, he was ready.
Yeah, $3 million and change signing bonus, right, when he came in, and typically the bonus babies, like, you have a full expectation that they're going to have their way kind of paved as much as possible to the majors because of the investment that the program has or that the organization has in them, and the roadblock was injuries, right? We even saw last month just knee buckle, and there he is in that same space, even as it felt like he finally. After a decade,
this is 10 years
of toiling to try and make it to the majors, not be able to make it through. And so it got me thinking about the various things in sports that are like really difficult for athletes, because the one thing that I immediately went to is also in baseball, and I always have so much sympathy for a starting pitcher, or really most any pitcher, but usually it's a starter because you just kind of out there for a while.
Yeah.
When everything's not going well and you're up there and you got to make this next pitch, because there's no bailout, right? There's no, we're going to dribble this clock out, because there isn't one. There is no, well, can somebody else help me out in this instance, unless the manager.
There is no one.
There is no one. It is just you up there and you got to deliver. And if before you even get the sign in, you're not going to be able to execute this, that's got to be a disgusting feeling to feel.
You could see it on Ryan Gusto's face yesterday. All due respect, because he's been okay previously, but you could see in his face he was lost, and that is just it's cringeworthy. That's another one, cringe. It's cringeworthy, and you feel for the guy. The one that gets me all the time, that is interesting and can be really, really tough to watch, is when an otherwise good player gets the yips in a particular situation. That's the one that always, people who say, it's not that big of a mental game. No, it is largely a mental game, because that just gets in between their ears and they get the yips, whether it's thrown to first base or whatever, a curveball, whatever it may be, and they can't do it. They don't even see it, And
that they've done it, they're capable of doing it, and you think just snap out of it. And I imagine for them, they're like, I'm
trying.
And it's just one of those things where you can't get it right. Forrest Whitley kind of exists in that space for me. How at this point is it just you have to write this off? Because he did finally make it, right? In a separate level of injury prone for him, finally making it back to the majors, and you go, all right, it's there. And then I guess in a similar way, you have Whitley get re-injured, and you have Lance McCullers have a really, really poor outing on Saturday. Not that those are the exact same thing, but does that then take away for you any level of belief in Forrest Whitley and the opportunity for him to be useful? Because you were talking about it to some degree. This Penn, unfortunately, it's gotten quite a bit of run in the first 4 games of this 17-game stretch.
Yeah.
And they're going to be so necessary. They've been really good for you, putting up a pretty solid ERA out of the pen with some guys that I don't think that we had a lot of love and belief in at the beginning of the season. They've handled up pretty well, but they can only be taxed so far. And Forrest Whitley, if he was able to, be healthy and be there for you, would be really helpful in that regard.
He could have been crucial this year. And I say it in the past tense simply because we were at a place last year and the year before where we were writing him off. Like, it's just not going to happen. Then he starts to write a pretty impressive story this year. And here we go again. I don't know what you can count on with him ever, because now it's in his head. And like I said, he's talked about it and the problems and overcoming it and all that. And I think it's just flat out harder. It's going to be more difficult for him because there's more doubt about him when, even calling him up, if he's quote unquote healthy or whatever, because he doesn't have that track record that Lance McCullers had, and all his track record is always, ending up back injured again. So I think it's going to be really, really tough. I don't know if you can count on him.
And a multitude of injuries as well in there at one point as well. When it comes to that, obviously we're talking about that knee injury that came through the last month. It's just, it's tough, especially because like we were talking about with someone who maybe has the yips. Like you've had, independent or instances where you go, there it is.
Yeah.
Right. You get those sparks, you get those, I guess, proof of concept if you choose to view it in that way. And then you look up and you go, he's not there. So, he's starting his process again. He's throwing a rehab inning for Sugarland today in hopes that he returns because, at this pace, I don't know. Do you think he could return in this stretch? But even if he doesn't return in this particular stretch, like just adding another arm to the pen would be deeply useful. And you know that he has some ability to do it, but you just wonder if he's going to be able to sustain.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be this stretch at all, simply because they have to be more careful with him because of that injury history and the unreliability. No fault of his own per se, but the unreliability and all that. It's something that he's going to be sort of in the back of his mind, I think, for the duration of his career, because he's been injured so much and missed. It's 10 years. You mentioned it. 10 years.
It's crazy to think about it in that way. Even since he became, I saw Chandler wrote a really interesting portion of this, or like an interesting stat, that since he became the top prospect in baseball, he's thrown like 3-digit innings. Like he has thrown a mess of innings since that. And it just speaks to how the start and stop and the complete inability of just making it all the way to the place that you obviously hoping for the best for him, because I really do always feel bad for the players that are in that place. And again, that made me think of what are some of those instances in sports where it feels like it is the, those places that really are, what's the right word?
Inevitable.
Yeah, inevitable in some ways, and that are, really tough to deal with. Someone said golf, just period. No. And then baseball when it comes to mental, just like the toughness of it. And then from the 979, this text came in that I found interesting. They said, there are a lot of injury-prone athletes but they are rare. Most of the time, oft-injured athletes are mistrained. Bad training is a coaching issue.
Oh, I guarantee you they've looked at that.
But
I guarantee you they've done
that. That is a question that's worth asking here, which is, hey, man, the Astros deal with a lot of these injuries. How much do you look at the Astros in the way that they operate? Like, especially whether it's the willingness to go to a 6-man rotation sometimes and changing the rest schedule. Hell, with Hayden Wesneski, right? They come off of one of his outings, and obviously they have maybe some concerns about potential injury, and they move back his start. Like those types of things. How much do you just attribute this to a team that really is heavy on max rotations and knowing that that's going to put a lot of torque on arms or what have you? Like, how much do you look at the Astros in this way?
No, I don't think the Astros are off the hook at all. It's not just Forrest Whitley. I mean, we've had these year after year after year. Verlander twice and how they handled it.
Just look at the last 2 years.
McCullers, Luis Garcia, Christian Javier, JP France, Jose Urquidy. That's 8. Like you can't take this off the Astros. I mean, maybe it's just coincidence, but that's
a lot.
That's 8. That's only the ones that we thought of.
And they like bad shoulder, elbow type injuries too.
And it's guys coming back and then kicking the can down the road, and calling it something publicly, and sort of delaying the inevitable on some of these. Remember when Verlander famously, it was Chandler Rome who reported it the day it happened. This is bad. I think
who's reporting it?
Yeah, that was Chandler Rome. He said this is bad, and I'm paraphrasing, but this is probably going to require surgery. They came after him like he said they were selling the team or something.
Yeah, and Dusty Baker was like, okay, who reporting that?
Yeah. He was right.
Yeah.
He was right. And it just took a little while, so they were kind of kicking the can down the road. I'm sure they were trying to find other ways to get him back, but is that prudent? You know, when you have the, quote, forearm strain, which we all know is connected to the elbow.
Not just physically, but
like literally.
Research-wise, I believe the number was 20% of major league pitchers that have dealt with some forearm strain have then, in the next year had to have surgery on the UCL.
No, that points to the Astros and how they handle it. There's no question. You cannot deny that. It might not be true 100% of the time, but you can't deny that it points to them and how they're handling these things.
But the tough side about this, especially if we're limiting this just to the pitching portion of the heavy focus on upping spin rate and those types of things, and the ways that I think that impacts it, right? There might be more things involved, but I want to narrow it to this. Is the risk worth the reward, right? Because as you mentioned, there's a number of pitchers that even just this year, if they were healthy, this would look very different, right? Javier, France, who else did you mention? Garcia. If those guys are healthy, this looks a little different. But also, I do wonder how much of that factors into the car wash that they seem to have when it comes to pitchers when you bring some guys in and you make them a lot better. Hell, Hunter Brown might be involved in that as well. You saw, Ronel Blanco was pitching pretty well. I don't know how much you want to attribute that there. Also, you talk about Yusei Kikuchi, who you bring in and get the most out of. Like, how much do all of those things come in, and at what point is it just something that's cost of doing business, or at what point is it something that you need to change? And maybe how much of that is just the different time period you are in a window or an opportunity window where now you're at the backside where you need to maximize this, and maybe just taxing your players isn't the best way to go about this. I don't know.
The number of pitchers the Astros have gone to, how they've quote unquote treated them, how they've come back or not come back from injuries. It's the number one reason why professional athletes get every penny that you can when you can, because at its core, at the core, you are an interchangeable piece. You just are. They can talk about loving you and you're part of the community, and this is an Astro for life and all, but you are an interchangeable piece, and so you have to be able to do it. And the Astros, more so than not, have cycled through a lot of those.
Yeah. So just wanted to read on The Athletic about Forrest Whitley. I know his wife Courtney factored in big. Like, there's a mantra and a motto that she gives him that I was like, that's got to be deeply encouraging, just because it's a really tough thing to constantly be injured. And it feels like one of those most difficult things that athletes deal with. So in a way, trying to overcome that with a rehab inning today for Sugarland. We'll see if Forrest Whitley can return to big league club. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. From the 409, I pitched in the Cubs organization 06 to 08, and our first round pitcher from 02 got the yips for 3 years, never recovered, so hard to watch. Appreciate you, Chuck, texting in. Yeah, man. Just watching somebody go through that, and you're like, I can't help him out, he can't help him out, you just got to find a way through. It's crazy. All right, coming up next, we've been getting a lot of schedule information, and one of the things that we kind of saw earlier was, a lot of young, talented quarterbacks showing up in some of these big ticket games that CJ is not. Do you think that has any level of bearing on the league's view of CJ or the Texans? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
If you had to pick which of these guys
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop. Reggie Atatula.
All right, before we talk a little bit about the Texans and how they are viewed around the league, as we're taking some cues and some notes from schedule release. Of course, the official schedule release happens tomorrow. Schedule release 2025. They do all the branding and everything, and we'll get all the videos and everything tomorrow. But we'll get a little details from that. However, we were talking about the Astros. They're back at it again tonight versus the Kansas City Royals. It will be Framber Valdez who is going for your Astros. And one person who will not be going, Yordan Alvarez.
Don't say it.
Yordan Alvarez will not be back or available tonight. Joe Espada told the flagship of the Astros that not too long ago. So still holding off. He would have been eligible if he was ready, but it seems like not quite ready. It is encouraging, though, that he was, in the batting cages. Looked like he had, swinging some bats yesterday. So soon. Soon feels like it's the answer. What does that mean? I have no godly idea.
Before.
I have no earthly idea what soon actually means. Is that tomorrow?
Yeah.
Is that over this weekend for the Ranger series? No idea. No
Like I said, I wish I could say that was a surprise.
That's right. But I just wanted to give you that update. All right. We were looking at this earlier, and we can circle back and give you more updates on the schedule as we know it thus far. But we were looking at the big schedule release things like Christmas Day. We know what one of those games is, which is the Chiefs and the Broncos, right? And of course, the Chiefs seem like they're going to be a Christmas Day staple, at least as they do. But the Broncos, Bo Nix, young talented player. All right, cool. Week 13, Black Friday game. That's another thing that they're trying to make big, especially on Prime Video. You're getting Bears, Eagles. Bears. CJ's little brother, as evidenced by week 2 last week. Caleb Williams, young, talented quarterback. Okay, cool. Week 16, those Saturday games that are going to compete with some college football playoff games. You're getting Eagles, Commanders, and you're getting Packers, Bears. We mentioned the Bears, but now you get Commanders in there. Jaden Daniels, young, talented player. You know, competing on that same rookie season, quarterback season level. You mentioned this. It's a lot of young, talented quarterbacks that are getting these prime time treatments, but no C.J. Stroud in any of these spaces this year. Does this speak, in your mind, to how the league feels about C.J., or maybe even not C.J. himself, but about the Texans as a whole, that they're not really getting as much of this placement in not just regular primetime games? I think they'll still get those. Yeah. But in these primetime games, these ultra primetime games, if you allow me to coin a term, they're not getting those spaces.
Yeah, these are the Hallmark games, is what I will call them.
Okay.
Especially because
like the network?
One's on Christmas Day. Get it?
Hallmark. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. But these are the Hallmark games.
Does that mean that the Texans would have to go to a small town?
Yeah.
And meet a lumberjack?
They're going to quit their
fall
job.
in love.
They're going to quit their job.
Meet a plumber.
As a cop.
I don't know what's funny about it being a plumber.
The Texans are going to quit their job as a copy editor at a publishing firm to go open a flower shop.
Those movies have to be
right now in 5 minutes.
It's
easy.
Like the script is just a
They
mad
don't like
lib.
each other at first, you know.
That's right.
She thinks he's a little gruff, you know, a little bit too much of a rube.
You know what's sad?
Now they get stuck in the room by themselves where they arguing, and now they come out of there liking each other.
Yeah, exactly.
What's sad is y'all
That's
have
the Texans.
Y'all have spouses, so y'all have excuses. I don't have an excuse for why I know this. I really don't.
Anywho, these are the Hallmark games.
Right.
Christmas Day, Black Friday. This is when the NFL, you know, as they're putting together the schedule, now obviously they have different formulas and stuff, but they are saying this is when we're going to have the most eyes on our product. What's going to sell? Christmas Day, you just said it, Bo Nix. You know, obviously Black Friday, everybody's at home if they're not in line somewhere on Amazon.
Ain't nobody in line.
I know.
Everybody's still getting out for Black Friday like that.
No, you get your stuff done on Thursday and then you sit your cheeks down.
Some people like to just the thrill of the hunt. Okay, but Black Friday, everybody's at home, big audience. Hey, Caleb Williams. All right, how about the double header? We're going to go head to head against college football here. We really need some headliners. All right, let's go with Caleb Williams again. How about tossing a little Jordan Love? And then maybe, that Jaden Daniels kid's pretty good. These are Hallmark games, and C.J. Stroud is not a part of them. Is that – it's got to be formed as a question. I'm still trying to formulate my answer. Is that a sign that a little bit of shine is off the 2023, rising star?
Because you went backwards, and it's 2025 right now.
Yeah.
I don't think so. And the one thing that I point to is I think the offensive line sold last year for CJ. There was talk of a sophomore slump behind how poorly he was protected. And I think most people understood that was more a sign of the offensive line than his play. Maybe you could point to the kind of shell shock that we discussed. I do wonder, though, how much of this is just about the Texans themselves, because as evidenced by on the text line from the 832, I think for the most part, we don't put it on a good game in prime time. Christmas game last year, for example, was sad. They said that they were excited for that game, ended up being embarrassed, and that game was not watchable. Yeah, man, and it wasn't just embarrassed in front of the NFL world. There was a lot of people who were watching that game just because it was Christmas, and it was probably on in the house when they were around in Christmas. A lot of people watching because they wanted to see Beyonce, and while they were there, might as well see these teams, except nope, nothing to see here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
So I do wonder how much that also is there. But also, there was a little part that we noticed, and I'm interested to get your thought on this, on how much this might factor in. There's been a lot of willingness for the NFL to put these Hallmark games, as you've called it, or even some of these. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep calling them Hallmark games. The international schedule as well, although the international schedule doesn't have as many of these divisional games.
Yeah.
In these places, I would like to take the opportunity as someone who lives in the city, Houston, Texas, and blame the Colts, the Jaguars,
maybe,
and the Titans, because maybe you put C.J. Stroud in these games, but do you want to put Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones? Do you want to put Trevor Lawrence at the Cam Ward in that space alongside him? And I think that maybe that also hampers some of the opportunity for the Texans to get some of these hallmark spots.
Yeah, no, I think that's a big part of it because when you look at like the AFC North, I feel like they always got them on the Sunday night football, Thursday night football, even with like Browns and Steelers.
Yeah.
And I don't think those teams been that good like that. But yeah, I just don't know if they feel like the rest of the country is sold on the AFC South.
Yeah.
Like as a rivalry.
I think that's a factor. I don't know if it's like a determining factor.
No, I'm just trying to be a little bit of a homer right now. I'm trying to put it on everybody else.
And I also don't believe, the shine is definitely off of C.J. Stroud. He's a star. He's a well-known star. He's been taking this team to the playoffs 2 times in a row. But the NFL is all about, not just what have you done for me lately, but who's hot right now, who's trending.
Agreed.
They go on Google. They go on all these. All right, what are the hottest trending quarterbacks, because it does come down to the quarterback. You mentioned the team, and I think there's a lot to that. The team was sort of, all together last year in the offensive line and all that. But it does ultimately come down to the marquee player, and that's the quarterback.
Yeah, I was gonna say even the offense in general was kind of like they wasn't blowing people's skirts up on the offense.
Yeah,
if that was the case, I feel like they would probably put them on a little more primetime games.
Agreed. And I do wonder, though, CJ, like the shine of it is kind of weird because I don't think anybody thinks he's a lesser player.
Right.
But he was coming off of and was more visible. I do think that you're right. That's going to be part of it. What have you done for me lately or more who's hot now? It does feel like his star has cooled, and that's why it's even more important that Nick Haley gets this together, and maybe more even so that CJ's a part of this, because I think this does tie back to an offense that did not fully suit him and did not fully involve him and serve his strengths. I hope that like very soon into the season, you see instances for the Texans to be flexed into some of these instances just off of the strength of, okay, this offense, this is different. CJ Stroud is playing at such a level because the offense allows him to do the things where he has the big ball down the field, right? Those things were kind of limited this past year. Maybe because he's able to utilize his legs a little bit, give you some more highlight plays, which you did not have as much until late in the season last year. And it's one of those things that I think Jane Daniels gets a lot of love off of. And so, you're right. I do think that some of those things have factored in maybe the Texans not getting as much love in these hallmark games in the schedule as it comes through.
Now, they're going to get primetime games because C.J. Stroud is still a star. To me, it's going to kind of matter when they play these. In terms of like the confidence the NFL seems to have in the Texans and C.J. Stroud responding and this new offensive coordinator, et cetera. Just because you put a Thursday night early and a Sunday night early. They just want to highlight his name recognition. His and their name recognition. And think that team's going to be really good, et cetera. And you mentioned you think it might be 4.5 the over under. After looking at this and the international schedule, which is not necessarily prime time, but it's certainly a highlighted game, I might be leaning toward under 4.5, right at 4.
3?
You said
I said 3.
Primetime games.
Yeah.
We'll see ultimately tomorrow, but I mean, how much do you then add into the gumbo that we're trying to figure out of why the Texans do not show up in any of these kind of hallmark situations? How much do you want to talk about the idea of they hate us, as evidenced by the Azeez Al-Shaair, the whole shenanigans, and obviously more so the idea that you had to some degree the coach, but to a larger degree the general manager get out here and very loudly decry the way that the NFL handled that, and then just the primetime performances that they've been able to put up.
They haven't been good.
Yeah. What do you think has been really the biggest portion of them not delivering in primetime?
Well, I mean, last year was just the inconsistency of the line, but really traditionally this organization has not done real well on primetime. Like go back as far as you want. They've been very uneven on that. And then let's just be very honest about this. If C.J. Stroud is not necessarily the hot commodity, what's trending, then the Texans as a whole, they lose luster because they're not a hallmark franchise.
Correct.
I mean, they're just not. Give me the Packers with Jordan Love is what the NFL is saying, versus the Texans with C.J. Stroud.
Right, because That's another
franchise.
And much younger franchise.
And doesn't have the worldwide or national appeal.
No. I mean, we talked about some of those young teams that are young quarterbacks, but you tie that to the team. The Denver Broncos is at least at one point, I do wonder if it still holds the same weight, but at one point, the Denver Broncos could be considered some level of in the running if America's team was awarded, not necessarily kind of grandfathered in from this long period of time for the Cowboys. The Broncos would have been one of those teams that you looked at as wildly popular.
Yeah. Hell, the Commanders.
The Commanders absolutely have been, and shout out to Dan Snyder, completely sullying what had been a legacy of an organization that had crazy support. That's another one of those. What was the other team that we're talking about? Chicago Bears?
Chicago Bears.
I mean, you look at those teams and just the stature of the teams themselves before you get to the fact that they have young, intriguing quarterbacks. Mind you, all three of them with really fun offensive coordinators or offensive play callers that will put them in circumstances to have some explosive fireworks. It makes sense as to why some of those teams have gotten the nod, but I think that this is where it's going to be incumbent upon this team to hopefully fire up an offense that shows the NFL that they chose wrong, that they did not put their money in the right bucket when it comes to not putting C.J. Stroud in some of these instances.
Yeah, and the offense is going to, the games are going to be flexed. You're going to have opportunities on primetime afternoon Sundays, the 3 o'clock window. You're going to have Sunday night. You're going to have a Thursday night. You're going to have a chance to sort of, get back at not good graces with the Jaden Daniels and even the Caleb Williams, and it's all that. But the offense has to be more exciting. C.J. Stroud has to be not sacked 52 times, and the offense has to be, because Jaden Daniels was electric, just like C.J. Stroud was as a rookie, and that's why they got so many last year.
Yeah. So hopefully, also what might help is having fewer of those, road home things, because somebody was alluding to it on the text line here. 713-572-4610. The idea that you only had 2 back-to-back home games, one pair of home games back-to-back. That was week 4 and week 5. And then on top of that, remember we talked a great deal about your 3 games in 11-day stretches that you had 2 times in the season, and you had primetime games in the span of both of those, and you wonder how much that also took the luster off of the Texans. So we'll see what the schedule ultimately looks like. Hopefully you get some wins with the schedule as opposed to what felt like a schedule that made it more difficult on you, not just with the teams that you were playing, but also the structure of it. And so that's part of what makes the schedule release, I guess, interesting in my book. And hopefully we see the interest pay off in a good way for the Texans tomorrow when we get an idea of what their full 17-game schedule looks like. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. This is about the time where we turn things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, brother?
Yeah, so we gonna do a little hear me out session, man.
I did not think about
this. Is a safe space right here, 713-572-4610. We will not judge you.
Yeah, we will.
I need to hear. I need to hear, and we gonna give it to y'all.
All right. I might do that next.
Ready? It's NFL schedule. Info and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on the Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. 713-572-4610. We talked about it a little bit in confessions, so I brought this up because somebody on Al Gore's internet said, "Hear me out" to Beyonce. He retweeted a picture of Beyonce and said, "Y'all need to hear me out on this." And I'm just like, all right, we got to retire the segment.
What are we doing?
Yeah. Like, all right, who you got to sell hard on? Beyonce, man. Mm-hmm. So I think Lopez brought it up about who you hear me out.
Yeah.
And I actually have some. I hope y'all got some.
I got a couple that came to mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm struggling to find ones that really fit in the way.
And they may not even be
so this
like
is
a good true hear me out is not easy. It's like the people that are like unpopular opinion.
Yeah,
and
so
people get out here giving opinions that are popular.
So the phrase "hear me out," the way we're using it, not just like in general "hear me out," but it's a phrase used in some internet subcultures to justify a taboo attraction, traditionally unattractive character or insanely evil character.
Okay.
So it's pretty much a classy way of saying I have a good time with that.
Yeah,
I would.
Yeah.
So send them in 713-572-4610. You want me to start off?
Whatever. You want. I got a couple that came to mind.
All right, who you
want me
got?
to start?
Yeah.
So I don't even know if they're real hear me outs, but I think they're in the category. Kim Mulkey.
Yep,
that's a hear me out.
That counts.
Yeah,
that counts.
It's definitely a hear me out.
You know, that is like bring a lunch pail and a couple of 20-second timeouts.
All right.
God.
You're going to need a lunch pail
What did you just say?
and a couple of 20-second timeouts.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you might need a couple cigarettes, too. Newports.
What? I mean, you got the gist of what I was saying, didn't you?
I did. I did.
Tell me if this one is a hear me out, because it is for me. Maya Rudolph.
No. Maya Rudolph?
Yeah.
Because I'm in that
SNL.
space, but I don't think is that a hear me out?
Is that a hear me out? Maya Rudolph?
That's the tough thing about it, though, especially when it comes to women, is generally women celebrities are attracted to people. Like, I'm attracted to people to really get all this famous, and we're going to be completely honest. And so when we get to this space, it gets difficult. I feel like the women have an easier time with their hear me outs.
Yeah.
I say that.
I think this goes as a hear me out because, like, you got to think about it, too. Like, is a lot of people bringing up her? Mm-hmm. Like, sometimes a lot of people...
Yeah, a lot of people don't.
Yeah, a lot of people don't. It's usually the people that put themselves out there as, like, this sex symbol.
Yeah, and she does not.
Yeah.
Maya Rudolph is 100,000% over here.
She is.
Yes, hear me out.
Okay.
I mean, like, I don't think that she's a hear me out, but if I had to hear me out 100%.
Yeah.
You would have to hear me out on that.
That's all you got?
How about you? Those are the first two. I'll think of some more.
Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to think of some other ones, and I was having a tough time in that space.
Okay. I got 5.
Okay.
All right. Well, I want to hear your.
I got 5 on it.
Yeah, I got 5 on it. My first one is Candace Owens.
Oh,
that's my hear me out. That's my hear me out.
She's like fairly conventionally attractive though.
Yeah, but she don't put herself out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like she's just a regular woman. Like she don't be showing nothing. But yeah, man, I can see myself like, come here, my little politician.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get over here, my little politician.
I mean, there's definitely some politicians in there, but I figured I'd stay away from that space.
Yeah, I mean, we just talking about the hear me out.
Yeah.
My next one is this. I think this is a very hear me out. Madonna.
Yeah,
like right now, Madonna.
I feel like she
at one point.
I ain't talking about back in the 80s. But I'm talking about right now in this very moment.
No, that's fair.
How old is she? She's like 6.
I think she's about my age. She's 63.
That Madonna, By the way, she got a 30-something-year-old boyfriend she's running around with.
Doing her the Bill Belichick?
Bill Belichick thinks that's cute.
By the way, Bill Belichick apparently was on ESPN and basically got out here saying that Jordan is not a part of the athletic program, and he's just super excited to be back coaching.
That didn't sound rehearsed at all.
Yeah. He wanted to make it clear that she is off to the side. Mm-hmm. It is just her. It is just his personal relationship. She has nothing to do with the football program.
All right, my next 3, I'm gonna run through these real quick. Cheryl Lee Ralph.
Okay,
that's
help
not
me out. Help me out on that.
So have you
Barbara
seen
from Abbott Elementary?
Oh, that's not. Yeah, well, it is a hear me out.
That's it. I mean, she's 69 years old.
So we just all the old women are now hear me outs.
These are my hear me outs, man. Yeah. These are my hear me outs.
I don't know how many people would have to hear you out on that, but okay, all right.
68. Like, would you go?
No, I think that's a good one.
Yeah. And plus, she kind of got
Miss Cheryl Lee Ralph. What you mean?
That's what that's my point. She sounds like a grandma. I mean, she probably is a grandmother, but.
Well, next you're going to tell me that Dr. Pam Grier is a hear me out. Okay. All right. Whatever, dog.
She might. I don't know. My next one is Ricky Lake. Have y'all seen Ricky Lake as of late?
Yeah. I have not, but that actually brought me to my answer here.
I'm talking about right now, Ricky Lake. As of late. A guy, man, all that silver hair, all that white hair, she like, all right.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
And my next one, and she's kind of on that same path too. Remember Home Improvement?
Of course.
Remember Jill? Oh, Jill Taylor?
Yes.
Patricia Richardson.
Yeah. That's another good one.
That's another one.
Always because she was also in, everybody Loves Raymond, right?
Yes.
Oh, always been there. Yeah. Always been there with you.
Yeah.
So what was the one that popped in your mind?
And of course the name of, oh my goodness. Give me a second. I'll have to remember her name. But on the text line, a few people came in. Reba McEntire, does she count?
She was kind of in the same Madonna. At one point, she was like a sex symbol.
Yeah.
But now she's a hear me out.
Okay, here it is. You ready?
Yeah.
Rachel Ray.
Oh, that's so funny you said that. That is so funny you said that.
You know what? That's actually a good one because I remember when she was younger, like back in the 2000s somewhere, I always thought she looked good, but she wasn't like that sex symbol type person. She was just on there cooking.
We always had this conversation because we always watch, you know how we are with food and cooking and all that. Everybody would always say, I would always say Rachel Ray over Jada De Laurentiis.
And I don't even know who that is.
She's the other one, the sexy one on the Food Network, Jada. And people thought I was nuts, and I'm like, nah, man. Rachel Ray all day.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Jada De Laurentiis. I thought
her food didn't look like it didn't have that same comfort value that Rachel Ray did. Rachel was out here making food that would put you to sleep.
30 minutes.
All right. Okay.
I thought of this one, Doris Burke.
I saw that on the text line.
Yeah. Oh, it was on the text line?
A lot of people say that, too. A couple people said that.
Yeah.
I think I have too much respect for DB.
Really?
I think I do. Like, I think it might be. I love Doris Burke's work.
Yeah.
I bet you do.
All right. I ran across.
A point guard.
Who a point guard?
Doris is a point guard.
Okay. You said that's a point guard.
That's a real point guard. Real hoop over here.
Yeah, she be hooping in them heels. All right, so I ran across this article right here, man. So the common things you should never say to a toxic in-law.
Okay. So
I want to see if this is accurate or not because I feel like I don't know if I would say this to if I had a toxic in-law. So it's a lady by the name of a therapist, marriage and family therapist by the name of Sarah Klein.
Okay.
She has some golden advice on when dealing with meddling or critical in-laws.
Okay.
So, for an example, if your mother-in-law critiques your holiday traditions, what would you say? So I want to kind of hear what would you say if your mother-in-law or in-law?
I probably would be, and I always had a great relationship with my mother-in-law, but just in that scenario, I would say something like, well, it's just something that we've always done. Not necessarily get the hell out of my house or something like that.
Okay. So this is what she said. She said, try saying it's interesting that your family does holidays this way.
That kind of sounds a little defensive.
No, I think that it's like it feels like
that's interesting.
A diffusing kind of technique where it's like that sounds nice, but not necessarily saying we are going to do that or we won't do that, but just like I acknowledge that you said this thing. Mm-hmm. All right, that's cool. Now we move forward. Mm-hmm. Like that's what it sounds like she's going for here.
Yes, I can kind of see it, but I'm gonna read some more too.
Okay.
Here's another quote. She said, "We made a decision about this and are happy to discuss." No, this is what it is. Avoid using phrases that deflects responsibility. So, like, instead of saying that's your son's decision, use stuff that say like, "We made a decision about this and are happy to discuss our thought process with you."
Okay.
I feel like that type of stuff would kind of tick me off a little bit. Somebody said that to me.
A little passive aggressive.
Especially, it's kind of like a "oh, bless your heart" type thing.
Yeah, but that's the thing is if you get to that place, you weren't going to be amenable to any of this. Mm-hmm. Like if you were in that place where you made that, you were probably in a place where you were ready to be mad regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm just kind of trying to put myself in that position.
No, it is.
If because I'm cool with my in-laws, like it ain't no issues and nothing like that. But if my in-laws said, I never did that before, I don't think I will give her the corporate answer.
Yeah.
I'll probably lie, be like, "Oh, okay." I'm like, maybe try it one day or something.
Yeah.
Even though I ain't damn sure ain't about to try. Yeah, but I wouldn't like a corporate AI type of email answer to my in-law like that.
To whom it may concern response.
Yeah. That's what it felt like. It felt like a who it may concern type of thing. I'm like, if that's your in-law, like I feel like you would be a little more comfortable with that.
Well, I feel like if you say in-law, but there's different types of in-laws, right? There's the in-laws that are like that really feel like your family for real.
Yeah.
And I imagine you would have much more casual conversations, but I feel like if you're in this place where you're having to have these, it might be a to whom it may concern type relationship.
Yeah.
Very much a Christmas and Thanksgiving or either Christmas or Thanksgiving type relationship.
Yeah, so I was just kind of curious with that because I don't know if I could get away with an answer like that. But yeah, salute.
I think you could. I think you could.
Nah, she gonna be like, what? Like, look, I love my mother-in-law. Shout out to Kim. I love my mother-in-law. She's like my 1A mother. So I got my mom and then my other mother. I call her. I don't even like to use in-law with her.
Yeah.
So I ain't really got to go through that, but. I'm like, damn, that kind of suck when you got to go through all of that, man. But salute to y'all. All right, so are y'all familiar with the actor Colin Domingo?
Coleman Domingo, yeah. He's been on a run of late.
He's been doing this thing, man. Really been doing this thing.
By the way, my favorite Coleman Domingo project was actually when he was in Euphoria, which was a wild show to be like about addiction, but they all had all these high schoolers.
That's John McClane's favorite show.
They was out here wild. But like the pandemic where it was him and Zendaya acting in a diner, it was kind of a bottle episode. That he bodied that. It was so good.
Yeah, so he's a really good actor. He actually got his shine in The Fear of the Walking Dead, I want to say.
Oh, did he now?
Yeah, that's where he kind of got, because he been doing Broadway shows and acting. I think he got some Tonys and all that. But so he sat down with Kyron Culkin. Are you familiar with Kyron Culkin?
I would have to search it.
The brother of Macaulay Culkin.
Kieran Culkin.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of
Kieran
pronunciation.
Culkin.
Yep. So
he's on a run right now.
He's on a run. Salute to the show Succession.
Yeah. So
they had an on-camera interview together. Like they was kind of talking to each other.
Was this like actors on actors or whatever, one of those?
Yeah. So I kind of like when actors do that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Just kind of getting to know each other. And they were actually having a conversation about their morning routines. And this is how it went. This is Coleman Domingo asking Kyron how he wakes up in the morning.
Yeah.
What time do you wake up in the morning?
I don't really.
What do you mean you don't wake up in the morning?
I don't know. It depends. I don't think I've ever woken up at the same time 2 days in a row.
I woke up at 4:30 this morning.
Why?
Because you know what? Because I need a good 2 to 3 hours just for me before I come out and do all this stuff.
You're nuts.
No.
Do you do that on set? Like if you have like a 5 a.m. call, do you wake up at 3 in the morning?
5 a.m. pickup, I wake up at 3:45.
Get the out of here. You know when if I have a 5 a.m. pickup, you know when I wake up?
Don't tell me 4:45.
5 a.m.
God, so you're like a mess.
Keep the clothes on the floor.
That's nasty.
I wake up, I hit snooze, so 5:09.
No shower?
No, I showered the night before. Okay. Always shower before you get into bed. The moment you start doing that, like, you don't put your dirty ass in the bed.
No.
Clean, put on clean clothes and get in your clean sheets.
So you arrive.
Yeah, I get in the car
set.
like 15 minutes late. And
Are you
then
fresh? Are you bright-eyed and bushy-tailed?
No. I get
crabby?
there. I get my own coffee. Thank you.
You get your own, because see, I don't do any of that stuff. Okay.
No. Get my own coffee. Show up, go to set, go, what are we shooting today? Oh, I guess I need different clothes then. And then I put some stuff in my hair, and then we shoot the scene.
Yikes. Is it crazy how opposite they are?
Yes.
They were total opposite in everything they was talking about as far as morning routines.
I love that, though, because that's how people are. Like, you got the people that are just, as soon as the alarm goes up, they're out the bed going and about their day, and there's some of us that it take a few times.
Some of us.
It takes a few times. But honestly, I say some of us, but I've actually gotten a lot better about waking up early, turning on my Payne and Pendergast, and getting my day going. Like, I have gotten significantly better about that. But if you had asked me 10 years ago which of those two actors I sounded like, buddy, it was not no Coleman Domingo, I'll tell you that for sure.
No, it was just so hilarious. Coleman was like, wait, what?
Yes.
And the other guy was like, wait, you wake up what time? Like, I wake up, if the call time is 5 o'clock, I'm waking up at 5
He
o'clock.
said, I'm planning to be late. I'm not going to be late. I will wake up late.
Yeah, no, I just thought that was hilarious, man.
That is funny.
Two actors who are probably in their prime right now, just morning routines when it comes to acting.
As one of my teachers in middle school used to say, there's more than one way to cook chicken, right? Like you get to the idea of good acting from different places, and I imagine you also get there to good response or good results in a lot of different ways as well. There you go. Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. A couple things. Someone said they're in-laws and they're outlaws. Fair.
That's true.
Somebody also said, hear me out, Hannah Storm. She was fun to bump into in New Orleans when we were down there.
Yeah, I think that's, you said Hannah Storm?
Hannah Storm.
Yeah, I think that's a Ron Hughley, hear me out.
I bet so. Yeah, I bet so. And then someone made the clarification that Patricia Richardson was from Home Improvement. Like you said, Patricia Heaton was from Everybody Loves Raymond.
Oh, yeah.
That was the one.
I think Patricia Richardson might have made an appearance on, it was either Everybody Loved Raymond or
maybe
it was one of those shows that was similar like that.
She might have, but ultimately I was thinking about Heaton. Regardless,
okay.
Appreciate you guys hanging out with us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things over to the fellas of the Drive, Clint and Ron. We will do that next.
Yeah, we will, but first I do want to mention D&M.
5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with Yadadwa.
Been a good show here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. If I can make that judgment myself, I don't know. I feel like that's up to you, the listener. But we appreciate you guys rock with us all day long. Getting ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive here in a second, Clint and Ron. And again, a reminder. We got that heat wave coming through in the state of Texas in general. I know that there's some places getting hundreds. We should be in the mid to high 90s, so keep that in mind as you go forward over the next few days. You know, just keep yourself so that you're not too hot. I know you're probably getting into the AC and everything, but you know, just be forewarned is ultimately what I'm saying. Some other things that we were talking about. We were mentioning the schedule, because schedule release tomorrow is such a big deal. Some of the things that we've also learned. I didn't talk about this. Peacock is getting a holiday exclusive game when it comes to like streaming only. I know that Peacock has that one was a wild card game, is it, that they have on Peacock only? Well, they're also getting a week is it week 9? Is it? No, that's not it. But they're getting a streaming game exclusive game on primetime Saturday, December 27th after Christmas. So they're getting a streaming exclusive game, and also another one of these games, the international
I'm looking
game,
at it right now.
the Sao Paulo game is supposed to be streaming exclusive as well, right?
And it says NFL Media put this out. It's YouTube, not necessarily YouTube TV. YouTube is going to stream the Sao Paulo game, which is reported. It's the only one that's not official yet. But it's going to be Chiefs against Chargers.
Yeah, I know. Front Office Sports had the reporting. A lot of other people have had that. They'll be the Chiefs.
And you would think that YouTube wants it to be the Chiefs simply because this is where they're gonna beat you over the head with, hey, subscribe, hey, YouTube TV, hey, this, hey, that, because they're going to have a bunch of eyes on that game. So they're going to try to get a bunch of subscribers. And we're headed down that path where it's almost going to be exclusively at some point, streaming.
Dude, we're getting to, and we're already in that place where, as a sports fan, you have to be subscribed to so many services to watch the bare minimum of what you want to watch.
Yeah.
The one thing that has been like a saving grace for the NFL that has not caused revolt is that when they have these streaming games, at least in market for your team,
yeah, the local channels,
they will have it. They will have to have it on the local.
Yeah.
Because if it wasn't for that, I feel like people would be revolting.
How long until that changes?
I don't know. And that was the question that I was going to bring up to you is like, and maybe it doesn't, because the NFL is so big that these streamers are willing to spend the money to get these, even understanding that in that market they might lose some viewers. But for the most part, around the nation, people want to watch these games. I'm just like, man, the NFL continues to get to these places where they push and they push and they push and see how far and how much of their viewership's money can they continue to siphon off until it becomes a place where the fans go enough.
But even locally, you can stream. I mean,
you can, and a lot of people will.
It's. I mean, we are there. I say, how long till we get there? I mean, we're there. We're literally anything you want to watch, even on the networks, you can stream. So clearly, going down the road, I think it's obviously, a lot of money. They can go from one platform to the next platform to the next platform, and there's going to be Tubi and Fubo and Amazon, and we all know all the sites. It's going to be printing money, and it's going to be all streaming.
I think we're getting to a point now where, all of these games are playing on different platforms, but now, what about Super Bowl? Like,
that day's coming.
Yeah, which streaming service going to try to buy the rights to air Super Bowl?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so while we're talking about sports media, I did want to ask you this. Maybe this is navel-gazing. It's possible. Rich Eisen is a institution in sports and football particularly. Obviously, he used to work at ESPN way back when in a way, these Sports Center anchors were stars, but also not stars, because it really wasn't about anyone in particular. It was about kind of ESPN as a whole, which is very different than where it is now. But the Rich Eisen show, which has become like a real staple, is going back to ESPN, according to Andrew Marchand of The Athletic. So it will be in addition to his daily show that appears on NFL Network. So in true ESPN form, they're going to have dudes working all sorts of different ways. Yeah. But how much did this mean to you when you heard about because Rich Eisen still feels like he means something. He moves the needle to some degree.
Well, you touched on it. The heyday of ESPN the personalities didn't try as hard like the ones now, that they go on First Take or wherever around the horn. You can just see them like trying to be. It was kind of a running joke that I had, like, oh look, they're trying to be a meme. Like they're trying to do. They didn't have to try back then.
But it was a different landscape. Like
they were just good though,
Yes.
man. They were just polished. They were professional.
They were good, but there was also how many cable channels? Like you were competing with cable networks, and even then you can maybe say like 70, 80 cable networks. You said trying to be a meme. That kind of means something here because trying to get some attention in this attention economy is tough. Like you're not just competing against TV and radio or your podcasts, streamers, influencers, all sorts of social media. Like you're competing with all of those. So in order to grab people's attention, it does have to be a little different. Rich Eisen hasn't been that kind of guy. Obviously, dyed in the wool of that early portion of ESPN. I do wonder though, like, how does that fit back on ESPN? Also, I guess I do think about the ways in which ESPN is continuing to do the thing where they go, instead of like developing programming internally, we're just going and we're hiring programming wholesale from outside.
Yeah, and I think what their real sort of template is, their game plan is pay a handful of people a ton of money and then just cycle through everybody else. And so they're at a point now where they can let other platforms develop talent, and they're not developing, and then they buy it. Then they hire it.
It's kind of like the rap game, to be honest. Like they bring in somebody that's already hot. They already got the fans and all that stuff.
Pat McAfee.
Yeah, McAfee is a big example of ESPN doing that.
They're not developing their own people.
No, they're not.
Like they used to.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why should they, man? Like they rather off like letting somebody do the work and just put it on the platform.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like they've lost the attachment that fans have had to ESPN in the past, though.
But that also plays into what you're talking about. So many platforms now, so many different avenues.
It's just a numbers game at this point, man.
Yeah.
Who's bringing in all the numbers? Let's get that person.
Yeah.
Also, I just wanted, while I was talking about people, ESPN contracts, what'd you think of Chris Berman?
That one I have
signing
mixed
his
feelings.
You never gave us
the
the hot take on that.
All right, so I don't know if it's a hot take. I think it's something of a hot take. I think Chris Berman has a lot in common with Jim Nantz in this way.
ISO! You got it, big dog. Go ahead.
Chris Berman is absolutely legendary, a guy that I just admire and want to watch all the time. But why do you have to hit this round number? Why do you have to get to 50 years? Like, you know what I'm saying?
This is real hateration going on.
Like he's
right
like,
now.
I'm going to sign a contract for 5 more years so I can be on ESPN for 5 years. He's barely on ESPN now.
That's why you sign it. They barely made me come to work and they pay me.
It's like Jim Nantz. I'm going to do the Diamond Jubilee or whatever the hell it was. It's like, nah, man.
You try to be the only one to get to 50.
And that's a great accomplishment and should be saluted if it just kind of happens organically. But it's like you're on once a month. You're on once a month,
I forgot he was still on, to be honest.
If you try to make an accomplishment happen, rather, it doesn't matter.
Tell me the last time you saw Chris Berman on ESPN.
He is on every single Sunday with Booger. He does primetime. They do primetime every Sunday of the football season.
Okay, so football season.
Now, is that the real primetime or plus? Because I know he's on the ESPN Plus stuff.
No, he comes on primetime. They run it. They run it the next day. They run it Monday. Him and Booger, and then he's after the game at the Super Bowl. He's there. Him and Booger. They do.
I tell you what, he is slow motion. I saw him at the Super Bowl.
They pushed him out of the home run derby. They pushed him out.
Man. I don't know if they pushed him out. If you saw him walking that door right now, you'd be afraid of a 5-year contract, big money.
That too.
I mean, Berman.
And I love the guy. Like, trust me, I love the guy. But it just smacks of like
what?
50 years,
yes,
man.
He wanted
Everybody's
to be
got to
on
have a
for
goal,
50
man.
Yeah, come on, man.
What's your number, Lopez? How long
I am on the record. I've told
37.
everybody. I've told everybody I've worked with. I'll tell you two guys right now. If I am on the air a day after my retirement date, 65, put an ice pick in my temple.
Not a bullet, an ice pick.
Put an ice pick. I want to die a slow death.
Dang.
I refuse.
You just don't know what's going to happen for me.
Okay. That's a good question.
So it's okay for you to have a 65-year-old landmark, but he can't have a 50-year.
Because it's 65, not 89, or whatever it is. Here's the thing. So That's a good question. So if I retire at age 65, I will have been in the business covering sports for 43 years. A very odd number. 44 years. I don't need to hang around 6 more years.
Go to 66 and get it to 45. Get you a good number.
I'm out.
Where you gonna be on that water down there fishing every day?
It's like when McGuire, he stopped having that bats.
Yeah.
70, nice round number. Stop. At 50, nice round number.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I don't need that round number.
I know you don't, but why are you mad at him? Because he wants it.
I'm not as entertained by Berman as
I'm not mad about it. I just like, come on.
I mean, I'm not entertained as much as I once was.
Well, that's a factor too.
I mean, the quick roundup one that he does still hits.
Smooth. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it hits. I just don't know.
Oh, he does a 3-minute drill on
He
Monday
still does
nights.
the 3-minute drill, yeah.
It takes 9 minutes. It takes 9 minutes.
Fine.
You get that. The Raiders, and I'm like, all right, I'm in.
No, it's good.
We did it.
It's good. When I at Jaworski's party though, ended up in his VIP area up there. And,
look at that humble brag. I love it.
Hey, when he came walking through, hey man, you better find that man a chair. Wifey said, hey man, y'all, find Chris a chair, man. What y'all waiting on? Well, hell, I don't know, baby.
He gets pissed.
I don't know if this is where Berman needs to be at this time of night.
He gets mad now.
You're with me, Leather.
Wow. All right, I need to get this man off the air. He's getting real disrespectful.
I can't.
So we
50 years.
We started the show with the disrespect towards the NBA, saying that it's entirely rigged with these fine fellas, and now he's in a place where are y'all anywhere near that? Well, my co-hosts, my co-workers are in here saying that the thing is rigged.
No, man.
You didn't say that with a lot of conviction.
No, it ain't. I mean, I don't think they threw Nico a bone. They
threw him a ball, not a bone.
yeah. I don't think it's rigged. And I would hot though. How the hell they roll up in here?
Yep.
Them and the Spurs. The Rockets have had 4 straight years of top 4 picks with the possibility of getting number 1. Well, far more. Sorry, I spit all over the place. Far more percentage chances to win it than that 1.8 of whatever Dallas. Yeah. And then not only does Dallas, they don't win it when it was whoever it was last year. No, they win it when it's Cooper Flag. and the Spurs find their way up there, and they slide up there into David Robinson, Tim Duncan, and Wemby.
Nico going to come out on the backside of this thing looking all right?
No, he ain't. He'll find a way.
He had nothing to do with it.
But yeah, no, I agree. He had nothing to do with it, but it'll help ease the pain.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've already gotten a word from on the ground, somebody who would entirely quit it. They back on the narcotic. Like, they were like, I'll take another hit. So.
Yeah, but they quit Nico, though.
They have. They don't believe in him.
Well, let Nico trade that pick.
Come on, man. Come on. Like, and we can get it. There ain't no way in hell it's off the table. No way.
I said that in confession.
No, they're having dead ass serious conversations about it in the NBA circles.
Yeah, but I don't know.
It's a dead serious conversation this morning.
The Nico I know. You mean the Nico I know ain't fantasizing this? Ooh,
to get who?
Ooh, Kyrie. Booker at the 2. Yeah. Davis down low. Oh, man.
Brother, if he does that,
look at this crew.
Defense wins championships.
Defense wins championships.
Now, Clint, you know this. You know
Clay
this
out there,
too.
I got another shooter.
I'm like, I usually reserve this for SEC football. They're going to throw a brick through his window.
Giannis.
Yeah. If he trades that pick, they'll throw a brick through his window.
AD's really improved his three-point shooting.
All they did.
Giannis and AD.
So you understand where I'm going?
Yeah, absolutely. Hell yeah.
Oh, God, Giannis, AD, Clay, another shooter to space the floor with Kyrie. I know Kyrie's got a torn ACL and he won't be back until maybe half the year, but still, we're about winning championships and playing defense. Let me go get Rudy Gobert, too, while I'm at it. Let me just go play defense.
I love that you made him he's such a soft-spoken dude, but yeah, he's going to have problems.
He erupted last night, and that
he sure did.
Yeah.
And if he knows what's good for him, you just take that.
It'd be hard.
Take that white man and let go conquer Dallas.
It'd be hard to buy into that one, boy.
You lost one great white hope. Now you got a real one.
This
like buses every 15 minutes.
Cooper, the American flag has just come into your town. You lost Luka, but you got the American flag.
Cooper wasn't real excited.
He didn't look it. But, he'll figure out what he needs.
He'll enjoy Dallas.
Let him get to Dallas for a month.
Yeah, he'll enjoy Dallas.
Clint, you know, huh?
Hey, you damn right.
you know too.
That city will make a believer out of anybody.
All right. We're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow. We leave you in the fine, capable hands of these gentlemen. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. Opening text, the NBA is totally rigged, and why I refuse to pay to watch them. No proof at all from this person. Even the Rockets. And refuse the postseason. They can F off. Opening text here today.
Somebody's grumpy.
What selection would have made you feel like it wasn't rigged? What if it was San Antonio? What if it was the Rockets? Would you felt it was rigged?
I mean, they had
chance, man.
Yeah, they had better than 1 point whatever percent chance.
You think it's rigged, Tyler? You probably.
I'm really not sure, man. I'm really not sure, to be honest. That's my answer. I am really unsure on it because I am a conspiracy theorist at heart with some things.
I know it. Yeah,
but I don't know.
Boy, it would be. I don't think it's rigged. That would be. I mean, Adam Silver, like the whole.
I just don't have that in me.
Well, I mean, I got it in me for sure, but the thought of like why the lottery is what it is, and to keep teams from tanking.
Yes.
The fact that what I hear this morning, seven straight years, the worst team, the worst record in the NBA has not gotten the 1 overall pick. Now I don't know how
Rockets in there twice.
I don't know how healthy that is for the NBA teams that suck, but I think it's definitely accomplishing what the commissioner set out to accomplish. So it's not like the commissioner came in there and said, no, this is going to give these other teams a better chance. The commissioner came in there and said, no, what we're trying to do is keep teams from tanking, and if you tank, we hope to put the screws to you.
Yeah, like the Sixers did that. The Sixers quit themselves. OKC has done it to
them, not in the number 1 overall pick, but at the end of the day, it's hard for me to believe that the commissioner comes in there, tweaks the system, and does what he does to discourage tanking and discourage the best, the worst team in the league getting the first pick. It works flawlessly, and then, oh no, it's rigged. No, it's hard for me to think. I mean, that's a plan that worked out perfectly. For you to then rig it then the 7th year for Dallas because Nico's a nimwad is a wild thought.
Yeah, because we wanted to save Nico's ass.
Nico, man.
And here we go. Let's hear it.
This was something that was discussed, organized, and agreed upon on the front end of the trade that sent Luka to L.A. to be with LeBron in the biggest market the NBA has to offer.
Except for New York sitting out there, but I hear you.
Okay, L.A. and New York.
I mean, there's a theory there.
LeBron plays there.
There's a theory.
It is the Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas.
That's all it was a theory.
Dallas ain't a crap market. I mean,
they're not close to like the upper echelon of what the NBA targets, though. I mean, like you said, New York with the Knicks, or even Brooklyn, LA. I don't know if the Dallas Mavericks are in that echelon.
Well, for me, the thought is like if that were a thing, to then turn around and give the 2 most valuable picks in the draft to Dallas and San Antonio.
Point is that overall, hey, Dallas Mavericks, if you give Luka to the Lakers,
we'll take care of you back.
We'll take care of you, and we'll give you a Cooper flag.
That'd be a hell of a deal, man. And it's still based.
And while you're at it here, let's run. While you're at it, on the way for Luka out of the door, run him into the ground by calling him a fat, drinking, smoking guy who we wanted to be one of.
Hookah smoker too, man. Not even.
At least Tyler is at least hookah Luka.
He just likes to have flavored tobacco.
You tell me that couldn't have been. Brandon Scott found, but that could have been a selling. You could have had that.
Hookah Luka. He should have
doing that right now.
He should have a chain of stores.
At least Tyler's on the
it's
fence.
Not stores. It'd
People
be smoke
text
shops,
again.
Wouldn't it?
Tyler is right, Darren. Tell him, Tyler. Someone else. Birdman. It's obviously rigged. I just can't. I can't. I don't know. Maybe I miss out on some things. I just can't. I don't think officials step out there and try to make other teams win against other teams, and I don't think
Tyler Milner.
And I don't think that the thing is rigged. Like Hell, Philadelphia is a big American city. Why won't they put him there? Washington is a huge American city. Put him there. You would like one of those eastern cities to move up. I don't know. It's I think they were.
It's good
very,
for
very
TV
fortunate.
and good for radio, though. It's the conspiracy theory. I like it. I like it. I just don't. I don't see it.
If that fool Nico trades that pick, like that is completely on the table. Like at this point, right? The owner's got to step in, right? We're not trading the American flag. Like we got to step. Well, here, let me just sell it to you. Let me just sell it to you. We can get Giannis back.
How old is Giannis?
30. 12 years older than him. We get Giannis. that is definitely on the table. If Nico does that, I mean, if he's allowed to, they ought to take the team from them. They ought to force Mark Cuban to re-own the team again. If they do that.
He might be one of these fellas that likes that, kind of dominatrix life. Might just love agony for himself. You never know.
Yeah.
Well, he's never had the attention that he has now. That's for damn sure.
Mm-hmm.
He was not getting this kind of attention when Luka was there. Is all attention good attention?
For him, it might be.
Man. Yeah. I don't think for him.
I didn't know who Nico Harrison was before he traded Luka. I had no clue. I couldn't have picked him out of a lineup.
I didn't know him this well.
Now I know he's the dumbass that traded Luka, and there is no. I'm sorry. This may not be the correct thing to say. I don't know. The voice, the way in which he appears to communicate.
Yes.
I can't get behind it.
No.
I couldn't work with him. Couldn't work for him. Couldn't.
We liked the move. We thought.
Yeah.
It felt
I'm
like
out, man.
Right there.
I'm out. I hope you're running. Beside the goofy ass move you made, I hope you're running the team that I'm playing against.
Will you have a chance to get a guy like an Anthony Davis, who is not only a great defensive player but a great offensive player? You just can't pass that up. There's
not many guys whose presentation I would take. I would take less than I would take Steven Silas.
My wheels are spinning too thinking about Silas.
I just think
he brings less confidence in Silas.
Could you imagine if he was a coach and Nico was the GM?
I just don't think
softest front office in NBA.
I can be blamed for the injuries. Had Kyrie not gotten hurt,
you're doing him justice.
And AD not gotten hurt, I think we'd be having.
You don't have the tremble. You don't have the tremble.
I got a couple of.
And if we're honest, not too far off from how we hear Jalen Green sound. Just gonna throw that.
Well, I'm gonna be the Mavs last night. Nico?
There was no reason for that, Tyler. Unbelievable. He is struggling already.
Was Nico not there?
Where?
At the lottery.
Oh no, he was in the room with the front office. He was the. Nico. No, that was the right move, Clinton. We don't need to have Nico does not need to be in public.
Nico should have been holding up that sign. He should have been holding up that sign.
You gotta go.
Told you, MFers.
He's the
told y'all.
Because there's no told y'all.
King Nico.
No, there's no told y'all.
He don't have it. He's soft spoken.
The plan was not and have a chance to go to the playoffs and still somehow win the first pick. That was not the plan. No, you got to go see Nico.
Nico should have been there just to receive that Mavs logo when this happened.
Because
he should have came out with the American flag and just stuck it in the.
But also, it was as likely that Nico would be sitting there with the 12 spot.
Oh, that's okay. Then he could have just stayed in the back, and he could have just stayed in the back.
Oh, so you mean only if they got the number one pick, he steps out there.
That's it. We got number one. Nico rolls out. Anything else? I don't know who.
Taps Rolando Blackman and said, "Here, Rolando, I got this one here."
Well, what's the old? What's the dude that grabbed the beer out of Luka's hand? My mind just went blank. The old player for the Mavs.
Oh yeah, Michael Finley.
Yeah, Finley. Yeah. Finley going out there.
It was Rolando Blackman out there doing this.
No fun allowed with the Mavs.
I'm telling you. See that should have been the plan. Is for. Nico Harrison should have made the trip, and if they got one, slide him out there. If not, then Finley's got it.
Did you see the video though?
Oh, of the
Nico erupted.
Yeah,
it was him. He's the back chair. He's the back person, the back chair in the room.
Rightfully so.
And he's in one of them stupid checkerboard jackets that he enjoys wearing, and he
Looking like Bear Bryant.
He needed it. Nobody. I mean, hey, he needed it, man.
Yeah, he did. Nobody.
Who needed it worse, Nico or Cleveland? Back in what year was that? LeBron came out.
03.
They showed that. They showed when they won the lottery. They going absolutely nuts.
They've won it more than anybody.
Rigged. Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you won
4
it.
times.
5.
5. I mean, yeah. 4 was the magic.
I don't know why I know all 5. But Brad Doherty, LeBron, Kyrie. And then before Wiggins, it was the guy from Utah, or not Utah, from UNLV. Anthony something. Anthony,
it was forgettable.
No, he sucked. It was everybody looked around and was like, what are they doing? Why are they picking him? But it was a bad year anyway. I'm sure there's a Hall of Famer that came out of that class. But yeah, they've had it 5 times.
Cavs 5, Magic 4. There was someone else with 4. But
I can't remember his name. He was terrible. I mean, he must have played 2-3 years. Maybe. And only probably played 2 or 3 years because of his pick.
It's not what you want out of number 1?
Yeah. No, man. Good for Nico, man. Good for him. I don't think it was rigged, but he needed it to be.
Praying for you, buddy.
Because if it was rigged, I wonder how much money Nico put up there for that. By the way, I will say this. Anthony Bennett, thank you. I couldn't remember Anthony's last name. Thank you for the text line. Anthony Bennett, yes. I will say, as San Antonio found their way up into the 2 spot, Clint, if we look at this right now, clearly the Rockets are the best team. I think the best up-and-coming team you can argue in the NBA. Like the young teams, them, like unless maybe behind OKC if you still look at them in that fashion. But the Rockets are clearly on the rise, number 2 seed this year. But when we look at what happened last night and how the teams are set up, is Dallas and San Antonio in a better position right now for the future than the Rockets? Are they potentially poised right now? Because they've got Wemby. They went and got Fox. They got the number 2 pick, which either they could use the Harper kid, Ron Harper's kid, is thought to be really good, or they can, clearly use that to make another move. And then you got Kyrie and AD. Now those guys are a little bit older, but then Cooper Flag there in Dallas. The Rockets, to me, were clearly above, not clearly with Wemby, but obviously above those groups. Now it looks at him, you're like, damn, for the future, Dallas and San Antonio in potentially better positions than the Rockets right now?
Well, I know there's context that matters, like can Dallas stay healthy, but I think when all of their pieces are healthy right now, that's going to be, especially
if Cooper Flag is what
I would have to go with Dallas there, and San Antonio with their pieces again, assuming they're healthy.
And that 1-2 punch,
and not having any clue what the coach is going to do. Yeah, I mean who the coach is going to be and how they're going to be. I guess, do we know who it is?
Yeah, we know the coach is.
We just don't know how that transition.
He was the interim coach. He was coaching them after Pop.
So yeah, man. I don't know, man. I mean that would be. I would have to put Houston too, because Flag is going to Dallas, and you look at I in San Antonio, but
I would have San Antonio first because of Wemby. Wemby, I think, is the best piece.
Yeah, I agree with that.
On any roster, and they have De'Aaron Fox, who is young and proven. Yeah. They also have the Rookie of the Year who just won this year, Stephen Castle. Yeah. He's there too. So but then that's the other scary piece. They've got the number 2 pick. They've got Castle that they can most definitely move to add another piece if they want to, because Wemby's cheap right now as he's on a rookie deal. That's the other piece. Now the Rockets, they've got more deeper pieces, a deeper roster. Well, they just don't have a Wemby what potentially
the coach, the depth, the identity. I can't completely discredit that. If you got 3 true blue superstars in AD and Kyrie and Flag, assuming that they take him, that'd be tough. I mean, you look at. I guess they didn't. I was thinking that Fox, because they got Wemby went down. Right? Him and Fox didn't play together a whole hell of a lot.
Wemby went down at the All-Star break.
Did they play together at all?
I don't. Maybe a couple games.
Yeah.
Maybe if
okay.
they did. Someone just texted in. San Antonio was healthy and still losing games. Stop it, Ron. No, I'm not going to stop it. Wemby is a game changer, right? Like it's going to be. He's played a year and a half. And he's got De'Aaron Fox, who just had the Kings in the playoffs and was their best player too. Yeah. Those guys
tighter conversation than initially thought. I mean, because if you put the three superstars in Dallas, and obviously Wemby. Now that I'll never discredit what Houston has going on, but the truth of the matter is that they're missing the. We can say it like in football terms. You're just missing the quarterback. You're missing the superstar, the game changer, the fixer. You're missing that guy right now in Houston. The other two have them.
Those situations just changed quickly with those two teams. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive. We didn't get around to talking about on-the-field stuff with Lance McCullers. We got to do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Generators, Super Center. Look, power outages around these parts, they're going to happen, man. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. We're in Texas on the Gulf Coast. It's going to happen. Here's the deal: you got to stay ready so you don't end up in a panic, man. You don't end up risking your family during one of these outages. Get a free estimate at a Generac on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter. They're the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer today. And y'all, the reality is the power grid here in Texas, it was built back in the 40s and 50s. It's old. It's never going to be able to handle a growing population and power consumption. Pretty simple. Grid failures and outages, they're going to happen. Right? Part of living here. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter of Houston. 281-251-6100. That's 281-251-6100. Check them out on.
6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Lance McCullers. We talked about him yesterday, and I think it was very fair how we approached that situation because the silliness that went on and very serious threats made towards him and his family was really ridiculous. And yes, that kind of in our conversation. But Clint, I do think, however, there is a space to have the conversation I think you wanted to get to at some point yesterday, but it was hard to get to that place of the actual performance, right? Like, yo, man, he threw, 36 pitches, and, I mean, couldn't get nothing. 1 out, right? And it was from the jump. It was 7-0. I mean, it's not ideal. It was over. It didn't give him a chance. Your bullpen got ate up. Didn't help yesterday with Gusto. We'll get to that at some point. Also, luckily for them, Ronel Blanco stepped up big time and gave you 8 innings, and that's kind of helped, kind of cushioned the blow a bit with the bullpen. But that was his second start back, Clint, and that was terrible. The performance, you cannot have that, and I guess there are those, and I've seen it like, oh. See, Lance wasn't ready. Lance isn't ready. Lance maybe should be pitching. Are you concerned at all with Lance from that performance, or are you just chalking that up to a bad night?
Well, I think no, I'm not chalking it up to just a bad night. I mean, I guess you could, but I mean, in the big scheme of things, Lance has been out over 900 days. Lance came out and had a good first outing, and then the wheels came off in the second outing. I think as impressed as you were or could have been, may have been, I was with the first outing of just, hey, man, showed some good wheels completely coming off and recording 1 out in the second start. I don't know how one is not concerned about it. On top of that, you got the, as you mentioned, Gusto, the wheels coming off of Gusto the last couple of times he's been on the bump, whether it's in a starting role or when he came in after McCullers' first start. You look at Wisniewski with the what have we heard an update on him, by the way?
No, it's just not a good thing when you hear what it is.
Yeah, I mean, so you look at it and so it's a double-edged sword, not a double-edged sword. It's two prong, right? One, with Wisniewski looking to be out longer term than you thought. Gusto's wheels coming off in the last couple of times and not being as promising as he was early on. Puts McCullers in a spot where you're going to need him to complete a 5-man rotation at this point. And that's when Eric Getty gets back, by the way, which I hadn't heard anything about on his.
I haven't heard anything
on his hand either.
So coming in had to be tipping his pitches.
Yeah. I mean, look, I hope it is one of those where it's tipping pitches. Very well could have been. But
they were teeing off on him.
Yeah, the question is, well, there's also a couple of hit batters. There's also a couple of walks.
And it was
there's
walk,
3
like
walks.
They weren't,
I mean,
they were spitting on.
I don't know if that's tipping pitches as much as missing pitches. But, yeah, maybe he tipped. Maybe they picked something up on a grand slam. But, the need for McCullers to be in this rotation, I think, is higher right now than it was before, given that you had a couple of other arms that could give you a 6-man rotation that had shown to be at least serviceable starters throughout that's a concerning outing for McCullers to say the least. Yes.
You concerned yet, Tyler? I'm not too concerned yet. You may disagree. I feel like Lance has earned like a couple of
doubt.
poor outings for you. Say, yo, like what was that? I think I know it's been almost 1,000 days that he's been out, but hey, if this was if this was Pinocchio, then maybe I might be
Forrest Whitley.
Yeah, if this was
That's
Pinocchio, I'd be like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm a little nervous. I just think I know Lance has been a while, but I think he's earned a little bit. I need to see a good 3 just. Now, if he comes out the next time and he can't get out the first inning again, that's bad. But
I agree. I think this is a 5-start. I think for me it's 5 starts. I need to see 5 starts and then kind of overall look back at it and go, okay, what did we see something promising? Did we see the old Lance in there somewhere? Do we have we just lost all control and we can't throw strikes? Can't throw all of our pitches for strikes? Have we lost our special sauce? Have you lost that one thing that made you difference back then? So I'm going 5 games I need to see before I get too up in arms.
Yeah, I definitely lean towards that thinking, Ron, that you laid out more. Like I think we gotta give him a little more rope, a little more leash for Lance McCullers in this return. So I think back to the first start. Wherever it was it up in Boston?
No,
it was somewhere up north.
Chicago.
Chicago, okay. And, I mean, the elements were bad that day. There was rain. It wasn't a great start by any means for Lance McCullers that day, but he looked a hell of a lot better than that first inning at Daikin.
No, it was an impressive one. His pitch count got up, but he almost went 4 innings and didn't give up any runs.
Yeah, so between that start and the first inning disaster we have, right now I just need to see some more before we hit that panic button.
Yeah, you don't want to hit the old 15.75 ERA right there, right out of the bat there. Now, if he's 5 to 10 starts, to let him get comfortable to feel – to feel himself again.
It's going to be tough for me to be patient. Not with giving up on him, but I am a Lance McCullers fan.
You ain't got patience for Lance?
Well, no, I get hung on every start. You know what I mean? Like I want to see. I'm a Lance McCullers fan, and I'm just a fan of seeing guys overcome adversity and that kind of thing. And so the story I think would be absolutely tremendous. So I want him to go out there and give us a quality start every damn time. So it's going to be hard for me to be patient through 5 games, but I do think that's a number.
Yeah, 5 to 10 to see how he's feeling. Again, if he struggles like hell in the first inning in his next start against the Rangers, I'm going to throw that out the window. I'm going to throw that like if the Rangers come out and just he's wild, he pitches like he's afraid to go into the zone, or they just start 10. If he has the issue like he had in the first start where he just couldn't find one of his off-speed pitches and he just had to, trash that. If that is still happening, then you start to look at that, right? You get one. Lance gets to get one just putrid outing, right? Remember Hunter?
He got it.
Remember Hunter Brown gave up that 9 in that first inning last year?
Oh, yeah.
Shoot, we seen him all. Spencer had a couple of them last year, didn't he? Spencer come off talking about knowing he was tipping.
I forgot about Spencer. Yeah, Spencer had him a couple. You ain't lying. When the hell is he coming back?
Well,
haven't heard about him?
BP Arrighetti.
I want to say I saw something yesterday on Twitter. Maybe not.
Dana's pretty confident about everything else. Dana stayed away from old Spence.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
All right, Dana, I'm asking for you. Call up, Dana, 713-572-4610. Let us know the latest on Spencer Arrighetti. Coming up, Clint is asking a question of the NFL based off of the recent events in sports. We'll discuss that coming up next.
We're going to talk about that question.
599-8811. Again, that's 8811.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Hold on to your nipples.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler, you'll be very excited to know I may need to be drugged a little bit, but I'm thinking about we're thinking about getting another dog, man.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
That's awesome. It's a terrible decision.
Shut up, Clint.
Terrible decision.
I mean, I'm with you. I feel like I'm being drugged here a little bit.
Angels, we don't deserve.
I do, man. We just got them holes filled in the backyard, coming through lovely. We've had to go out of town a little bit. Boy, that bill on the staycation for the dog, but we're leaning. We're leaning towards maybe getting a.
Is there a breed you're looking at?
Yeah, free one.
Safe.
Yeah,
safe.
Free
fair.
and safe.
A safe. No, not a free one. I will pay a little bit more money.
With that thoroughbred.
You don't want somebody else's problem.
to be honest, I pay a little bit more money than when but yeah, man. The kids are fired up.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You got 3 kids, man.
And listen, I'm
talking about the responsibility, man. Like, I mean, what do y'all do? What do you do when y'all leave the house which you leave here, but y'all leave the house at 3:00 and you got practices and games and all that stuff till 9:00 at night?
Oh, he's good. He's good for that, but like
we come home and everything's tore up or there's crap everywhere.
Oh, no, my bitch is in the kennel.
Yeah, he's in the kennel. Tyler. Yeah, he's in the kennel. Except for that one time when Bear somehow got himself out of the kennel.
Yeah,
Houdini.
And the trash can found itself destroyed and tore apart up into the.
I'm telling you, I feel like we have the most self-sufficient dog in history.
Well, that's how Max was.
I mean,
Max
and still, man, I'm just.
You're still a hater on the pup.
Yeah, no, man, no. It's just it's the responsibility. I tore down an old raggedy fence and put up a fence. Didn't go all the way to the water with it. Every time she gets out, she's in 3 neighbors down backyard. So every time she goes outside, you got to walk outside with her and literally watch her the whole time.
Yeah.
This morning she came in. I got some guys doing some stucco work. This morning she came in. She must have played underneath their little rack because she's got stucco literally in her long fur all over her back. She's walking around the house.
Good girl, Galeazzi.
She comes home from my in-laws' house where they've got a doggy door, so she comes and goes as she pleases, right? And they're cool with it. If she goes outside and gets muddy and comes in and jumps on the couch, oh no, they get mad about it, but they're not mad at her, right? She ain't got a doggy door at the house, so she got to where if that door's closed.
Yep, right there. Bam.
I mean, it's just a different, which is fine. When I first adopted a dog with my wife, when I married my wife, it wasn't no big deal because it's the only thing we got going. It's cool. Let's take her for a little walk. There's one time I took her for a walk down here in River Oaks, and I told my wife, "You about lost me." That dog right there attracts some honeys now. Let me walk that dog again. I mean, there was three different gals in damn
that dog right there. Damn near them honeys.
And damn near bikinis walked up one day. Hey, is that you? Well, yeah, but it's my girlfriends, it's my fiancés. Everybody relax.
Yeah.
I told my wife, I said, I can't walk that dog no more. She is pretty, but damn, now that we got 2 kids.
Cornbread said, "Don't do it."
I don't know why you even think about it.
Got cornbread hating on the pups too.
Kids want it. I mean, hell, we've always not always had a dog, but for the most of the time since they've been around,
man's best friend.
Maybe about a year and a half, maybe 2 years, we hadn't had a dog.
I'd be trying to make a deal with Tyler. If something goes south, Tyler, you got to come get it.
Hey man, I'm full up. I got 3 elderly bitches at the house.
You can take another one. You can take a 4th.
I don't know, man. I got 3 ladies in double digits. I got my hands full.
I wouldn't put Bear on you, but Bear take him on. Either he'll get taken out or he'll take some others out.
I got a full pack, man.
Someone said they're giving away. I want to be a little bit more aggressive on the selection.
Well, you want to be a little more selective when you.
Yeah, I want to be a little aggressive on the selective. No, we went to this place in Sugar Land, Talliards, good little spot, outdoor thing. Kids run around. We just send their dog sale. Like that when you walked up there.
Him.
Oh man, hey, they almost had me, boy. They had some pretty puppies. Then I took a deep breath, just like I am when I'm at a car dealership for about 5-10 minutes. Man, that would be nice. Then I said, well, let's keep on moving here.
The one thing, and I'm softening up here a bit. Like the Alaskan Klekai that we have, they're the most independent dog ever. Like there is no cuddling. There's no hey, let's just chill on the couch and watch TV. There's none of that. Like they are the most independent. Like don't even want to if you ain't feeding them or giving them a treat, don't even want to be in a room with you. Don't want no piece of you. So I do have a dog that brings, I mean, very little like what'd you say, man's best friend, Tyler? Like very little of that to the table.
Yeah, he's not giving you hell. Not like Bear.
They're gifts from the Lord.
Bear had your head on a swivel. Wasn't comfortable. Wasn't comfortable till he got. I couldn't rest or turn my brain off till he got in the kennel.
Looking for that safety coming over the middle.
Oh man.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. Khaleesi.
Well, when I let that Joker go out to that backyard
you grew up with, and nobody seemed to want to marry.
I said, go ahead and use the bathroom. Go ahead. I let him go out there and use that bathroom and out. And that Joker looked at me and said, "Joke's on you, because I ain't coming in."
Hey.
And I'm going to bark out here, and it's 10:30 at night. I ain't coming in.
And if you go inside, I'm going to chew up your barbecue pit.
You go inside, I'm going to stand right there. You'll never catch me. I'm going to wish you saw me.
Did you actually try? Like get out there in a wide stance and try to catch him? Then you realize, what am I doing?
Trying to get him by his collar.
Realize
and then
he just tore him with you.
And then I had to go. He'll get them kids. Them kids will get him. I had to go in there and wake up Trey, and hide around the corner so he couldn't see me. Trey, go out there and get him. Woke Trey up out of sleep.
Chased him around the corner.
His corner was out. I woke him up out of sleep, and I hit in, and then he ran in and followed Trey. And then he got in, turned a completely different person. Is what he did. Hey, I head to that kennel. No, you ain't got to usher me. No, I head to that kennel. No, man, but I'm thinking about doing it. Hey, you had the question last night. Obviously, we saw the NBA draft lottery, and the Mavericks got the number 1 pick. The Spurs got the number 2 pick. The Rockets, who had the 9th best odds.
Wow. What the hell just happened?
The 9th best odds.
Did you just have a stroke?
That's something, man. Let's knock on wood on that one. The 9th best odds got the 10th pick overall. But you're looking at this and you're like, maybe the NFL should adopt this.
Well, I mean, there's just a lot of conversations being had about this draft and how, and really, and I'm thankful for the conversations that are being had today, because it's clear that there are some gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen that are working in TV. The gentlemen have played the game before with the idea of tanking, and I guess I never really looked at the draft lottery in the NBA through the whole tanking lens. Obviously it's why it exists and it makes sense, and I get it, but I guess I've just never looked at it through the lens of the football lens and say, how does that work? How would that work at the NFL? And having been here and watched the Texans, I don't, and I'm just adamant about this, I don't believe players tank. I believe organizations tank. When you hire David Culley, you are absolutely tanking. No question about it. When you
somehow they got the 4th pick.
Yeah, somehow it didn't work out, right? But you know, it is when you add that little caveat to it, or that reality to it. Maybe it's not such a small caveat. It's a reality to what the lottery is. I'm not opposed to entertaining it at the NFL level.
Yeah, I don't think you need it. One, the NBA, it was clear. It was clear as day that there were teams just.
Oh, well, it still is. Hell, Houston did it.
Yeah, clear as day, and it became a problem, a big thing that everyone was looking at, and so that became a big talking point around the league. Do you get the feel that tanking is a big talking point in the NFL? Like, do you feel that? Hell, we know we don't see it here. Lovie Smith sure as hell wasn't tanking. And it was trying to beat the Colts that day, and succeeded, and somehow worked out. I just don't get the feel. Like, I think the NFL has some issues. I don't get the feel that tanking is an issue. And to me, if you bring a lottery in, you bring exactly what Tyler and many of these people were talking about to start the show is, could you imagine? Oh, Arch is coming up.
Yeah.
Oh, how in the hell the Jets won it? The Jets won the NFL draft lottery. Like, you don't need to invite. Like, there are people out here who believe that the officials are cheating for the Chiefs to this day, or cheating for certain teams. You damn sure don't want to get to a point where, all right, we've got a draft lottery and this thing and certain players get this. And I think if it was a big thing, a tanking in the NFL was a big thought of perceived problem, I could hear it. But I don't think it's a perceived problem, and I think you invite other things in.
I don't think it's I don't think it's a major problem, but I do like the wrinkle. I do like it doesn't have to become this huge problem for it to be something that needs to be addressed. It clearly happens. Now, does it happen to a point? I think at the NFL level, the difference is you could have the number 2 or number 3 overall pick, and you can still be in a really, really, really good spot. Where in the NBA, 1 versus 2 is totally different. This year anyway, 1 versus 2, at least in theory, when you look at it, everybody's wanting that one single player, that LeBron James and, that kind of deal. I think the NFL is different from that perspective, but I would be willing to entertain that. And because if you look at it, really in football, you're the top, usually with the exception of the trades that occur and teams end up with, teams that end up, after having a really good season with a top 10 pick. Typically, your top 10 picks are teams that are either in the middle of a rebuild or they just flat out suck. Yeah. Again, now if somebody jumps up there and gets a top 10 pick because they traded right or they moved to Deshaun Watson or something like that, that's different. But typically, teams that earned a top 10 pick, are typically need that boost. And so if it were those teams in the lottery, I could enjoy it. I could probably get behind it.
Yeah, I just think it invites more rigged talk. Oh, it's like the
can't let the talk deter you, man.
Yeah. Let that come up there. Oh, the Raiders. Tom Brady and the Raiders won the number 1 pick. How the hell?
That would have been nice
did that happen,
Cam in Las Vegas.
Yeah, there it is. Nice. See, Roger Goodell's giving it to Tom.
Look at Raj.
Look at Raj doing that thing. All right, coming up is as we continue here, I am starting to wonder about an aspect of the Texans season coming up. Starting to wonder about it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I tell you, if you're out there and you're dealing with a hair loss issue, you're probably wondering too, what in the hell can I do to get this right? Right? Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. Hell, maybe it's got you feeling like your identity is lost altogether.
Baseball trademarks used with permission.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue to roll along on a Tuesday. The Astros take on the Royals, try to tie this series up tonight. Framber Valdez gets the ball for the Astros tonight. And I'm going to be there in attendance, fellas. Tonight and tomorrow. I'll be there.
Where are you sitting?
We're down the first base line. I think we're down. No, we're down the third base line tonight.
Tomorrow we're down
the first base line with Tyler.
What row are we on tomorrow?
Me and Ron are on row I can't remember. Somewhere pretty close.
Oh, you want me to know where you're at?
I mean, I just know it's good seats. I'm a bit of a ticket snob.
Yeah, no.
You don't want me to know where you're at, huh?
Well, I mean,
me and Blaine are gonna come sit behind y'all. Actually, in front, so Blaine can turn around, get in with a foul ball.
Blaine's a good turnaround talker.
Trying to have a good boys' night out there, Clint.
Oh, okay.
A good one, yeah. So, but yeah, fam's coming out, meeting the fam out there tonight. Go check out the Royals.
I don't know how I feel about y'all making plans and not including me.
You want to do this?
Doors open right there.
I can't even keep a straight face. I know when Tyler talks to me and is looking at the TV over there, I know he's dead serious.
You want to do this?
You want to do this on radio,
do this right here. Anybody can put that together, folks.
We can do it if you want.
Clint's out here aggressive with
it.
Well,
I wanted to surprise Ron for his birthday. I didn't want to give it up.
That's what it was. A couple of days behind it.
Come on, man.
A couple of days behind it. Yeah, man, it'll be a good time. I haven't been to Daikin yet. It's my first time going to the ice box.
How you feel? Did that come out good? The delivery right there, the ice box. You're not used to it yet.
I'm not used to it.
You got to feel pretty good about going in there after what the Royals were able to do last night. You got to feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Shame you didn't bet on it.
Try to blow it. Yeah. By the way, Tyler.
Hotter than a firecracker.
I'm telling you, man. Hey, starting off right, baby. That Friday did it.
I think I may get. Have you won enough back so I can get in some action now?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
got a little room on the account, bub.
Monday was a green night. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was looking.
10 for his last 10.
Yeah, I looked at him. I know he had I think he had the Tigers +1. They were up 12-0 in the fifth. I said, all right, that one laced up.
that one's done.
Even better, I think they were up like 12-1 in the first. I think that all happened in the first.
I thought it was 12-0. It's up, but maybe it was when they beat the hell out of them.
Like, this is not how Tyler wanted the over to be hit, but it is. It makes losing sting a little less.
I ain't gonna lie. I was looking. I said, I wonder how they gonna score that Payne hit, because that could have been an error. That is a third baseman probably should make that play, but they scored it a hit for you.
We're back to a heater, baby.
Cam got going, but and then hey, Royals gave you 7 runs in the first 2-3 innings. I think you felt that 9 was
real good.
Had to get to that 9 is what you had to get to.
It'll be more baseball bets tonight.
Number.
Yeah, that was the one that 8 was it 8.5? That was aggressive, especially for two teams the two teams I've watched the most of anybody. Watched both of their games. They are offensively challenged, and you went out there and made it happen, baby.
I'm probably gonna get on board with Tyler on one of these tonight.
Why not do it, man?
Follow me to the money.
Hey, I got to tell you this. And hey, if you see me out there, say hello. Please don't throw any eggs or anything at me, but just say hello. Have a good time, right?
Third base row, man. Third base line.
Third base line. There you go. Say what's up.
On the third row.
Hey man, we talked about. I don't know what row we're on. We did use the game time.
Them boys bringing their gloves. And Lauren.
Yeah, they'll bring them.
She's lefty, ain't she?
Yeah. Her and the oldest, whatever his name.
That's right, Trey's a lefty too. I saw that shot in that basketball.
Oh, shut up. You don't forget your dog's name sometimes? I forget them kids' names sometimes.
No, yeah.
I feel bad. I call Nicholas Ronald all the time, and I do it in like events. He's on second base. Ronald, don't lead. Cordy, that boy is Nicholas.
It's Nicholas, Dad.
Same thing.
My dad would go through my brother's name and the dog's name sometimes before he got to me when I was a kid.
My mom is the absolute.
Two square-headed kids look alike. I'm sorry.
My mom's the absolute worst, and I'll be damned if in that Hall of Fame deal, I referred to my nephew as Hank. I screwed. So now anytime she
honest mistake.
Anytime she talks to me, she goes, "Yeah, you screwed it up in front of everybody, so leave me alone." Because I've been hard on her for that, boy. Several things. That's one of them.
That one, yeah.
Come on, I'm not Hank, man.
Well, neither is he.
Neither is Jake. And I screwed that up.
I hate to tell you.
Listen. Speaking of that, I hate to tell you this. Hey, man, we talked about this yesterday about like how many primetime games they would get. I felt like 3 or 4, maybe 4. The Texans would get. You were in the 3 range. I don't know, Tyler. I think Tyler had 8.
I think I'd set the over-under at 5.5. Was admittedly a little high.
I don't even. Is it 5.5? I just made up a number. I didn't know if you've been. I just felt like you would run the Texans up there with the most that they were able to get, and then be pissed when they don't get it.
National media hates H-Town. I'd never say that.
I'll be honest with you. I'm starting to worry how many they're going to get, Clint. Because we are seeing a lot. Like, obviously, the full schedule hasn't been leaked. But the leaks that we are seeing, we're seeing quite a few leaks, and all of them are primetime game leaks or standalone game leaks. Like Fox, obviously, we know the people say the second game of the year is Chiefs-Chargers. Obviously, we know the Cowboys and the Eagles lead off. I've seen about 5 Eagles games. The Eagles, they're playing Black Friday against the Bears. That thing was kicked off. The Chiefs and Broncos are playing Christmas night. Fox came out with a doubleheader on a Saturday, I think in November or December, where it's Eagles and Commanders, and then Bears and Packers, and then they brought out the entire slate of international games, and those are essentially primetime games because they're standalone games. There are 13 teams playing overseas. Ooh. And we were talking about this before the show, Tyler. What the Texans, they haven't played in any of the international games in what?
I believe since 2019 in London.
Got to be before I was here. Now, I don't ever remember us covering a London game or anything
Wembley.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. They're not one of the 13 teams in that. I'm wondering, hold on now, because we talked about it yesterday. I wonder how the NFL views the Texans right now. I am surprised right now of all of these games that have been released and leaked out that the Texans are not involved in any of these bad boys.
Just let us in Houston get a taste again of this national exposure. Don't take it away now. Come on now.
Hey.
Now there's still Sunday nights and Monday night games available, but
yeah.
And we know right, they can't the Cowboys or the Lions. So that they're not in that one. Remember that one year they tried to sneak that as a primetime game?
Yeah.
Because they snuck that one in on Deshaun and they played the Lions out there.
I'm telling you, man, I
Maybe you were right, Clint. Maybe you were right.
I mean, it's just a gut, man. I don't wish that was. I mean, I'm not wishing that was the case. I'm just the reality of it is man, there has been a significant amount of shine lost for the Houston Texans. You know, last year with last season, the way it unfolded with so many marquee names, but the few marquee names that exited the building, the I would say journeyman. Let's use a nice term. The journeyman that they brought in don't move the needle nationally. The play caller, schemer, designer that they brought in doesn't move the needle at all nationally, and so. Yeah, I think when you look at this thing, it's not just CJ, as we had kind of centered our conversation yesterday around CJ. I think it's the Texans as a whole. I think there's been a significant amount of shine relative to what was present going into last year. I think there's been a significant amount of that lost, and I think this is a sign.
Yeah, no, you would think, especially like the Vikings are doing 2 games over there. The Jags are over there. The Colts are over there. Hell, the Vikings are over. Like the Browns got a game against the Vikings. In where are they? In London. They are playing in Brazil, London, London, 3 different trips to London, another one to Berlin.
I will say this tells me nothing but
Spain
2026 and international games coming for the Texans. I would put money on that right about now.
It should. I don't know what stopped this one.
No, it will.
They sent 13 teams over. Someone texted in, we'll get 3, Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, and probably one of those Saturday games that are standalone. Maybe you'll get another one of those Saturday games. We'll see. I'm surprised. People in there think that Christmas Day game really left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth.
Yeah, I think that's very fair.
I mean, we see some teams get their asses kicked.
Well, no. I think it's not just one thing that all of a sudden, boom, this happens. I think it's everything I just mentioned about the shine. I think it's the poor performance against true contenders. I think it's that other teams are now new kid on the block kind of deal. So yeah, it's they got to go back out there and earn it, get it back, baby. Look, get back this year for the Texans.
Text line coming in. I don't mind if they don't have any primetime games, to be honest with you. Last year, they crapped themselves on national TV. No, that's not. I'm not saying they didn't crap themselves on national TV. They did have a run there where they
never
lost.
give us a national game again.
No, you want that's
silly as hell.
You want your team to be, especially you want to host them. Like you want that. You want NRG to be rocking and rolling, and you're the only team in town to what? Like that's one of the things you say when you don't get one. I don't think that you're not going to get one. Maybe I'm a little aggressive. Come off of that 4 though. I might like calm down on that.
I'm on 3 and I feel like I'm on the high side.
like it
because look here, it's like last year with the Texans, Ron. I mean, there were 6 standalone games. Like we 3, maybe 4 primetime games, and there have been 6 standalone games. Like I think there's a couple of other teams that are going to get that level of shine this year that's going to hurt the Texans. So I mean, but it's all context. But I mean, I guarantee if you ask D'Amico, he'd rather have noon games every Sunday.
You think so?
Absolutely.
Ooh, I get the feel he's like.
Maybe a Sunday night game, but when you start jumping to different, I mean that really, especially with this thing, we've heard Nick and
You're
D'Amico
talking about from the scheduling.
Yeah. I don't think it's a huge deal for the players to be able to go out there and play. I don't think it's a huge deal for the players to be able to recover. But when you start jacking with the schedule, I mean, I think that could. I would imagine D'Amico's A-OK with noon games every Sunday.
People are serious about that. The Christmas Day Beyonce debacle.
Yeah.
People are talking about. Yeah, they had a playoff game against the Chargers. They looked good after that. They played a competitive game against the Chiefs in the playoffs. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. By the way, ESPN, they've been going around. Let me see if you can guess it. They've been going around and looking at each team as they enter camps, and saying what's the position of need for each team? Position of need for each team. What do you think they have for the Texans?
Well, it's got to be interior offensive line.
Yeah, they had guard in particular.
Oh, they went specific position. Okay,
they went guard.
No. Right.
They said the Texans have plenty of guards. That's a hell of a thing to kick it off with. They got plenty of guards, but are any of them good? The starting left guard will probably be Titus Howard, a natural tackle who has been up and down when playing inside. Behind him is veteran Laken Tomlinson, who ranked 44th out of 64th. There's 64 ranked guards in pass block win rate. On the right side, there's Drew Scruggs, who is more of a center, but did have a 93% pass block win rate at guard last season. Then there's veteran Ed Ingram, who ranked 54th among guards in pass block win rate. The Texans have thrown a lot of bodies at this position, but how much better will they be compared to last season's debacle? You think, or do you get the thought that we are, and when I say we, I mean everyone that shows a concern, and I know damn sure on this show is a concern. You think people like us and ESPN and things like this, you think we're maybe overreacting to the Texans guard situation?
No, I think whoever wrote that, who'd you say wrote that?
Somebody on ESPN.
I think they are spot on.
Genius.
There's nothing wrong with throwing numbers out there, I would go a step further, and I think it's extremely odd that the head coach stood up there and said the way that he grades, we got to fix the offensive line from the inside out in one instance immediately after the season, and then he stood up there and said, the way I grade offensive linemen, we start with pass protecting, and then you go sign two guards that their weak spot is pass protecting.
Yeah, I wonder what Titus's numbers were. They didn't have Titus's
on that same scale
on the pass block win rate. I found it interesting in this. It does say Titus Howard, a natural tackle who has been up and down, and then it goes down on the right side. There's Juice Scruggs, who's more of a center, but did have a 93% pass block win rate at guard last season.
Which is even. I mean, take it for what it's worth. But your two guards, I think it's highly likely could be Juice Scruggs and Titus Howard, both of which would be playing a position that isn't considered their strong suit.
Yeah. No, I mean that is. I think also wanted to throw that out there. Right. I know we've talked about this a lot. The interior offensive line is just when you start to look at kind of the numbers and the evidence of what people did last year and what they had in those spots. I think it's something good to look at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just say, hey, man, it ain't like it's people who really look at this. And I think this is an odd situation. All right, coming up, a little real or fake. I throw out a statement. You let me know if it is real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Underdog live and kicking in a great start.
info and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
A little tied up here. Go. A little real or fake. We do this on Tuesdays. I say a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. You can jump in on this as well on YouTube and Twitch. Also on the text line, 713-572-4610. A little real or fake. I'll start with you, Clint, on this one. Joe Espada, the captain, the manager of the Houston Astros, is potentially on the hot seat.
No, I think that's fake. I think it's fake. As much as I would like to think that my squad is got feet to fire at this point in time,
you are fake news.
Yeah, no, I think it's fake that he's potentially on the hot seat. Look, I think obviously they're in bed. Crane and the Astros are in bed with Espada at this point in time, obviously. And I think if you win, obviously he's going nowhere. If he loses, I think. And this turns into a rebuild or a tear down, or the World Series window is obviously closed. Not just with him. I think he is the ideal manager to do that with. Yeah. I don't think he's going to ruffle feathers. I think he's going to be. Really to a fault, probably a player's manager. I think he's going to be a good soldier and do as he's told. And so. I think he is sitting pretty right now, and he's sitting pretty in that manager seat with the Astros.
Tyler, real or fake? Joe Espada, the
fake. Not saying that can't change as this season progresses, but right now, nah, fake. I won't call him the captain.
Yeah, I think it's fake because.
Appreciate
that, T. Now. If this thing goes south, Clint, I would still believe Jim Crane and company, they have an expectation level with the Astros. But I would say fake just because I don't say it's a Jerry Jones situation, but I think Dana Brown wants a type of manager. And I think kind of going to the stuff you were saying, a type of manager that isn't one that feels like I'm running everything. Mm-hmm. A type of manager that doesn't mind being a collaborator, and maybe even more so somebody that maybe doesn't have the last word like Dana does, even on the field stuff. So I think he is the perfect type guy. I think they would only get rid of him until they absolutely had to, and if it were just that bad.
Well, I think if this thing ends up tanking. And like you said, Crane's guy or Dana's guy is available right then and there, then sure.
They may have a guy.
Then if you've got a guy, then yeah. But I think if you're just going to float for a few years, I can't think of a better guy to do it with than Joe Espada right now.
Yeah. Someone texting Astros would have to burn it down and crash before they fire Espada, in my opinion. Who are you going to replace him with? I think you could probably figure something out there.
I don't think it'd be real difficult to replace Joe Espada. Either way it goes, but if the guy wins, it's off the table.
Yeah, if he wins, it's off the table. All right, Tyler, I'll start with you. Real or fake? The Jags are the number one threat to the Texans in the AFC South.
This is a good one. I think I'll go with fake. I'll go with fake on that one for sure. Lock it in. Final answer. No lifelines. No.
Who do you think is the biggest threat?
I don't know, but it ain't that team that you most often find in the basement of the AFC South. Pretty boy Trevor Lawrence and the Jags.
Like you're not even thinking of other teams. You're just not them.
It's not them. Much like this is like an Angels situation in the AL West.
They're the Angels. Okay.
Basically. Who is? Within the South?
So you hadn't even thought that far. You just got.
I guess the Colts.
I was gonna say, someone texted in, Brandon texted in, possibly the Colts. But
I gotta pick one. That's the one.
Yeah, no. Brandon said probably the Jags, possibly because the Colts and the Titans are so damn bad.
I would go with the Colts. I mean, you're talking about a recent 10-win team. You're talking about a team that was competitive even when their quarterback was messing the bed. A play caller that I think has legit game-changing abilities on the offensive side of the ball. The only question mark there for me is the quarterback. I would say Indy is still the best. The most likely number one threat to the Texans in this division for me.
I think obviously I don't think the Titans are there yet. I think it's between the Colts and the Jags. And the thought is, which one of those teams' quarterbacks can just play to a level where they don't really kill the team, right? And I think that's more Anthony Richardson than kill the team part.
Yeah.
Than Trevor. Trevor's had some injury stuff that's kind of fit him. But I do think it is if Anthony Richardson just played just solid. It is because they win and are in games, and he does a lot of things to hurt them. They win. He does. And they still find themselves in game.
Well, he does. But let's be honest, man. I mean, and I don't study the Colts, but let's be honest. When I watch the Colts versus the Texans, I do question what a lot of what they're doing. Yeah. The position that they put him in. I remember sitting next to you talking about, hey, man, I think this is a game where Jonathan Taylor comes out, and we're going to find out what the Texans are all about.
They come out throwing it.
And well, yeah, I mean, but the couple of times they ran it well, 7 yards right up the gut. And then they turn around and throw it three straight down.
Stingley and that secondary.
Yeah, so, I question, too, I'm a big fan of Shane Steichen, but I do question when the little bit I've seen him in complete games with Anthony look is not playing well, has not played well, has not stayed healthy. So I'm not minimizing his efforts and his abilities or in his performance by any means. But the play caller hadn't been real friendly to him either.
It's just interesting to me to watch, Clint, how poorly in mistakes he can make, but the few plays he makes and the rest of the roster, they're still in games.
Yeah.
Against teams they like the first game of the year, they made a ton of mistakes. They had a punt block, they were still in the game.
Well, that's why I went with the Colts. I just think overall as a team and as a coach and a play caller, I think they're much healthier than the other two, much more explosive, if you will, for a lack of better terms, than the other two, and so. I would go with the Colts.
Yeah, they're a little bit more established. All right, last one. It's not a real bachelor party, Tyler, if strippers aren't involved. It's not a real bachelor party if strippers aren't involved, real or fake.
That's fake news. I didn't have any scantily clad ladies at my bachelor party.
I'm a bit surprised by that answer from you.
I mean, it's more ideal if they are present. Let's get that out there.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think my answer has changed in the last 10 years.
How long have you been married?
I've been married 15, but I'm just saying almost 15. Oh, well, 14. Slow that down. But you told me this in my early 30s and in my 20s, I would have said, I mean, you gotta go to a strip club, have them there. They've got to be involved for a real bachelor party. But now, you can go chill.
Just don't try to haggle for a lap dance.
See, I thought Clint, you're really haggle depending on what your situation is. And if an injustice is happening to you from some broad, she's going to South Bend, you stand up for yourself.
Bargain hunt.
But I'm surprised. I thought Tyler was going to say absolutely there has to be. And Clint is on the fence. I thought Clint was going to go.
Well, no, I don't want to be my opinion is that's fake. But I've never been a big strip joint or stripper guy. I mean, don't get me wrong. Look, they're lovely. But it was never like I've been to a
They're
couple.
lovely.
I've been to a couple bachelor parties where strippers were involved, and it's just something about 2 or 3 girls and 40 hard ups that just does not do it. It borderline disgusts me, to be honest with you.
Sausage party.
So I maybe I've not had the right experience.
Ironically,
so I don't know, but I'm not a big fan.
I don't think that's the case now. I think you said one of the last ones you went on, yours. Y'all went golf. Y'all went and played, and Scottsdale played and just hung and just chilled.
Yeah,
gamble.
and I don't.
You
think,
can gamble. I could see it.
We had one of my buddies got married, went to Vegas, and when his father-in-law got off the airplane at the airport, I knew strip joints and strippers were not going to be involved. But there were about 2 or 3 guys that disappeared, and I think they made their way to the Spearmint Rhino. I do believe that they enjoyed themselves. But I don't know. I just
crazy.
Bringing this thing full circle, ironically enough, the dancers, they come in real or fake, and we don't discriminate.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
They do.
No other way to.
They do, and never have.
Text line coming through. No strippers at a bachelor party is like going to the strip club just for the wings.
But there's strippers there.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
not sure that's the right comp, friend.
Well, let him have his comp. Let him think on it a little bit during the break. Coming up.
I tell you what, that is a huge. I mean, if you've got good wings or good food at a shake, may slide by.
They say them lemon pepper wings at Magic City in Atlanta.
That's it, huh?
But how's the celery?
It almost cost Lou Williams his whole time during this pandemic. All right, coming up, the Astros. The lineup is up. We'll let you know the latest on that. We'll let you know the latest on if Jordan is in that bad boy. And what we saw last night is potentially why I hope the Astros avoid a decision it seems like they're going with. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, y'all, check it out, man. If you're suffering with allergy, sinus issues, sleep problems,
1-800. You're in good hands with Allstate. Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
How big of a deal you all think this is? Little shot Rob Manfred, has reinstated Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson back into Major League Baseball.
It's an a-hole move.
He says, obviously, a person no longer with us cannot represent a threat to the integrity of the game. Manfred wrote in a letter to attorney Jeffrey M. Lokiv, who petitioned for Rose's removal from the list January 8th. Moreover, it is hard to conceive of a penalty that has more of a deterrent effect than the one that lasts as a lifetime ban. Therefore, I have concluded that the permanent ineligibility ends upon the passing of the disciplined individual, and Mr. Rose will be removed from the permanently ineligible list. So Pete had to die to get himself put in.
Had to lose his life. Yeah,
that is.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm wrong.
Even with how wrong Pete was, it just does.
Well, I mean, the thing Pete never did was bet against his team winning. I mean, so yes, he bet. I'm not as familiar with the Shoeless Joe Jackson and the six guys that.
I will tell you, the Shoeless Joe Jackson's been dead a long damn time.
Yeah, well, but
they could have reinstated him a long.
Yeah, well, no, this is new. This is. But here, look, it just seems, especially with Pete, right after Pete passed away, after he was so public about wanting in and deserving to be in and staying so involved in baseball with all the different autograph shows and everything, it just feels wrong. And just as a human being, it feels wrong. Like I would rather them have not ruled and just said, hey, it's a ban, they're not getting in.
Yeah, me too.
I mean,
stick by it.
And I understand this is all in response to an attorney that was that was representing Pete Rose in trying to get him in. And so maybe he can lean on that as a crutch and say, well, I would have never ruled any of this if this attorney wasn't petitioning to get him in before he passed. But, yeah, it just seems wrong on so many levels. And most importantly, on the human level, it just seems like waiting until somebody passes away and then declaring them eligible. It's almost like throwing it in their face or their family's face after they died. It seems wrong on so many levels.
Either stick with it or not, or you should have done it while he was alive.
Yeah.
And the thing is,
what's the end game here?
And to me is, listen, we know why he wants to be reinstated. Like it's a deal of like, you could have limited his ability to do things in baseball. Hell, Fox allowed him to be on the flagship of Major League Baseball's coverage. Like he was the one talking the game during the playoffs and the World Series for Fox for several years. You could have just brought him in to simply get into the Hall of Fame. Now you don't get a chance to manage. You don't get a chance to be in the front office. You don't get a chance to do it. The whole reason was just to go into the Hall of Fame. Where his play deserved.
Well, that's a great point, man. I mean, you got, and I think it's all silly. I think banning them in any way, shape, or form is silly. But the thought with Major League Baseball, you can be A-Rod.
The face of it, yeah.
And you can,
A-Rod's not. It's not. He's not kicked out of the game.
Well, I mean, but we all know what went on with A-Rod, but the point is like whether it's PEDs or it's gambling or it's like you hurt the league, you cheated the league, and in any way, shape, or form, it needs to be consistent, right? Pete Rose's play puts him in the Hall of Fame, and he can't be in the Hall of Fame and even be associated with it until he dies. But guys that cheated the game situation. You mentioned Pete Rose on TV, and we talk about all the guys that were mixed up in PEDs. But those guys can literally be the face of the league on TV.
Yeah, and hell, they let Pete. Pete was.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Pete and A-Rod, all these guys.
But they can't get
in the Hall of Fame. I would argue that it does more damage to allow these guys for 10 or 15 or 20 years to be on TV, calling the game, around the game. It does. It's more notable, and it does more to keep their name alive being on TV every day than one-time entry into the Hall of Fame and keep it moving. This is I don't know. It just rubs me wrong big time, man.
Yeah, it does. Listen, I'm with you. You made a decision. Faye Vincent made a decision back in the day to ban him. Stick with it. Or if you're gonna do it, don't wait till he died. Now it's time. We can get him on up out of here. Get him in here. Like someone texted him, Pete's family should decline. I don't know.
I think even like if I were Pete or if I were Pete's family, if you'd have came to me beforehand and said, "Look, man, you're getting in.
You just gotta wait till you're dead.
Yeah, you gotta take that long dirt nap."
They've been scared. They may have wondered if Pete would have faked it or something.
Pete would have came back from it. But I mean, I think that would have even been more. I think acceptable. I mean, that to me that would then you could celebrate with your family. Your family could feel good celebrating once you're gone. But dead, let's celebrate his career, y'all. I mean, there's something about that scene.
Whenever it does happen, if Pete Jr. and his family, if they do accept it on his behalf, well, Cincinnati's going to take over old Cooperstown.
Oh, I bet.
They say it's Pete Rose jerseys now.
I'll have a Pete Rose party.
You have one?
I'll have a Pete Rose party.
How many years did Pete lie?
When did he die?
I mean, about this. How long? I mean, it felt like it was some of our older. It must have been 20 years, 20 plus years that he lied. He finally told the truth to of course, Jim Gray is who he is. Who he told the truth. By the way, other breaking news coming from the NBA: Jason Tatum today underwent a successful surgery to repair a ruptured right Achilles tendon. No timetable is currently available for his return, but he is expected to make a full recovery. Further updates will be provided when appropriate. I mean, they went there and took care of that sucker immediately. That's coming from the Boston Celtics.
They didn't even let the swelling go down.
No, they went ahead and had that damn surgery immediately. That was last night. That was nasty. We kept wondering. We had not heard anybody confirmed. We just kept hearing there would be an MRI today. No, they went ahead and had. I mean, they knew immediately out there, right? Like I'm certain as soon as they went out there, I bet you the doctors. I mean, you do know.
Yeah, they knew immediately when they went out there. I mean, it rolls up the back of your damn calf.
Yeah.
He grabbed his ankle. Was not like, oh boy, that was a rolled
and he couldn't
ankle
flex
there.
it. Yeah, he couldn't flex it. Yeah. That was a tough scene, and he was going off in that game too. And now he is. I mean, if this is anything like Kevin Durant, when Kevin Durant came out there and did that in the finals and went ahead and ruptured his, he missed the entire next season, and then came back 2 years later. So, hopefully Jason Tatum is. You've heard a lot of knee, it's crazy. I was talking to somebody yesterday. Said, but he'd have rather torn his ACL than ruptured his Achilles. We've not seen guys come all the way back as much. Like KD's been pretty good, but he didn't come it didn't completely seem like his total self prior to the injury. So this is one that we've not seen like guys 100% recovered to where they were from Achilles in basketball at least. So one to watch. Jason Tatum already had surgery and will be out, obviously, for the rest of the playoffs. Right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, I got on the Rockets front, man. I left here yesterday feeling pretty good about a 4% chance of getting Cooper flagged. May or may not happen. And then by the time I got home, the NBA draft lottery had already happened, and I realized that the worst thing that ever could have happened for the Rockets actually happened. And then I heard Brian Windhorst talking about the Giannis possibility, and got me a little nervous about this Rockets situation. and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
But before we get there, fellas out there, if you are suffering from ED, you need to go to the men's clinic. And I want you to be listening to this because there are gentlemen.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, it is. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say. Easy to dial. 281-222-2222. And we're off and rolling on this beautiful, beautiful Tuesday. By the way, tomorrow is Wednesday. It is a little red lingerie party over at Twin Peaks. If anybody wants to slide by there, you can thank me. You can thank me later. Now, also, we got a lot going on here on this Tuesday. The Astros, they lost. They lost the game last night, and I'll be honest with you, it was one of them games, boys, where I turned it on and it got out of hand so damn quick. I couldn't watch Gusto do damage any longer, and I had to bounce. Now the Astros came in there for it. Well, I didn't, and I'm sure you did. I did. 7-5, the Astros lose. We've been hitting on that. The bats came alive a little bit too little, too late to bring them around. And on the pretty quiet on the Texans front, but on the Rockets front, I left here last night having several conversations with you about the NBA draft lottery and the fact that the Rockets, they had the fourth best odds with that just under 4%.
Yeah, the ninth.
They're the ninth best odds in the overall lottery, and they ended up getting the 10th pick. So some would say that's borderline fair, right? However, they did have, this is where the 4 comes in, they had roughly a 4% chance of getting that number 1 overall pick, which was would have been Cooper Flagg. Now, I knew it was a long shot, but I just hoped like hell that they got it, and we'd all be celebrating, and we'd have more pieces in Houston to move around in a trade scenario. But we didn't. We must not have been living as well as I thought we were living, because we didn't get that pick. Ended up getting the number 10 overall pick. But Ron, on the flip side of this thing, I woke up. I really, to be honest with you, I didn't think beyond whether we got the pick or not. And before I ever got home last night, I'm driving and I'm listening to radio, and I realized that, hey man, we ain't getting the pick. So I thought, well, I'll ease on up and go to bed. Well, I wake up this morning. And every morning I get up, I try to turn something on the TV that's talking sports, trying to kind of just get caught up with the big stories at the very least. And I'll be damned if the NBA draft lottery is not talking about. A lot of Cooper Flagg talk. I think there are a lot of conversations like you and I had where some people think that, hey, man, the kid's super young, was the best player in college basketball last year. The sky's the limit. I think there's a lot of people out there that go, hey, man, I don't see the Wemby, LeBron, those tangibles. We'll see what happens with him. And then I realized the Mavs got the number 1 overall pick. Okay, up the street, the Mavericks, they get that pick, so they're going to add Flagg to, assuming that Nico doesn't mess the bed again up in Dallas. They're going to add Cooper Flagg, the AD, and Kyrie, and Clay.
He's there. Yep.
And I'd imagine this year with all the injuries, they found out a lot about their depth. Some guys got a lot of run.
PJ Washington, they're probably going to make some moves. They got a lot of guys that they kind of play in the same area. But, yeah, those guys will stay, the main ones you named.
So the Mavs got, I would say, significantly better. They're going to get healthy and get quite a bit better. But they got significantly better on top of that with Cooper Flagg. And then I look up, and I'll be damned. I had to watch a little while because the NBA draft lottery, they don't do a lot of talking beyond that Cooper Flagg pick. But the San Antonio Spurs get the number 2 overall pick. And I think, well, damn. For us Rockets fans, I don't think it could have went any worse. I mean, the two teams in the state of Texas, not in Houston, both got the top 2 picks, 1 and 2.
And they've had the number 1 pick 2 out of the last 3 years. and those drafts happen to be Victor Wembanyama and Cooper Flagg, two of the most highly touted prospects in the last 20 years.
Yeah, so that.
What a coincidence.
Ain't that a bit?
What'd you say, T?
What a coincidence.
Yeah. Oh, you think it's all fixed? Think it's fixed, huh?
Oh.
Everybody against Houston, man. Houston. Here's the deal. It doesn't stop there, because then I'm listening. I mean, look, their draft picks, okay, whatever. I feel like the Rockets have built something really, really solid here, really nice. Not that big a deal. Well, then I get to listening to Brian Windhorst, and he starts talking about the Giannis potential trade out of Milwaukee to the best suitors, right?
Yeah.
And the two best suitors are Houston and San Antonio. Well, listen to Brian Windhorst kind of spiel here on the potential Giannis to Texas, one of the two Texas franchises.
Two things you have to know about the Bucks when you consider a trade. Number one, the Bucks do not control their first-round pick for 5 years. That means if the Bucks are going to trade him, thinking that they're going to tank for the next 3 years and rebuild is not going to happen. They need quality players. And the other thing that you need to know is if you're going to trade Giannis to a team that's going to be a super team, getting that team's draft assets is not exciting because they're not going to be very high picks for the next few years. So you're going to look at teams that have players to trade and other teams' draft assets that they can trade besides theirs. San Antonio and Houston. San Antonio and Houston. San Antonio and Houston.
So not only did San Antonio get the pick and Dallas get number one and San Antonio get number two, now I've got to listen to Brian Windhorst talk about San Antonio may be the team that keeps Giannis, in this case, in this conversation, from coming to Houston. Boys, I can't help. Maybe this is just how I'm wired. It got me excited that Houston was in the conversation, right? Right, that Houston, they've got pieces, yada yada yada. But I'm gonna be honest with you. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough pill to swallow if Dallas gets flagged and somehow San Antonio ends up with Giannis, and we're sitting down here with this young core that everybody's in love with.
Well, yeah, I think they would probably have to make another move, I would think. But San Antonio getting the second pick
changed the game, right?
Just gave them a leg up compared to what the Rockets have. Like, they have the second pick, and this is a draft. Dylan Harper, a lot of people out of Rutgers, Ron Harper's kid, think he's going to be the second one pick.
Yep.
Is a good player, especially if you're rebuilding and you're looking to do that. That's a good player to have. But, yeah, I mean, it just adds ammunition. Obviously, the second overall pick right now is better than the 10th overall pick. And, you know, they have the reigning rookie of the year in Stephon Castle. From UConn, he's over there, so he could be included in something. So they've got a young piece. Now, the Rockets still have more young pieces, right?
And more picks in general, but just not the number two
more
overall.
Young pieces, more picks, and more ready-made players like Şengün or Jalen Green or, you know, any of those other guys. I wouldn't throw Amen Thompson in, but you can throw any of those guys are probably further along than Castle is right now, and some of the other guys. So if they want to go that route, and it's also up to Giannis. Giannis will have some control on where he wants to go.
Yeah.
But ammunition-wise, San Antonio leg up on maybe it's Giannis, whoever it is that's the big free agent that you might have to trade in because they added a number 2 pick in a draft that people care about the number 2 pick.
Yeah, you know, I'm not, be honest with you, as a Rockets fan, I'm not, like, to me, Giannis, sure, it's great. He's clearly a great player. I get it. But that, like, missing out on Giannis, if he goes somewhere else, I'm going to be all right with. I mean, I'm on record saying I would go with a shorter term and cheaper Durant and see if you can't move the needle with the guys you have now, and then you do it again in a couple of years when Durant's done. But so I'm not hell bent on Giannis, but I will tell you this: it's going to be hard to be here in Houston with, again, Flagg, Kyrie, Clay, AD, and Dallas doing work. Giannis, Wemby, Fox, etc. in San Antonio doing work, and again, we're sitting here holding the bag. Now, I would, like you said, I would imagine they make a different move any way it goes.
Well, they would have to.
But it just got me. It got the negative, the devil on my shoulder going, boy, Houston could be left with that young core while these other teams take a huge step.
No, Dallas and San Antonio, not only in the state but also in the Western Conference with you,
yes,
had a big night. They had two really big days, right? And both teams, I think we know San Antonio has a franchise changer in Wemby. And then they've already done some dirty work at adding Fox in the trade last year to add a running partner with him. And then we think Flag's a chance to be one of those type players, and AD and Kyrie in their 30s, early 30s, are still there already. You could argue right now Kyrie is that type guy that you could say, yeah, that guy is a one, especially if he's got AD with him. That guy is a one. He's won a championship. He's a big-time guy that you look at Jalen Brunson, he's big-time. You look at Wemby, I think many people believe that Wemby is that type of dude right now. And let him get Giannis. Now you got two of them on one team.
Yep.
And that's obviously the missing piece that the Rockets have. So they would have to go and make a move, because those are teams that have now, they've gotten younger too. Like if you were to go get KD, you're getting, obviously we knew it was short term, but I mean Giannis and Wemby, that's the next 5-6 years.
Did you? I mean that's some length. Did you imagine
defense there? Jeez, you thought Şengün and Adams was a big lineup.
Yeah,
Them
man.
two jokers.
Come on, Rockets. You got to make a move, baby. You got to make a move, and I don't care which one it is. I just hope they make a move, gives us something that we can get good and excited about. I know there's a couple of different players out there, but that whole, we just got to make a different move, that's going to die on the vine eventually. There's only a few guys that are available that would move the needle the way that we're thinking. I'm Clint Stoerner, alongside Ron, the show Hughley, T. Mills behind the glass. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Boys, we talked a little earlier. A lot of the NFL schedule is dropping and drop. Does everything drop tomorrow? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
I thought the breaking news at the draft, when they broke into the draft, I thought it was May 13th was the day that it was dropping. Maybe that was when it was going to start with some of these primetime games or international games. But one thing that we know is that the Texans aren't going to go outside of the country to play a game. The international games have I believe have all been announced, if not announced.
Seven games, 13 different teams. The Vikings are playing 2 games in London,
back-to-back
and none of
London.
them are the Texans.
Yeah, none of them are the Texans. And I'm going to tell you, boys, having played over there, the playing part of it doesn't concern me. Like, there's going to be a lot of talk about the stadiums, the venues, what's the turf like, what is it hell, is it safe? I'm going to tell you, man, the travel over there and back and being there for, I mean, you've got to go over early, a few days early, just so your clock gets right. And then when you come back, getting your clock back right for a normal Sunday game. I mean, you can get there by Sunday, but the point is that is now travel and rest time typically, I think is overrated, over-discussed. In the media circles. This show is a whole different animal. I mean, if you
Which is that you've experienced.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just like to go, like, just when we would fly over there, when we fly immediately when we got there for 3 weeks, and then we would fly over there. Man, it's 3 or 4 days from a football perspective, like going and practicing football. Like, it's 3 or 4 days before you felt normal. Like, whether it's your clock or the food or jet lag or sleeping in a different place, like it legit 3 days before you feel somewhat normal and ready to play ball. So I think the Texans here, as a fan, I think they dodged a bullet with one of these international games. You can have all that and I know these NFL teams, I know they'll fly the food over with them if they want certain food, whatever. I know you have the elite of the elitist kind of treatment and food and such, but the travel is an absolute bear going over. So I think the Texans avoided a bullet right there.
They've been avoiding it for about 6 years now.
Yeah,
and it is kind of interesting that the Jags play every multiple games a year there, and they're not playing over. They haven't played overseas. Although I wonder if the Jags, maybe that's the deal. The Jags don't aren't forced to play divisional games over there. That's probably a thing. But it's odd. 6 years they haven't played, internationally, which is kind of interesting.
Reset that, boys. We're a day deeper into the schedule leaks, and we know the Texans aren't playing any of those international standalone, call them primetime if you want type games. How many y'all think the Texans get now after seeing some of the leaks in which they got none?
Yesterday, I'm lowered here. I feel like they're in maybe the 2 to 3 range.
I'm sticking with 4.
You're sticking with 4?
Yeah, I think they'll have 4.
I'm going to 2. I'm going to 2, Ron. I was already low. I'm going to 2.
They had 2 Sunday night games last year. I don't know that they get 2 this year.
Yeah. Wow. I did not expect to get in the car this morning and be driving to work and hear Reg and In a Loop talking about something similar we talked about yesterday about the shine being off the Texans, and it's undeniable that it's not the same. But boy, it's hard to think that it's dropped significantly, but it looks and feels like it has.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we have not seen them leaked. Any of the teams that you think have, sexy quarterbacks, and I don't mean their physical appearance, but I mean like,
matchup.
Like Mahomes or Jayden Daniels or Herbert or like any of Burrow. Like we've seen them leaked. Especially the young ones, leaked to games. I'm not saying I don't think they're going to get shut out. I don't think they're going to Carolina Panthers this thing. I don't think they're going to shut out. But I think I am surprised that we are up to this point, and that hasn't. They haven't been linked to any of these primetime games. And it's all right. Coming up, we'll get you a little bit. We'll get you ready with the lineup for tonight's game 2 between the Astros and Royals. Saw last night, and maybe that is something that the Astros may want to look a little deeper in and how they're going about business here the next couple of weeks with their pitching staff. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, let's talk about these cold Coors Light, huh? We're talking about that old Silver Bullet, the Wolf Killer, that old Coors Latte, baby. Got run low, then you better believe. Then Mama Stoerner shows up with a 6-pack or a 12-pack and restocks it. There's no doubt about it, baby. Them bullets, they're flying around the crib over at the Stoerner house, no doubt. If you're already drinking them cold Coors Light, I want to tip my cap, man. You're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you look damn good while you're doing it. If you're not drinking cold Coors Light, I don't know what the hell's wrong. Putting your hand around a Silver Bullet every time you get to
6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
The Fixins.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Little programming note for you, Clint. The schedule release, the full one tomorrow, will be tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock after we get off the air. So what would you say? You set it at, Tyler, over-under. We will announce, let's set the over-under at 9.5.
Oh, it's over.
We'll announce how many games you think we will have announced prior to it coming out at 7.
I think we'll be over.
It'll be over?
I think we'll be in double digits.
Because we don't have one right now. Last year, I believe we had Christmas Day going into it.
Fast and Furious Manana, I'd guess.
Yeah,
I would figure it does. It always does for me each year.
Yeah, I bet it.
Nice.
We can talk about schedule?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For sure.
I was thinking more like 12, Ron.
Yeah, 12.
I bet you we've got. They may not be announced or may not be blatantly obvious, but I bet we can connect the dots with 12 or more.
12 or more, yeah. Yeah, we usually are about a good 10 where you have the exact weeks or whatever, and you start putting them together.
That's right.
So pay attention to that coming up. I do want to get into the Astros and Royals from last night. By the way, the lineup is out. Tyler was holding out hope when I came in that maybe Jordan would be in it today. He was hitting in the cages. He is not. Pena, Altuve, Paredes. Pena is the DH today. By the way, that ball found him and his hamstring quick yesterday. It made him have to move immediately, but he had to run. He had to run hard to get to that thing. But he's the DH batting second tonight. Paredes is third. Christian Walker, Yainer Diaz behind the plate. Jake Myers, and then Cam Smith in right field with Brandon Rogers. And I get to lay my eyes on Chas McCormick tonight. Chas McCormick is in left field as Framber gets the ball, one of the aces for the Astros. And I do want to get to last night, but I have a very important question to you and the people. Apparently, as I'm going to the game tonight, what's these dollar dogs looking like?
They're good.
They are.
I love a good ballpark dog though, but no,
I mean, what kind of shape are these things? Listen,
good.
In Kansas City, they used to have Buck Night, where you get a hot dog and peanuts and a drink. They're all $1 a piece. But I'd get that hot dog, and it looked like somebody had ironed it before I got my hands to it. It was not plump. It was not a good. It was every bit of what you would think. Oh, they didn't win. Just got the smallest hot dogs ever, and I would just bypass getting them dogs.
Daikin dogs they're good.
Wow, I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
They're good.
I don't know. I don't know how much I like it.
I can tell you this: they're better than them damn Dodger dogs.
I'd like a Daikin
Those things were overrated.
I mean, Tyler's will play on words. That came from Dome Dogs. That's. I mean, Astros fans have parties now with igloos full of Dome Dogs because it's just so. I don't know how I feel about going from Dome Dogs to Daikin Dogs. Well done though.
Thank you. The only problem with Dollar Dog Night they're
not like the regular hot dogs, are they? They're different. They've got to use a smaller dog, right?
Yes. But quality's still there. But the trouble you run into, at least in my experience on Dollar Dog Night over at the ballpark, is, man, them lines are wild. Because people are all in on them glizzies.
Yeah, I mean, you can eat dinner. You can feed the whole family for $10.
Well, yeah, that's what
and it's like,
I mean, Ron's trying to save $1, man. You got a dog, these dogs instead of them nachos. You can,
text line coming in. Limit is 4, Ron. Don't go up there and try to ask for 5.
He's got 5 family members, so he can eat 20.
Is there a limit?
Not that I've ever known of.
There's got to be, right? I mean, you'd have jackasses going up there and getting 20 at a time just to do it.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. No, look, I mean, it's $1 dog, Ron. What do you want? You want the meatiest, high-end hot dog available, or what?
No, I don't. I'm just telling you that the one we got in Kansas City, I bypassed it. It was rough.
Even though it was $1?
It was like, Clint, it was rough. It looked like they boiled the damn things. It looked like
it's been. I'm not a huge hot dog guy, so I don't know that I'm the connoisseur that you are, but
I want to give that sausage.
I've had a dome dog before, and I thought you just dress that thing up just like you would a normal dog and go to work.
It just wasn't good. I moved on and I went and got my nachos.
When was the last time y'all had when was the last time y'all had a hot dog?
Or I just got the regular one. Yeah.
When was the last time you bought a regular hot dog on Dollar Dog Night?
They weren't good, Clint. I can't tell you. And look, this is me, and this was me in my heyday. I'm telling you,
had no choice?
It looked
no,
like.
I don't think these are scare y'all.
And I am one, like, if I'm gonna go in there, man, I want to give me a good hot dog and a beer at the game and watch the game. Give me my peanuts and put them fully in my mouth, and then take them out and do.
I mean, where are we going?
I'll never forget witnessing that for the first time.
Get ready, buckle up tomorrow because you're witnessing it again.
Tyler, it's fair to say that the Dyken Dogs are going to be
have that copyrighted. By the way,
they're not going to be bad enough for Ron's tight ass to go for the full price dog.
Right.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's more than fair.
Text line, text in, hit or miss, eat before you go.
I've always liked them. It's just some lines.
When was the last time y'all had a hot dog for dinner? Hey, tonight we're going hot dogs, fam.
It's been a minute.
I've thrown some on the grill, but it wasn't alone. It wasn't.
Yeah, if somebody's grilling somewhere and you just got some people over there or whatever, and in your case you got 3 kids that'll eat them. Yeah, I mean, I'm just talking about like, hey man, I can't remember who it was. Some celebrity on social media settled in for they Uber Eats a hot dog.
There.
Must have been one of them gourmet dogs, right?
Yeah, a little James Coney Island action or something.
Yeah, Tyler, you're the Uber Eats guy. Would you
No.
Would you Uber order
I would not DoorDash or Uber Eats
was
a glizzy.
I could see myself late night get me a strong coney. Just like somewhere that give me some chili and some cheese on it. Just really take myself on out.
What's the one? What's the old school hot dog joint used to be drive through? One of my good buddies is. I mean, there used to be one over in Orange, Texas. There was one here too. A Wiener Schnitzel. The old Wiener Schnitzel. He literally. You met Marcus at my wedding. He literally. I mean, gets unbelievably excited when he sees a Wiener Schnitzel. And it is exactly.
What is that they're here? Like James Coney?
James Coney Island.
That's what Trillburger used to be.
I've wanted to give it a shot. I like me a good chili cheese dog. With little onions on the top of it.
It's kind of like pizza.
I like a good one. I've always gone over there. Like, and I'm not talking Sonics. And I did put an S on it. I'm not talking Sonics. I mean, not that one. I'm talking a good one, a good plump one. I'm intrigued by that James Coney Island. I just have not stopped yet.
I'm not sure I'm really into any dogs on the go that aren't at the ballpark or ones I just get from the grocery store and make myself. Unless you want to sponsor Tyler's Turds of the Week, then James Coney Island.
Text line coming in. Show, do you dip your dog in your beer? You're nasty if you do. Well, hell, I'm not a criminal.
No, he just shoves whole peanuts into his mouth and chomps away.
I get the salt off the shell, and I open up the peanut. I throw the shell on the ground. Yeah.
You and my
like
niece.
A sunflower seed.
I do.
Yeah, you and my niece, the only two people I've ever seen eat peanuts that way.
It's the biggest nut I've ever seen a man put in his mouth.
Oh.
Maybe for you, I don't know that that's an accurate statement.
I'm just telling you.
It's close.
I'm just saying, I would imagine there's been a bigger one. That has been.
I don't know, those are some big nuts you put in your mouth over there. Just to get a little salt flavor.
It's all about the salt, the sodium.
Coming up. Why the Astros need to abort this plan that they're on right now. And last night was a much better night than it was here in Houston when it came to the draft lottery. But the saving grace is this. We'll hopefully discuss coming up next.
All right, y'all. Serta Pro Painters, man. Look, Serta Pro Painters, their spring sales event is rolling. You got 2 more days, y'all. May 15th. Until May 15th, you can get 10% off any home project, $2,500 or more. And I'm telling you, look, I flipped several houses. I've dealt with a lot of different paint contractors. Serta Pro, they knock it out of the park, folks. There's nobody in the same league as them. They're absolutely tremendous. Initial consultation was money. The crew showed up 30 minutes early. They executed the plan flawlessly, and most importantly, my wife was absolutely stoked about it all. To this day, people comment about our dining room that they did and some of the other projects that they did. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, y'all. CertaPro painters. That's Payne Happy.
It's NFL schedule release week. We already know who the Texans will play, but how will the matchups shake out? Let's go! You'll hear it here first, with instant reaction and the best analysis on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Churrasco Steaks and Seafood. I-10 the Katy Freeway westbound at Park 10. It's an accident that has a right lane blocked. Churrasco Steaks and Seafood, the best Latin fusion in Houston. Join them for happy hour every day from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. and all day Thursday. With 4 locations throughout Houston, River Oaks, Memorial City, Woodland. Your reservation now at Churrascos.com. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks, y'all. Whatever your preference, baby. They have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to top shelf spirits and cocktails served over ice balls, man. Local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails round out an adventurous drink menu that is second to none. And don't forget about them famous 29-degree man-sized drafts, y'all. That's my favorite. Get to your local lodge, folks, to catch the basketball and hockey playoffs, the big race from Indy, and more this month. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Remember, that's Cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out?
New hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Make this your year. Looking for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, and AI? Attend classes live, online, or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summertime, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Restrictions apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Suck a beer through a wiener?
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studio. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Astros, they dropped game one yesterday, 7-5. They'll look to get back at it today or tonight here in a little bit, and we'll talk about that a little bit. But last night, Clint, to me is why I've been skeptical and not really a big fan of let's roll with the six-man rotation. And especially with what the bullets that the Astros are going to roll with here. I understand how cool and good it can sound on paper when you think about it in your head. But this can't be the six-man rotation. Because right now, we have Hayden Wisniewski on the IL, and that could be, you hear right elbow discomfort is always a real concerning one. And then, as we mentioned earlier, we have not heard from Spencer Arrighetti in a while. And you would think he's going to be back soon, but currently he is not. And they have talked about going to six-man rotation. I have a tough thing, Clint, going with a six-man rotation when Framber, Hunter Brown, Lance McCullers, Ronel Blanco, Gusto, and now, Tyler, is this correct? He's been called up. He will start tomorrow. Colton Gordon?
That is correct, sir.
That's the sixth spot. Like, to me, what it means is you are taking the ball out of the hands over time more from Hunter Brown and Framber, who have been your guys. And as you've said the last couple of years, this is a different ball game with the Astros. They're not just sitting up here with a 7-8 game lead where they can kind of chill and mess around with pieces. Like, if it were better, but we got Gusto, Gordon, and Ronel, and I know what he did in his last start. That one's concerning to me.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ron. I don't know that the Astros have the luxury anymore of a great team, bad division.
Yes, they're 20-20 right now.
The division's gotten better, and the Astros have gotten worse. Make of that what you will, but I do think most folks would agree. So I don't know that you had the luxuries that the Astros have had in the past. But with the six-man rotation specifically, the part that is strange to me is when it becomes more detrimental to your team to be in a six-man rotation just to be in that rotation versus go back to a six. Like if everything, I'm sorry, go back to five. Like if everybody was healthy, like I could understand the Astros going to a six-man rotation with Spencer Arrighetti and Lance McCullers involved. Like I could see going to a six-man rotation. But right now, going to a six-man rotation means you've got, I don't know who you are, Lance McCullers involved. You've got Gusto, who the wheels have come off. And now this guy, this Gordon cat you're talking about. Like, at some point, the six-man rotation from a wins-loss perspective has to be more detrimental. Like, the risk is not worth the reward, if you see what I'm saying. Like, I can understand when you have a surplus of arms and you're trying to get guys work and get guys rest, and it's a juggling act. I could see that. But, like, right now, the Astros have no business being in the six-man.
Remember, in specifically Hunter Brown's hands, the way that he is pitching. And it feels like, right, to me, maybe the reasoning is because of Lance, and he's been out for a long time, and maybe you want to get his arm right or something. Maybe that's maybe the main reasoning. I don't I don't think you're fearful of saving Ronell's arm. I mean, he pitched all season last year. To me, it'd be looking at Lance. Lance is the guy who hasn't pitched a lot, and maybe you want to build him up, build his arm up, but that can't be the reason right now at 20-20 right now in the division. Yes, you're 2 games out, but I just don't think you got the luxury to just do that.
Well, I think the method to the madness with the Astros, yes. Right? Fromber, Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, Ronel Blanco, Wisniewski, right? Oh, Lance is healthy? We want to get Lance some work. Okay, let's go to a 6-man rotation. We don't want anybody else to sacrifice. We are sacrificing, depending on how long we stay in a 6-man rotation, we are sacrificing a handful of starts over a season for some of our better starters. But we're willing to do that because we've got this 6th starter in Lance McCullers that we got to find out what the hell he is, what the hell he's all about. Right now, I mean, we're going to a 6-man rotation with Gusto and Gordon getting run. I mean, I don't.
With the Lance up in the air.
Well, now Lance has to get run. It's not even. It's Lance is. I mean, Lance is to just have a rotation like the other 2 guys. It's wild to me that decision is still on the table. I heard maybe it was yesterday, or maybe the day before. Maybe it was this weekend some point. But I heard, given that Wisniewski's off the board and Arrighetti, we hadn't heard anything back about him. I just figured they go to a 5-man rotation. But sticking to this 6-man rotation is an interesting approach to me for the Astros.
Especially, as we said, what in the world? We're gonna get Colton Gordon up here to be a part of the rotation.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the question is that a
now watch him come out here and throw it like this, pitch his ass off.
Well, but you look. I mean, they've had a lot of luck doing that. I mean, Ronel Blanco was discovered, Spencer Arrighetti was discovered, Hunter Brown was fast tracked because of injuries and lack of starters. So maybe it's the Astro arrogance of like we've done this before and it's always worked out for us, and maybe it does. I don't know, but boy, it seems a little bit of it. It seems like right now the way the cards have fallen for the Astros starting rotation, it seems like you could be in a 5-man rotation and get the same thing accomplished.
Hey, I'm sorry. I got to get Hunter Brown on the mound as many times as I possibly can.
I agree wholeheartedly.
He is a Cy Young candidate right now, one of the best pitchers in the American League. And I'll tell you what, right now, as a Royals fan, after he shut our asses down the last time we saw him, I am happy that Colton Gordon is getting the ball tomorrow.
Hold on, so
just personally, for me, I'm like Framber too, but really Hunter Brown
right now
has been absolutely electric. Every time he comes out, and we haven't had to see. I'm shocked if the Astros lose. It seems like he not only he pitches well, they play well behind him. And we don't have the horses for a 6-man rotation. If you're worried about Lance, just piggyback him with another starter.
Agreed.
I agree with that one. But they are hell bent on it. You're right. If it was Wisniewski and
Wisniewski.
If it was Wisniewski and Spencer Arrighetti, and you're adding Lance, then maybe I could see that. Not Colton.
Hey, go ahead and add Gusto to that thing too. He's had a couple. I mean, Gusto's got a real Jake look to him now. Boy, when he was rolling, things was good. Boy, but when I'm gonna tell you, last time I saw Gusto on that mound, boy, that old Adam's apple was trembling, man.
That first inning, Bobby Witt hit a ball so hard right up the middle. I thought, my God, that thing had that thing turned, man. When it got out, that thing was headed straight to second base and hooked to right field. It was wild. All right, we talked about the draft lottery and the thought that, hey, San Antonio had themselves a night. They got the number 2 pick. Potentially can use that as trade bait, and then obviously the Dallas Mavericks, with less than a 2% chance to win the lottery, come from the dead and get the rights to draft Cooper Flagg.
Damn, what number were the Mavericks? If we had less than a 4% chance, a little less than a 4% chance, and we were ninth, where the hell were they?
I think they had to be
the
last.
1.5 or something.
Say the last. They had to be the last team eliminated.
Damn.
The last team eliminated to in the playing game. So
that's some luck.
Yeah, they pulled in there. It was some luck, but
Nico needed it, man.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say, look, that it looks good for him, and if you're a Rockets fan, I know half of you are going to say, we don't care. We ain't worried. It's not a thing about worried. It's like, damn, they got a break, right? You thought like they traded Luka. You thought this will be a team that is potentially in the dumps. Well, they got a break for now in the future, and the only thing that would potentially mess it up is if crazy Nico Harrison arrives again. And
it ain't. Don't speak. Don't speak.
It's not don't speak. It is Clint. It is being Jay Williams this morning. The first thing he said was, "It's not crazy if he trades this pick."
Oh, I heard Jay spiel.
I think he might have been a little more aggressive than what I said.
Perkins fell out of his off his stool.
Yeah, Kendrick almost went on in. He was tired already. He almost shut it down. But
AD, he's over there and he's nice. He's still a nice guy on TV. He ain't trying to piss nobody off. You can tell when he disagrees, but he don't want to go too hard on him.
Yeah. You Dio Hassels over there. Yeah, but I don't think it is off the table because when he traded Luka, he said, they're trying to win a championship now. Their window's now and defense or whatever. If your championship window is now, does that mean you're gonna roll and wait with Cooper Flagg? I mean, I would. As I said yesterday, if you draft Cooper Flagg, you should not be even thinking about trading the pick. You got to see that one through.
You got to be crazy.
But I think Nico's got it in him. I think Nico, if he wants to, if he believes in it, I think Nico has a plan to sell the ownership on.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
B. Scott says somebody's got to take away his phone. And take away his phone and not allow it to.
Ain't no way.
You don't even think it is. I bet you they're entertaining. They've entertained it. I'm not saying they're going to do it. I would not be surprised at all if they've at least entertained it.
I mean, he's got to be nuts, man. I mean,
he is nuts. I mean, Clint, he's nuts.
But the hope now has to be okay. I'm going to get. If he drafts Cooper Flagg and Cooper Flagg balls out, it's like he can look Dallas, Texas, and the Mavericks fans in the eye and say, "I've got another younger superstar that we're going to build around." I mean, he's got to be at a point now to where he
lucked into it.
Yeah, oh no, there ain't no doubt. I mean, there's no doubt he lucked into it. But if that organization doesn't immediately go to, because how old is Luka? How old you say Luka is?
20. He just turned 26.
Right. So 26, and now I got an 18, 19-year-old, prodigy that we can build around. Like that's. I mean, I think you can win some of those damn fans back. If not, you're going.
No, yeah, the Mavs fans are ready to roll now. Now I think they're scared to death about Nico. What's he gonna do?
Yeah.
What the hell's he? We'll get you ready for tonight's ball game as the Astros and Royals get it going. We have an update from the gruesome injury last night with Jason Tatum and Pete Rose. Pete Rose has been reinstated into Major League Baseball. We'll let you know all of that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, don't do with your chronic joint pain.
Responsibly B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest. And the latest is, it is 5 o'clock fire, and the Astros and Royals will have Game 2 of this 3-game set tonight from Daikin Park. And I will be there. I will be there in attendance on they're saying dollar dog night, but I like Daikin.
Daikin Dog Night.
Yeah, Daikin Dog Night, yeah. I'll be out there having a good time tonight, and Framber Valdez is going to get the ball for the Astros, and he will face Chris Bubich, who has been pitching very, very well. Started out the year as their 5-starter. He's 4-2 with an ERA of 1.69. And Framber had a really good outing his last time out. And, Clint, we'll get the lineup here in just a second. But I think it's very, very important, Clint, that he is able to pull off what Ronel Blanco did, right? And yes, Ronel Blanco saved the bullpen with his performance coming off of Saturday's game when Lance could only record 1 out. And then he walked out and went 8 innings, and only Sean Dubin had to pitch behind him. So that cleaned things up. But then yesterday, Gusto struggled again, and he wasn't able to get out of the 3rd inning. And so then the bullpen, who did a good job last night, had to fill in the void the rest of the way. Now they didn't have to use any of their big guns. We didn't see Hader, we didn't see Abreu, but Clint, you need Framber to give you innings tonight the way that Ronel Blanco did the other night.
Yeah, I mean, look, you need innings. You need a good outing. You need one of them quality starts that Framber so often can give you, and even his series up and give you a chance to take the series tomorrow.
Yeah, that's so. It's a big key for him to get rolling, and they'll probably take all of their lefties out of pass rush, and it's a weaker lineup, so he should be able to roll through and handle them. The lineup tonight for the Astros, Jeremy Pena will lead off and continue to roll. He had another 2 hits last night that helped out Tyler big time. By the way, we got to get to Tyler's numbers. Tyler, that guy yesterday who was talking trash, who told Tyler not to quit his day job about betting money. You hadn't won nothing all week. Oh, hey, chill out now.
Yeah, where you at now, punk?
I'm sure he'll chime in, but Tyler's back at it. 5 for 5, 100% yesterday.
10 for 10.
10 for 10 since Friday, 100% this week. Yep. So big-time performance. And Jeremy Pena with those, what'd you need him to get 1.5 bases? He got 2 hits. Stepped up big for you. Jose Altuve played second yesterday. He'll be the DH tonight. Paredes is at third base. Christian Walker is the cleanup hitter. Yainer Diaz, who had another 2 hits yesterday, swung and 2 hard hit balls, swung the bat pretty well yesterday. And then Jake Myers, who had a couple of hits as well yesterday, including a double. Cam Smith, who won Tyler some money with a big hit yesterday. And then Brendan Rodgers and, come on, Chaz McCormick.
You gonna come at me about white boy Chaz out there in left field, man.
In left field, man. Just throwing him in different positions. In left field out there, Chaz might want to pick up third base or something. Give him, maybe add some things that he can do. Maybe if he can get him a little bit of infield, maybe he can put himself on the field a little bit more.
Might want to pick up some banana pudding on the way to the park today.
Pick up some pudding.
So maybe his ass just needs to pick up hit. You're right. Maybe if old Chaz just picked up hitting.
Pick it up at the plate. He'd be better off.
At the plate. That might give him a chance. But, no, man, a big game tonight as the Astros look to even up this series tonight against the Royals. And it'll be fun. I'm going the next 2 nights, baby. Can't wait, man. Going with you tomorrow, Tyler.
If you're going to heckle Ron, do it tomorrow night when he's there with Tyler. Don't do it tonight with his family, man.
I think that's a fair request. Can I make a request
but
of
tomorrow,
you?
heckle the hell out of him.
Yes, bring it on tomorrow.
We can't all just enjoy it.
I didn't get invited.
I got a request, though, Ron.
We're doing this here?
Yeah, we can. We can. I don't think you want to, but we can. Ron, it was agreed upon. You decided I didn't like it at the time, but when OLMJ, when Lance McCullers Jr. returned to this, the big club, returned to the Stros, I was told I was going to get some Astros lineups. So I want to request that.
Wow, that is so true.
He hasn't had a start during the week yet. He hasn't had a start.
It has to be a McCullers start?
It's going to be a McCullers start. It should happen later on this week.
So I can't get the lineup tomorrow before we go and have a good time?
This is for Lance, man.
He changed. He moved the goalpost.
I'm not moving the goalpost.
That's an aspect I didn't know about.
I said when Lance starts. I did it at my house.
You said when Lance is back.
I did it at my house on the Sunday and Saturday.
Put on social media then. He's a goalpost.
All right, I lied. I did not do it at my house, but
it's just something that brings me and the Drive family tons of joy. No big deal.
I know it. Listen, and I'm doing this for Lance, and especially after idiots want to do what they did to Lance, I'm especially going to make it special for Lance. I've never included a picture. I'm going to include Lance.
You know what? I kind of like that.
I'm going to include Lance. So
I'm with you. All right.
There we go.
Don't let him talk you out of it, Tyler. You should be very disappointed.
Why?
Because you said when he was back in the line, I forgot all about it.
I did. I remembered it. He just hadn't pitched. He hadn't pitched while we're here during the week. They're going to face the Rangers. Pitch during the week, I think, unless one of these other 6 guys take it.
5 o'clock fire.
Jaylen Brown back in, lost the ball. Anunoby all by himself throws it down. And Tatum is hurt. Tatum is down. He wants a timeout. Tatum in so much pain. And the Celtics call timeout, grabbing that right ankle.
All right, that was Mike Breen, ESPN last night as they called that game, and the Knicks, they take a commanding 3-1 lead, but the big story is what you just heard right there. Jason Tatum was carried off the court, then in a wheelchair, and clearly in pain. And I think we saw a guy that was emotional, right, Clint, of more than pain, of knowing, like it's interesting between certain injuries, right? They know the difference of maybe a knee or that one, that particular injury of potentially how difficult that one might be. They always, and by the way, an update on that, Jason Tatum, according to, this is from the Boston Celtics team account, Jason Tatum today underwent successful surgery to repair a ruptured right Achilles tendon. No timetable is currently available for his return, but he is expected to make a full recovery. Further updates will be provided when appropriate. Whenever I hear people say Achilles, by the way, all we heard yesterday was he'd have an MRI. That MRI quickly shifted into MRI and surgery, and let's get it on out the way right now. But a lot of people say that Achilles, they say people around you can hear it. Like it sounds like a pop.
Yep.
that people around you can hear it. And I think I wonder now that I see, I don't remember who the Knicks defender was, but they were immediately calling. They say it pops. So
I've obviously never experienced. I don't think I've ever even been around anybody that popped one, to be honest with you, that was close enough to where I could hear it. But that is the one injury to me that the visual, when they put it in slow motion and you can see the vibration of the calf and it kind of rolls up the back of the leg.
That ripple.
Yes, it just seems like, I mean, obviously it's not the old Theismann bone hanging out of the leg, but it's one of those that just it happens. I don't know, man. It just gives me chicken skin, man.
And you can see, like, the guys can't do anything with it.
Yeah, can't pick it up.
They can't do anything. The last one I saw, and I saw the roll replay, is the Kansas-Arkansas game. KJ Adams, the kid towards the very ending of the game for Kansas, he ruptured his Achilles when he went to the ground. And it's crazy. You take a step, and it happened with Tatum. You take a step. Nobody's done anything to you. You just go down and you.
Well, Aaron Rodgers was one of those. Just planted that back foot and
went down. Yeah. So tough one there. But The other part of this is Clint. The Knicks were going to win that game, right? It was a 7-point game when it happened. It was a steal that then led to a dunk when it happened. They were going to win that game, and Jason Tatum, who was going off on that game, he had 42. I mean, he filled the entire stat sheet. 42 points, I think 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals, 2 blocks. I mean, he was going off. But Jalen Brunson on the other side has just
Where does that guy come from?
I mean, it is. I said this to Clint the other day. I don't know if I said it on the air. It is just wild where great players are coming from. Like some that you don't like. Yeah, you know the ones you see. And Jason Tatum was drafted 3rd out of Duke, but nobody knew when the Mavericks drafted in the same draft class in the first round Luka, and then drafted Jalen Brunson in the 2nd round, that those two guys would be played when they drafted. Or Halliburton where they drafted him. But his game, when you look at him, it does not make sense how he dominates the game and how physical he is. But he in the 4th quarter again, in the 3rd and 4th quarter late, took over that game in a game that Tatum was going off in too. So the Knicks, they have now become the favorite to get out of the East and only trail OKC as the betting favorite to win it all.
Did I, because I was in and out on the game, did I not see that game where, again, Boston was up significantly? They were up 11 at half.
Not quite 20. Yeah, they got it, but it wasn't during the Knicks came out on a run and kind of immediately in the 3rd quarter. Like it didn't get
quite
up
the
to
comeback.
15
or
20, but it was 11 at the half. Yeah, but then that was the thing is Boston only thing they had going was Tatum.
Yeah,
like Brown was struggling, and then White was good in the first half, but he struggled late. And apparently Porzingis has some sort of a virus that is taken over. He has been dealing with this since March.
Really?
Hit a virus where he doesn't feel like himself. He's missed some games and stuff. So this Celtic run, where I think many people thought they might win multiple titles, they're going to probably have to change some things. I'm going to assume he's going to miss. I would lean towards the year. That's what happened with Durant when he tore his in the finals. Yeah. He missed a year. A lot of people think they're going to miss the year, so we may not see him until 27, which is wild, and the Celtics will look completely different at that time.
Well, opportunity here for Brown. I mean, I'm just meaning an opportunity to take the bull by the horns and be a little bit of a different player. I mean, you got that
$300 million.
Got that big ass contract, what they pay you for, right?
Because if he'd have played his normal self yesterday, I think they probably won the game.
Yeah.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, so this is big news going around Major League Baseball, and that is Rob Manfred has decided to reinstate Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, and I think 5 other players into Major League Baseball. So now they are eligible to go into the Hall of Fame. And basically, Rob Manfred has expressed that now that Pete Rose is no longer alive, he is unable to ruin baseball. And now that he has passed away, they have now decided to reinstate him back to Major League Baseball, and that was what was going to have to happen for him to get reinstated, which I think you said it earlier, just feels just wrong.
It just on a human level, it just feels wrong, man. I would rather Major League Baseball just not even talk about it and let bygones be bygones, and he never gets in. Right, to forgive and forget and let him in before he passes. I would have been okay with, hey, letting him know, communicating it with him while he's still alive. Hey, here's the deal: it's a lifetime ban. Once you pass, we are going to put you in the Hall of Fame. And at least he has he takes his last run. At least he knows that he's getting in, kind of deal. The whole announcing it right after Pete Rose died, when there's the most controversial player that's not in, when he passes, you announce it. It just feels wrong on a human level, man. Like, I would hate to be Rob Manfred and had to be the one that announces this. I'm sure I don't know if he made the decision by himself or if there's a board that made the decision. But, I mean, and it's not just about Pete Rose. It's about Shoeless Joe Jackson. It's about a bunch of guys that are now passed away that can now get in where they've been held out forever up until now. So, I don't know, man. It just – maybe it's not a big deal, but it just feels wrong and more like a last shot to Pete Rose.
Yeah, just keep him banned.
Yeah, he's gone. He's dead at this point. What's it matter?
Keep him banned. Or to me, which made a lot of sense, which should have made a lot of sense while he was alive, is just reinstate him to have the ability to be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
You don't have to reinstate him and say, hey, you get to manage, or you get to be in the front office, or you he's going to do exactly what he was doing, right? You get to work for Fox Sports and be in the studio show representing Major League Baseball during its biggest time of the World Series, but he can't go into the Hall.
Yeah.
You could have done this. You could have put some restrictions around it, or stick to your guns and say, hey, we're not kidding. You cannot bet on the game.
Yeah.
And you'll never get reinstated. Now it's now I wonder, does this will this equate to the steroid users? Is this something that the voters will do now? All right, we'll vote you. We'll put you in on the Veterans Committee if you die.
Ryan, you could even look at the situation and say that the steroid users cheated the game more than Pete Rose ever did.
Well, yeah, I mean,
the steroid user
on the field.
The steroid user is less deserving of a Hall of Fame induction than a guy that bet on the game, especially in 2025 when there's casinos that are sponsoring and the Major League Baseball is benefiting from it. It's just, yeah, man. It's just.
How did you come to that? Let's wait till he dies. And now it's BS. Shoeless Joe Jackson. How long has he been dead? All right. Coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive. Are reacting to what still seems to be the biggest issue surrounding the Houston Texans. We'll discuss that next.
All right, listen up, all my fellas out there, and heck, the ladies too. If you've got men.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue right here live on The Drive. Stay tuned, folks. Next segment, the boy's hot. 5 for 5 last night on T. Mill's Best Bets. He's feeling good again tonight, so stay with him. We'll get to that coming up in the next segment. Clint, this was dropped from ESPN, and you and the people, because I think there are some people who look at this as an overreaction and, or watch, just wait. I see this a lot. Just wait and you'll see. The people over at ESPN, they did a piece on each team's position of need still remaining going into camp.
Yeah.
And the Texans, of no shock, their position of need was guard. They said, in particular, guard is their position of need. And they said the Texans have plenty of guards, but are any of them good? Their starting left guard will probably be Titus Howard, up and down when playing inside. They then, behind him, brought in Laken Tomlinson and brought in Ed Ingram as well. Ed Ingram, out of 64 guards, ranked 54th when it comes to pass protection win rate. Tomlinson ranked 44th out of 64 when it came to pass block win rate. And then they also go in to say that on the right side, potentially, there's Juice Scruggs, who is more of a center, but did have a 93% pass block win rate when he was a guard last season. Says also the Texans have thrown a lot of bodies at this position, but how much better will they be compared with last season's debacle? And you can jump in and chime in on this on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch. My thought is do you think this is becoming too much? Overkill, overreaction on the interior offensive line for the Texans?
Absolutely not. 100% no. It is a real problem. It deserves to get attention. I was wondering how long it was going to take the national outlets to zero in on the fact that the Texans appear to have made a let's say subpar effort at fixing their pass protection problems.
They definitely took a chance.
Yeah, look, I'm shocked that it hasn't been more of a conversation. I'm on record. Look, I think it's one of let's call it maybe 4 or 5 like NFL-wide problems that kind of took people caught people off guard and was like a legitimate major reason why a team wasn't a Super Bowl contender or why a team wasn't living up to expectations. Look, I think the closer we get to camp starting, the more deep dives we see into teams. I think this is going to be a talking point. I know it's been a major talking point for us here in Houston, at least for this show. I got to believe that when we see a Texans logo, when we hear Texans conversations moving forward on TV and nationally, I got to believe it's going to, 9 times out of 10, it's going to revolve around the pass protection, the lack of addressing the struggles of pass protection last year, and how bad C.J. Stroud was ultimately impacted by their inability to pass protect last year. So I think it's going to end up being the lead conversation. It's going to be pretty loud around the Texans before too long.
I think the things that stick out to me, and these are things that we already knew. As I said, do you think this is becoming overkill? Kick Rock said relatively. The things that stick out to me is the 2 guys that they have on here potentially penciled in at guard, Titus Howard and Juice Scruggs. Now, they may not be the guards, but you can see a chance that those are the 2 starting guards. But I find it interesting that they go ahead and point out that both of them, guard is not their natural position, right? Both of them were drafted and in Titus's situation paid to play another position, even one would say at times a more highly thought of position, center and tackle. But they're not naturally guards, but they have them there. That's one thing that sticks out to me big time is in this scenario, in this decision, as you went through and talked about, they're bringing in guys potentially to fill those roles that are going to have to build up to it. And when I say build up to it, basically, that's not what their supposed best position is. That's not supposed what their natural position is. And they're jumping in and they filled the void with guys that are more natural centers and more tackles to play those guard spots. That stuck out to me. And the other part is the other guys that are new that they brought in were at the back end of the league when it comes to pass protection.
Well, you don't have to. I've said this a million times, and it should get more run here. I mean, to be honest with you, but DeMeco Ryans, following the season, one of the first things I recall him saying was, "We got to fix the pass protection, and we got to fix it from the inside out." And then when he talked about offensive linemen and how he grades or analyzes, evaluates offensive line play, it starts with pass protecting. For this to be the answer. It may work out. They may know more than we do, but on the surface, it looks less than desirable. It looks like you're leaving a lot to be desired, and it's a major year for C.J. Stroud. And quite frankly, you're not going to score points. You're not going to move the football unless you protect C.J. Stroud and give him a damn chance. And that's the only way you're. I mean, and you can play great defense. I think we're going to have a great defense here. But in today's game in 2025, what you're up against in 2025 in the AFC, much as we don't talk about the NFC, in the AFC alone, it's going to be hard to be a all-out defensive-laden team that wins with great defense. It's going to be hard, man. You can be complimentary, but if you're not hitting on all cylinders offensively when the timing's right, it's going to be hard to beat some of these top AFC teams.
Yeah, coming in with the text line. It seems to me that Caserio and company just keep ignoring the issue, which is guard. We have too many damn tackles, but only 3 or 4 guards who are depth pieces at most.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
I could just tell you, clearly Caserio and DeMeco and company do not agree with you on that. Now, I think it's a fair statement for you to say that they seem to have overkill on tackles and not many guards there. But I don't think they view it that way, and I think there is a deal of, yes, we are going to monitor it. Yes, we are going to talk about it, and we are going to give clear and honest feedback of what we see in camp. It is a deal of the route they decided to go, Clint, is they have better be right.
Yeah, and look, I think this is, I'll be honest with you, I've said it before, I think it's a Nick Caserio led drive here. I don't think this is DeMeco. I think it's a Nick Caserio led drive. And I think it's blatantly obvious on two fronts. I think Nick Caserio, when it comes to offensive line, you look at how they played ball in New England, it is my best 5. I'm not going to I'm going to do more with less. On the offensive line, it's give me my best 5 if guys are positionless ultimately, and then the quarterback is expected to again do more with less. The quarterback's expected to protect himself, and that's exactly what's going on here. And you better hit.
No, they are, because if it doesn't, like, to answer like this question, right? This is the part that gets me here, Clint, is this should never. And I know it is just, I'm sure, haters or whatever at ESPN. But when that season ended, this should have never, ever been a sentence that should be written about the Texans. When the season ended and everybody got their asses kicked up front, it seemed to be. Whatever it was Bobby, it was the guy, whatever. It should have never been by the end, them starting this year with what their clear issue was. The Texans have thrown a lot of bodies at this position be compared to last season's debacle. That should have never, ever even been a question of are they going to be better than last season's debacle?
I wonder what they say about the Bears.
I don't think Guard is there. I can go back and look at it if you want me to. But I'm just yes, we may all be wrong. We may be all. I would have thought the last thing we would have had any questions or anything to even think to compare to last season was the interior offensive line. Now, they may all be right here. And Titus and Juice and whoever they put there. But damn, I am shocked that any decisions would have been made for them to form this thought of how much better will it be compared to last year's debacle. I never thought that would be a sentence we saw. Coming up, T-Mill's best bets. He'll make a little cash for you as well. And is that what you just going to keep doing? Is that what you're going to keep doing?
We're going to make some money tonight.
Make a little money tonight for you. And we'll get you ready for what will be the big news the next coming days with the Texans. That's coming up next.
All right, if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, you need my man Louis Flory over to Ability Tree Experts. It's that simple, y'all. He's not one of these one-and-done tree services. This is big time now. Louis Flory.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
I will admit right now I'm shook.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studio. In The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through.
Cleared up now.
Do you guys think that Nick and Ryans are just stupid and don't know what they're doing? They're focused on this. Let them do what they need to do. Stop worrying.
We can just end the show now.
No, listen. I do think that they know football very well. Yeah, I think they have an idea in their mind of what they're doing.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I don't think they're incompetent and and are holding positions that they don't deserve. But they're not always. I mean, they don't always hit. They're not always right. Like, did you think Nick knew what he was doing when he drafted Kenyon Green? Did you think Nick's boss, who is thought of until maybe the last couple of years as the best coach in the history of the sport, do you think he's stupid? I don't. But he also said, hey, I got a young quarterback that just went to the Pro Bowl. I'm going to hire my old defensive coordinator and old special teams coach to be his offensive staff. I mean, these guys aren't airtight, man. Right? Like, and when you look at it, I think you're a liar. I don't know who you are, but I think you're a liar. I do not believe you had this in mind when you thought they're going to clean up the interior. I don't think you had in mind that potentially the two starters and the inside guard were already here all along. They were just playing tackle and center and some guard, or one benched because Shaq Mason had to play against the Chiefs in the playoff game. I know that wasn't your thought of what the plan was going to be. I know in your mind you saw how bad this team was in pass protection last year, and the two new guys they brought on were amongst the league's worst when it came to that. I know that's not what you had in the plan. Oh, come on, man. You got it here, man. You followed sports long enough. If you are a diehard texting into this show, you have followed sports enough to know that some of these guys don't always get it right.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's for me. I'm not a blind trust guy. I mean, I watch, I pay attention, we cover, we study, and I said it from jump. The biggest obstacle for DeMeco Ryans here is going to be finding an offensive coordinator and keeping an offensive coordinator. The hopes are you find an offensive coordinator who kicks ass and he gets hired by somebody else, and your guys are constantly is a guy for whatever reason doesn't get it done, and you got to fire him and start over. And I think DeMeco's stuck in that spiral. I think DeMeco is stuck in that spiral. He hired a guy with no experience the first time. Now he's hired a guy again with no experience. I think DeMeco, being a defensive-minded head coach, has to lean on somebody for offensive to be an offensive sounding board. That somebody is Nick Caserio, and Nick Caserio believes in doing things a certain way because he watched Belichick, and really, let's be honest, he watched Brady do it, and that's what we're seeing. Whether it's a defensive-minded head coach or a general manager that has, I would say, an unorthodox way of doing things offensively. And I think that's where we're at. Now, it may work, but it's I'm a fan. I think that there needs to be a little bit more of a sense of urgency in getting for sures to protect C.J. Stroud, instead of that being where you spend less, risk more.
Yeah.
And you know, I personally think that, but what I just believe that Nick Caserio was raised a certain way Tom Brady, was he 6th round pick?
Mm-hmm.
Did more with less. Why can't C.J. Stroud do more with less? I think that the Texans right now. I think offensively, Nick is running the show, and what Nick knows is what we watch go on in New England year after year after year.
Yeah. It's not about them not knowing what they're doing, and I think roughly, I think you understand what we are here doing, right? Like, look, man, you look at it, they just didn't make any Those are moves that right there, boy, you ain't got to say nothing about. Them are moves there that bang. All right. Crushed it. I'm telling you right now, if Nick Caserio took the approach of the offensive line that the Chicago Bears did, that Clint Stoerner would not be saying the same things that he's saying right now about the Texans.
You think about if the same approach was done on the defensive side of the football. Now, obviously, you don't have the accountability issue, so there's no reason to do it. But if you shipped out a guy like Danielle Hunter, who's looked at as one of the best in the game, and replaced it with a bunch of one-year guys that literally, when a guy signs a one-year deal, it's because nobody else in the league wants to give him a 2 or 3 year deal
for $3 million.
Whatever it is, if a guy comes in and signs a one-year deal with a team, it is because nobody else is willing to sign him to a 2 or 3 or 4 year deal. I mean, that's what they resorted to. It's an interesting approach. We'll see. Can C.J. Stroud do Tom Brady-like things, which is take completely control of the offense, be the communicator, because they didn't bring in any different communicator than what was here last year. I'm talking about players. Can C.J. Stroud take that and do ultimately, because he's got control of it, can he protect himself better? Can he clean up all the problems on the offensive line other than talent? Right? Can they stay healthy at the wide receiver position? Can Dalton Schultz bring more to the table both in the pass game and the run game? Joe Mixon just keep doing what Joe Mixon is doing? And can C.J. Stroud do more with less?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But it's going to be the talking point throughout the year.
Agreed.
Right? And whether
it's going to be the talking point, I think, from now until training camp starts. I think it's going to get hotter as we go.
And then through the year. Like, whether it is, hey, man, they crushed it. They killed it. They were right. Like, what they did addressed it all. It was the coaching. It was Slowick. It was the guys. They've changed this thing around, and they fixed the issue the way they did, or the other way. All right, coming up here behind us, Texans All Access with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will be joined by Texans insider Jonathan Alexander. They'll be talking about the rookies here with the Texans. And Area 45, live and local, the best damn sports talk show in all of Houston, coming up behind them as best here. By the way, before we get to Mr. 5 for 5.
10 for 10.
All right, we'll go back to Friday, 10 for 10. If you are making NBA bets, Donovan Mitchell is playing. It's been announced Donovan Mitchell is in the lineup if you're making any kind of bets regarding that Cavs-Pacers series. So that's the latest there. He is back in the lineup. Tyler, let's go to the well. Where you at tonight and making a little cash to keep this hot streak going?
That is right. Putting money in pockets. Okay. Just looking to make it 15 for the last 15. Because I got 5 more for you tonight on a Tuesday, and I'm sticking with baseball. Why wouldn't I? Being 10 for 10, as Dirty Red just pointed out there. But I got 5 for you on a Tuesday night. First, I got the Red Sox at the Detroit Tigers under 4.5 runs in the first 5 innings. Then I got the Giants, San Francisco, plus 1 run at minus 145 as they host the Diamondbacks tonight. Then old Creighton, old PC's Mets, minus 1.5 runs at minus 120 odds as they host the Pirates. And then a couple of Astros bets here for you. And again, if you miss any of these, you can check out my Twitter at @TMill.